on yet? That took forever to come on. What's up, everybody? I got my new merch on. I turned on the air. My mom had the air turned. I don't know if you guys were here earlier. If anybody was here earlier, how it was so hot. It was like extra hot. She had it up higher where it was like, because she's like, what did she say when I asked her? She's like, yeah, I have it up because of, I forget the reason she told me. But that's why I did not wear my hoodie. But now I got it on, you guys. New merch. I still have my t-shirts that should be. Did I? Wait a minute. Yeah, I ordered t-shirts. I just had a moment where I was like, did I forget to order t-shirts? No, I had to have. Yeah, because I ordered tie-dyes. Yeah, I did. I'm like, yeah, I have some tie-dyes coming in. Yeah. How you guys doing? So, okay, so I was watching some things and once again, I changed. Now I'm feeling another way, but so said, and I still haven't watched. I still have a ton more to watch. Lois, thank you for joining. Yay, yay, yay. Welcome. Hold on. Welcome, Lois. Lois Lane. Are you Lois Lane? I'm being silly. Okay, hold on 1 second. Let me plug in my phone. All right. Lois. Lois. I don't know. I'm in a weird mood. Okay, so I want to watch. I watched little pieces of the Doctor stuff, but I didn't have time to watch it all. So I I have those ready that I want to watch those with you. So there's some doctors that did already give their testimony, which will be good. But also, I found like a couple old videos that I would like to play. Um, or wait, just one old video actually. And then I found this on the mother's Twitter. She's got like a bunch of stuff about the case, like the autopsy and stuff like that. So I figure we could kind of go over that. Hey Daffy Dill, what's up, Patronus? Um, but first, let me go over some pictures real quick. They have this thing on Facebook with a ton of the pictures. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to go over the pictures so we can kind of put a face with the name. There's a couple there's some articles where it shows like and I'm sure they show it in the trial, but I haven't got to that part. But where it shows all like some of his bruises. So basically watching this stuff, I came to the conclusion that yes, like, okay, I think it was like, I don't know. I want to watch more, but like I'm more leaning towards like he was like more. I feel like he was more abusive than I originally thought. Now, like looking at some pictures and just kind of like looking at stuff and hearing stuff. But like I said, I want to listen to those doctors though, so I haven't got to really listen to all of them. But what did I watch? Hold on. I watched little bits and pieces of the emergency room nurse, the guy. I watched a part of the pediatricians, but not all of it. But we're gonna watch that together. And I watched um that the doctor I didn't get to watch yet, the Asian. He was I think he was in the I don't remember which one he was, but anyway. So how many of you guys in here have not even watched any of my tongue is blue, guys? If you're wondering, if you see my blue tongue, I had this blue popsicle. So no, I'm saying I just saw. I was like, oh my god, people are gonna wonder why I have a blue tongue. I have a blue. I had a blue popsicle, just in case you guys wanted to know. Came at who? AJM. Yeah, it's horrible. Here, let me share my screen. I want to show you some pictures first. And then we'll watch a little bit of the trial, and then we'll watch. I want to watch the like opening statements, a little bit of the trial before I go into like before we watch the old video for some reason. I think that would be best to do it that way. But hold on, let me I want to show you these pictures. First, I'll do There's this one right here. It has a ton of pictures. Look. I don't know if I like that background, but look at this. Okay. So his name's Corey. Um, oh my god, I forgot how to say his last name now. Micciolo. Dang it, I just heard him say their name and now I forgot how to pronounce it. Figures. Corey Micciolo. 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 I don't know. I gotta look at it. Micciolo. Yeah, is it Micciolo? Micciolo? Okay. Why was I thinking it was a ch sound, but I think it is Micciolo. Okay. Um, and the guy that's on trial is his biological dad, Christopher Gregor, which he met him. So the mother, Brianna, raised him uh till he was like 4. Well, till he's 5. I think didn't he? I don't think Corey took over. I didn't think Corey met him till he was almost 5, right? He didn't even know he had a son. Or Christopher, sorry. Christopher, the dad, didn't even know he had a son till like Corey was like 4 years old. And she was trying to get help. The mother was trying to get, this is what she says, that she was trying to get help from the state, like Medicaid and insurance and like food stamps and stuff like that. And they needed a listed father. And so she didn't have it. So she says they requested the paternity test, and they are the ones that requested that. So he didn't even know he had a son. Then they get the paternity test, find out, you know, he's the dad. And then they were sharing custody. And then somehow the dad gets full custody, which I haven't watched enough of it to understand why that happened. I know she's a recovering drug addict. I don't know if that had something to do with it. But originally she raised him for 4 years with her mother. She lived with her mom and her family. Because she didn't have money or a job, I guess. And then then when she was trying for food stamps, they made her get a paternity test. They made her list of dad. He ends up getting full custody. She got to see him on weekends, basically. But here's some pictures of Corey. He's so cute. This is the boy, 6 years old when he died. Well, here it says on April 2nd of this year, Brianna Micciolo dropped off her 6-year-old son Corey at his father's house in Barnegat, New Jersey, for their mother scheduled visitation. For their scheduled visitation. She expected to see him that afternoon, but instead she got a phone call from Corey's father saying that they were headed to the hospital. By the time Brianna figured out what was happening, the police were on her doorstep with the worst news any mother could ever receive. Her precious little first grader was dead. Since Corey's death, Brianna has received no information from the police, the medical examiner, or the prosecutor's office. Now, remember, this is before, because it took a while for them to charge the father. I think like over a year, right? How long? It wasn't right away. At least I think it was at least a year before they even charged him with murder. And so she was like trying to like speak out and get help and get justice for Corey. Okay, so where are we at? So she received no information from the police, medical examiner, or the prosecutor's office regarding what happened to her son. And to date, no arrests have been made. So this was made before they even arrested him, right? This is a story of a failure of Child Protective Services to do the one thing they were tasked with doing. It's also the story of a family court's failure to believe a mother trying her very hardest to protect her child from abuse. I'm just kind of scrolling down as I'm reading. In this episode, you'll also hear my conversation with Corey's heartbroken mom, Brianna, who wants not only justice for her son, but also protection for other children in situations like his. This is the gut-wrenching story of Corey Micciolo. Episode 69, Corey, will be available at 5 a.m. on your favorite podcast platform on YouTube. And this is the mom, Brianna, Corey, the mom and her. I just wanted to show you some pictures. I have a face with a name, so we know who we're talking about. He is a cutie, and this is the father right here, Christopher, the one that's on trial. That's him, and that's him. That's the old picture of him. You could tell this is more recent with his big belly and butt. Now, the only reason I say this is because I guess it came, now that I learned it came from freaking Corey, I guess. From what I've seen, it sounds like Corey said to the pediatrician or one of the doctors or something that like my dad makes me run on the treadmill because he said I'm fat or something. Where did I just heard that somewhere? So now it's like, who's fat? Like, look, I don't know. That's just wrong to call your 6-year-old son fat. You could stand to lose a little weight, buddy. That's so mean. I mean, I don't know. I'm just mad that he called him fat. Can you imagine? Like, that's so mean. Because he's not even fat. What is it? Oh, it's just a screenshot. So I thought that was nice because there's a bunch of pictures. I mean, we can maybe listen to the podcast later if we have time. But we do have a lot of other stuff I want to listen to. But I also want to show you this real quick. Let's just go over this. Or no, here. Well, let's go over this right here. So this right here, I'm just going to give a trigger warning now because I'm going to show some pictures of some bruises on him. So if that bothers you, just be careful. I mean, why did I say be careful? Just trigger warning. Okay. We're going to watch, a lot of it's going to be with a trial, but I wanted to go over a few things first. Okay. So I want to read a part of this though. So who is Christopher Gregor, the New Jersey father who allegedly tortured son with gym sessions and is now on trial for his murder? A New Jersey father accused of abusing his son to death only met the child a year before allegedly torturing him on a treadmill and causing his death. Christopher Gregor, 31, a former crisis hotline worker and nursing home carer, is standing trial over the 2021 murder of his son, Corey Micciolo, 6, who prosecutors say was abused for months before he died from blunt force trauma. Amid outrage over footage shown in court this week, showing Gregor force Corey to run and fall from a treadmill, archived text messages from the boy's mother alleged to show him coldly brushing off his treatment of the child. That's Christopher. And there's Corey. And here's some text between the mom and Christopher, the dad. So she says, this is the mom's in green. Okay. She says, "Hey, not a big deal. I just wanted to let you know that Corey came upstairs upset and almost crying because he was trying to ask you about playing football in high school and you smacked the ball out of his hand and walked out." Christopher says, "Well, that's a lie. I smacked the ball out of his hand and he didn't say a word to me when I was leaving before or after that. But I did it as a joke and said bye. Tell him if you wanted to ask me a question, standing there and saying nothing is not the way to ask." And she says, "No, I heard him talking. Like I said, it's not a big deal. We'll see you later." And he says, "I mean, it is a big deal because that's something and not true. If Miss racking up all out of his hand makes him cry, that maybe he needs to be a little tougher because that's soft tissue. I'll see y'all around at 7. And she says, "He wasn't raised to be unemotional, so he's not going to change. I heard him talking, then something hit the floor, then nothing. So I went down and asked him what happened." And Chris says, That's a big difference than him coming upstairs almost crying. Also, being unemotional is vastly different than being over emotional." And she says, he's not over emotional. You hurt his feelings. He got upset. He's 6 years old. All right. So now the pictures could be a trigger warning because it shows a couple bruises and stuff in his eye. Okay. So here's Corey's eye. It says Corey's mother shared sickening images of the abuse she claims was inflicted by the father, including black eyes and bruises across his body. So here's his eye. It's unclear when Gregor and Corey's mother, Brianna Micciolo, who testified at his trial this week, first met. However, he was reportedly not in the boy's life until he reached 5 years old. On their first meeting, Corey allegedly returned home to his mother with a busted lip, reports Jersey Shore Online. Dude, the first meeting, he has a busted lip? It's freaking crazy. Micciolo didn't believe Gregor's excuse that he accidentally kicked their son while playing soccer, but said DCPP caseworker accepted it and didn't investigate. Wait, kicked their son? So like the kicked them with his foot or the ball hit him? Like what? How do you accidentally kick him? Because didn't it say in his a busted lip? How do you accidentally kick him in the lip though? That's bullcrap. Unless if he's saying the ball hit him. I could see like playing soccer, kicking the ball and it hits him, but he's making it, I don't know. Micciolo didn't believe Gregor's excuse. Oh, okay, yeah, but the worker accepted it. For over a year after that first meeting, she claims that Corey was routinely abused by Gregor and reportedly suspected the father was using a treadmill as a punishment tool during their visitations. During that time, his LinkedIn profile says he worked as a realtor and math teacher, with his past work experience also included volunteering at mental health hotline crisis text line for 6 months in 2015. I'm going to keep these charging while I read this because before his arrest, Gregor lived at a sprawling New Jersey estate valued at over $1 million. Online records show. Micciolo set up Facebook group after Corey's death in April 2021 called Justice for Corey, where she shared harrowing pictures of Corey's injuries while claiming a child protective service ignored her pleas for help. In text messages Micciolo shared to the Facebook group around 6 months after Corey's death, Gregor was seen coldly responded to being told he made his son cry. And that's the mom in the trial. Corey, here's a bruise on his head. Like when you start getting like on the body, it's still bad, but sometimes it could be from playing. It depends on how many. But you start getting them on your face, like the chest is odd. Like he supposedly like had him on his chest. There's certain ones that it's like, when you're younger, you're playing, you get bruises on your legs or arms, you fall or whatever. But like when you have them and when you have like all over your body and then in spots like that you should not be like regularly, yeah, that should be an issue. Here's a bruise on his stomach. I just don't know when these were from. I'm not sure when these ones were. Are these the ones that were recent or no? I'm not sure. But it says Micciolo claims despite showing a trove of images and videos of her son's injuries, her reports were routinely brushed off by Child Protective Services. She's probably going to sue them. I would think she's going to try. I would. Corey would allegedly often return from his father's home with new bruises and injuries. And then this is this is his house. It says before his arrest, Gregor lived at a sprawling New Jersey estate valued at over $1 million. Corey came upstairs upset. This is that text message. Okay, we already read those. Okay. It also says, in sickening images posted to her Facebook group, the mother shared pictures of various bruises, scratches, and scrapes across the boy's body, including on his forehead and down his arms. Corey had those clear signs of abuse many, many times, all different incidents. She captioned the post. Is it the policy that is wrong, or is it just them not following it? And here's a picture of the dad. Says he worked as a math teacher, staffer in a nursing home, and for a mental health hotline. Here's a picture, which we are going to watch the treadmill video, but here's a screenshot from it. We'll watch that in a little bit. I put it in my editor so we can zoom in and see what the heck is going on. The alleged abuse ended on April 2nd, 2021, hours after Micciolo dropped Corey off at his father's home, when the child reportedly woke up from a nap with nausea and was dazed. He died hours later in a hospital, with a forensic pathologist ruling Corey's cause of death to be blunt force trauma. Gregor's attorney claimed he actually died from pneumonia. One instance of alleged abuse was shown this week at Gregor's trial, where surveillance footage showed the father appearing to force his son to sprint on a treadmill. In the CCTV video, Corey is seen continuously falling off the treadmill while Gregor keeps lifting him up and putting him back on. Oh, thank you. Who got some new members? Hold on a second. Who do we got? Lois. Oh, Lois, I thanked you earlier. Thank you so much for joining. And then we got Wyatt. What up, boy? No, what's up? Thank you. You're a member. Awesome. Thank you. And Michelle Perkins. How's Michael doing? Were you there last time when I said I used to have a crush on Michael Perkins? Do you know him, by the way? I don't think I saw your response. He was in a band called The Shanty, and I used to have the biggest crush on him in college. Well, when I was in college. Well, he would go around in colleges and like play. And then he did like a solo thing, which is like Mike Perkins, but his first band or the band was The Shanty. We all know about Michael. Oh, do you, AJ? But I didn't hear her answer. Did she ever answer? Anyway, okay. Amanda, hey Jim, you're funny. Okay, so where are we at? So we're right. The only thing that they keep saying he continuously lifted him up, he only lifted him up one time. He lifted him up one time. The other times the kid just kept getting back on. And I'm not saying that he probably was telling him, get back on, try. I'm sure he was trying to the kid was probably afraid of him and felt like he had to listen to him. And he was probably like, use that thing as like, you're fat, you come on, because you could tell when he's running, he's saying something like, he's probably saying like, you do, like kind of trying to like pump him up, but in a degrading way is how I feel like he was. Like he made him, some people would try to get people motivated by like positivity. Like I feel like he did it with him, like it's all negative, like putting him down and saying, you fat, you want to be fast, you want to make the team, you're too slow, you're too fat, I don't know. I mean, I know that's horrible, but I feel like that's what he thought he should do, and it's wrong. He probably grew up that way too. I'm guessing. I don't know where he got it from. I'd like to know, like, did his father do that? But anyway, so he only really lifts him up one time, but I'm sure he's like, saying something that the kid feels like he has to keep getting back on it. Anyway, in opening statements, Gregor's attorney, Mario Gallucci, admitted the jury were going to be horrified when they saw the footage, but argued it did not contribute to Corey's death. You're going to be mortified, he warned. Corey's death had absolutely nothing to do with the treadmill, which I agree. I don't think that incident has anything to do with his death. It's connected in a way because if it's the abuse that caused his death, and it's connected because it does show an abuse. So it kind of shows like a pattern, like, okay, at least now we have proof that he's abusing him. But I don't think that those injuries caused it. Like, I think there's, I think there's something else. I think he freaking did. I think he hit him like that day, like in the head or I don't know. Like I said, I got to hear the doctor's things, but something happened that day. I feel like that caused his death. What do you guys think? Because I don't think the treadmill 12 days prior had anything to do, because he went to the doctor, like, you know what I'm saying? And they didn't see anything as far as the treadmill incident. I'm saying, what do you guys think though? I just don't think that, but that's a different charge. That's child endangerment. Like that's another charge that charged them, the murder. And then you know what I'm saying? So that's something separate anyway. But anyway, so, okay, where are we at? So, wait, did I skip something? He had bruises on his forehead. It was very odd shaped. It looked like an impression, said the mother through tears. She added that he also had other cuts on his body, including one on his chest that looked like a scrape. A pediatrician examined the injuries, and although they said the mother should not be concerned, she testified that Corey told the doctor that he was forced to run on the treadmill because he was too fat. That's where I got that from. Which actually, this is kind of saying a lot of stuff we're going to see in the trial, so maybe I won't read all of it because we're going to hear the doctors talk. Well, maybe I'll just read it real quick. It's almost over and we'll get to hear it a couple times. Micciolo also reported the injuries to a caseworker with the New Jersey Division of Child Protection and Permanency, with Corey's death coming just one day after courts rejected an emergency filing seeking custody of her son. She previously warned authorities as far back as July 2020 that her son would return from his father's home with black eyes, bruises, scrapes, and even bite marks, which that is the most concerning part of that treadmill video. He freaking bites his head. And I wasn't sure at first. At first, I was like, it looks like he's just like talking. And the more I looked at it, like he is biting his freaking head, because the kid is like, you'll see, like, he's running, he's about to get it ready, and then when he goes like this, you could tell the kid it must hurt, because the kid kind of like his knees like buckle because he's freaking biting his head. Like, why are you biting his freaking head? That part, I don't know. That's just so weird. Who bites their kid's head like that? And then as you're trying to get him on the treadmill like that, what kind of motivation is that? And the kid's like knees, they were just like, because you could tell it's hurting him. And then as soon as he comes out, he starts to, he's just, where are we at? Gregor was arrested 3 months later on charges of child neglect, with his arrest warrant noting the gym surveillance video as a reason for the arrest. Okay, so 3 months later, it wasn't the murder yet. It was just the child neglect. Why do I think that? I thought that was the endangerment charge, but let's see. Specifically by having Corey run on a treadmill and increasing the speed, causing Corey to fall, placing him back on the moving treadmill while appearing to bite his head, causing the said child to fall several more times, the warrant read. In September, a forensic pathologist ruled that Corey's cause of death was homicide due to chronic child abuse, including blunt force injuries to his abdomen and chest and a laceration to his heart, which we got to look up. I don't understand the whole laceration thing, but I want to look that up with you guys. It was also found that the boy suffered cardiac and liver contusions with inflammation and sepsis. Although Gregor is reportedly claiming his son died to pneumonia, it is unclear if any medical staff found this to be the case in a hospital, where Corey also suffered a seizure during a CAT scan. On March 9th, almost a year after his son's death, Gregor's charges were increased to murder. So that's what I was thinking. So it was a year after. All right. So there's actually another article with a few more bruises that I want to show you, just so you when you're watching this, you have a good picture of what this kid had to go through. I think it's on this one where it has more pictures. Yeah, okay, so it was child endangerment. So this is from 2021, this article. So this is before he got arrested for murder. And it says, Gregor subsequently obtained an attorney and turned himself in July 9th, after he had been charged with child endangerment following the death of his son. And it says he's currently facing charges concerning the death, but previous incidents have the prosecution looking at the case closely. So this is a couple years ago, but and they looked into that clubhouse gym, and it show him on the treadmill and him falling off, and they appear to bite his son, numerous warning signs. And then she said Micciolo began taking photos of her son after she suspected something was wrong. She said she tried to get the judge to allow her full custody of her son in April, but no one was helpful. I've called 100 times over the past 2 years. Sometimes they would come out and talk to him, but they made it seem like I was bothering them, she said. So here's that same eye picture, and here, look at his arm right there. So it does look like he was a little bit chubbier. I bet you the dad in that year that he had him, he probably overworked him and got him to lose weight. But it's like kids, they grow out of it. Most kids do. They have that chubby stage, and he's not fat or anything. You just have that kind of like chubbiness where you get that baby fat. You know what I'm saying? And then you grow out of it. But I think he probably freaking worked him to the bone trying to make him lose weight, because look how much I think look, when you see the treadmill video, you'll see how much skinnier he is than this. But anyway, yeah, look at his arm. It's crazy. On April 1st, the day before his death, Micciolo took Corey to Jersey Shore University Medical Center. Corey reportedly had so many bruises on his chest that doctors became concerned and ordered x-rays. Micciolo said she was told to take him to the CA expert the next day, but April 2nd fell on a day that Gregor had custody, Micciolo said. Micciolo said the day prior she was told by the court that she couldn't get temporary full custody of her son amid an investigation, and the boy was ordered to spend time with his father. The next day, Gregor called Micciolo and told her that the boy has been vomiting and was extremely lethargic. Gregor took Corey to the hospital where he passed away. And then Gregor fled the state and turned himself in 3 months later, according to court documents. I don't know if he left while Corey was dying or he left right after Corey died, but he did leave Corey at the hospital, Micciolo told NJ.com. I have no idea where he was the whole 3 months that this investigation has been going on. Here's that bruise picture. Okay. Oh, wait, this part. Let me read this last part. Missed warning signs. Micciolo said her son hated going to his father's house and would hide in closets, kicking and screaming. But by law, her hands were tied. Can you imagine how bad that had to suck for her? Oh my God. Knowing like you have to hand him over, and if you don't, you possibly might not even get to see him, because you know how the system works. They're not always fair. So like she's probably thinking, if I like just say, no, I'm not taking it, and I don't have custody, I go against this custody agreement, she would lose custody. Okay. And then possibly not ever even get to see him. You know what I'm saying? And look, I mean, she tried to like do it the right way and at least give them, don't break custody too much. And they still just let it go and didn't do anything. It's just bullcrap. But it would have got to a point where she wouldn't have been able to see him, probably. The system's messed up, guys. Anyway, Micciolo told Crime Online that a medical examiner said her son died from a heart contusion, but he was completely healthy with no medical issues when she dropped him off with his father. They basically explained to me that they'd never seen that before. They never come across a heart contusion, Micciolo explained. Like, what the heck, dude? We're going to look into the details of what this stuff is medically. Oh my God. Attorney Mark Gallucci, who represents Gregor, reportedly said that his client was denied the charges and accusations against him. Or his client denied it. Okay. Mr. Gregor has been aware of this investigation for several months. My office has and continues to do an independent investigation, which includes the retention of a forensic expert. And then earlier this month, Gregor was released from police custody for the child endangerment charge. Micciolo subsequently created a change.org petition demanding to know why Corey wasn't protected by DCPP in the justice system. Here's more pictures. This looks like a bite mark right here. Doesn't it, kind of? Which, now that we see he likes to bite, he bit his gosh darn head. Like, he probably did bite. She said he had bite marks. I think that was it. Do you think that's a bite mark? It looks like it. 1 month, Amanda, thank you. And then you see these older bruises. Crazy, dude. This guy's crazy. How do you say hi to anybody? Hey, guys, what do we got? That's what I said, Solo. I know he bit his head. I did. That's what I was saying. Why did he bite his head? Why are you saying no, though? You don't think he bit his head? It looks like he bit his head to me. I don't understand your comment. But yeah, I think he bit his head too. Heartbreak, yeah. Anyway, okay, so Gregor is currently allowed to have no contact with minors, and he's required to check in with the court weekly for pretrial services. But Micciolo But for Michelob, that isn't enough. So remember, these are older articles. This is before. I begged Child Protective Services to help me get him away from his abuser. No one listened or helped. The day before he died, I asked Judge through an emergent order to allow me to have full custody pending a DCPP investigation outcome. That judge denied it. And the very next day, my son was gone, Micciolo wrote on change.org. For now, investigators are currently looking into whether a blow to the chest could cause a heart contusion. Micciolo is hoping the findings will lead to a murder charge against Gregor, which it did. Now we need a conviction, though. I don't want him to get away with this, Micciolo said. He's been torturing my family and my son for the last 2 years. He deserves to go to jail for the rest of his life. Okay, so let me move this, sorry. So that's that. And I just wanted to show you one more thing before we start this. So this is her Twitter, the mom's. And she's got like a bunch of stuff that's about the case, and she does have here. Corey needs, so this is November 17th, 2021. So this would be before he was charged with murder, right? Corey needs justice, deserves justice. He told a doctor about the abuse he endured the day before he was murdered. His body was bruised from head to toe the day before he passed. His body was battered the day he passed. Corey's father needs to go to jail for murdering his, she forgot, his own son. Blunt force trauma as a cause of death for a child that was abused and beaten before murder. Can I zoom into this? Well, I'm going to have to do it this way. I should have saved, I guess I could save it, but I'm just do it this way real quick. That's not doing crap. Hold on a second. I'm just going to save it real quick and zoom in. Dang it. Hold on. I want to zoom in. Oh, I guess that might be big enough for you guys. I just want you guys to be able to read it with me. All right. Hold on one second. I saved it, and then I'll just... All right. Okay. Here's my file I started creating of this class, or this case. Okay. So we have autopsy. So she has the kidneys, mild to moderate congestion with no inflammatory process. Testes, no, whatever. CNS, moderate congestion with some anoxic. Appearing neurons seen. I gotta look that up. Anoxic neurons. I will look that up. Anoxic. Sections of the spinal cord show no pathologic finding. Posterior mediastem, large hemorrhage with acute inflammatory reaction. In foci, acute vasculitis. Left perotium, acute hemorrhage with predominantly neutrophils and no hemosiderin. I can't talk that. Multiple skin lesions and contusions. Vertex, focus of hemorrhage with some macrophages with brown pigments, probably hemosiderin. Let's see. Hold on. I'm going to look up this because I don't even know. We need a doctor right now. So maybe we will wait to listen to what the doctors say. Let's see if there's anything in here that maybe makes some sense. No hemorrhage to us layperson. Wait, left rib cage. Large hemorrhage with some acute and chronic inflammatory. Right mammary, benign nerve. Okay. There's a hypogastrium, small focus of acute hemorrhage. Hold on one second. Let me look. What was that called? Anoxin. I just want to see what that means. Anoxic neurons. Okay. Wow, I'm looking that up. Okay. Yeah. So we have, it shows, look, bruise, abrasion. It shows like the stuff he had on him. So he had, I don't see number one. Where's one? There's bruises, abrasion right here. This is a bruise, a 5 by 5 centimeter bruise. This is a bruise. This is a bruise. This is when he was found, like died, is what he had, right? This is a bruise. Bruise. Yeah, they're all. 9 is a abrasion. So 3. Oh wait, no, this is abrasion. This is the number 2 is an abrasion. 9's an abrasion. The other ones were your bruises so far. 11 is scratches. Bruise. He's got a bruise on his forehead and an abrasion on his, like, looks like right above his eye. Crazy. Oh, this is actually, never mind. This has to be when she took him, right? Yeah, this is when she took him, actually. Because look, he's alert and oriented for his age. So yeah, this is when she took him. So I don't understand. If he had all these bruises on his body, how did they let him, how can they even let her return him to the dad? I mean, this is pretty clear sign that this definitely could be abuse. So why wouldn't they be like, no, here's an order, give it to your law enforcement or whatever. Like, you should not return him. Like, that's just messed up. Don't you think? All right, hold on. I can't see chat, but I'll be there in 1 minute. I just want to go over this last one. So here's a part of a medical record from Corey's doctor the day before he died. Okay, so all this was the day before that we just were looking at. He disclosed to a doctor about his abuse. Still, no one did anything. Why? Why isn't this man in jail for abuse at the very least until the cause of death comes back? So this is before he got arrested, okay? So this is the day before. It says, normal activity level and interaction. Became tearful when he asked me to promise not to tell anyone what he said. Eyes clear, throat clear. Why this is important, like when they say lungs clear and stuff, because if they're claiming he had pneumonia, like enough that he's going to die, I mean, it would have been showing up the day before, right? Well, I'm not a doctor, but you think you're not going to die the first day you get pneumonia, right? I don't know. Says no tenderness, bowel sounds active, C-scan body chart, numerous bruises in different stages of healing, healed abrasion, left forehead, areas on chest inferior to nipple areas of hyperpigmented skin appearing to be whatever abrasions, but left forehead and wait. Okay. Muscle strength, jumped without difficulty. So showing everything else, he seems fine, right? No pain. Okay. Just the bruises in different stages. He said it was falling off the treadmill and getting hit, which she'll go over what he says. The reason for that is, okay? All right. So let me remove this. I just wanted to show you that she had some of this stuff. We might go through a little bit more of that later. Oh, wait, here's another interesting thing before we start. So this is, this says, these are the words of a murderer a day before he kills his own son, April 1st. The emotional toll he had on Corey as well was horrible. He tried making Corey believe that I was bad for reporting the abuse and I didn't love him because of it. So he says, this is Christopher, the dad, saying this to the mom. And now you are spreading the toxicity to our son and trying to convince him that football is bad and those bruises are horrible because it has to be me abusing him. And he knows your allegations and knows why the police have come to the house. Keep spreading toxicity and keep letting him know that it is more important for you to spite me than love him. That is a very healthy mother and son relationship. Um, and then she says, obviously Corey would never believe that. Also, the lies that he got these bruises from football, Corey had one practice on a non-contact children's football team. Those weren't from football. He also used to tell me he hopes I crash and die on the way home when I dropped Corey. So Christopher was saying that when she dropped Corey off right in front of Corey. He told Corey I'm stupid because I didn't go to college like him, and just goes on. Oh, here's more. Wait. Wait, no, this is somebody else. Never mind. Yeah, that's somebody else saying. Okay, sorry. Anyway. So yeah. Oh wait, here's I think to myself, sometimes I wonder how long before Corey was taken to the hospital did the monster hurt him? As soon as he saw him in distress, why didn't he take him? Why? Because he needed time to figure out what to say and what to do. If he wasn't so selfish and taken Corey right away, he would be alive. Corey was toxic looking and cyanotic and pale. Corey was already dying when he got him to the hospital. So this is from the hospital, right? Yeah, this is the day he died right here. Vitals, nursing note. He is in acute distress. He is toxic appearing. PT is somnolent but arouses to verbal stimuli. Head is normocephalic. Small abrasion over left temple. Small bruise noted under archin. No rhinorrhea, mouth mucous membranes are moist, extraocular movements intact. So the eyes, cardiovascular is rate and rhythm, tachycardia present, heart sounds, no murmur heard. Comments, large bruise noted to mid-sternal region, like he had a large bruise on his chest. Pulmonary effort is normal. Tachypnea present, no respiratory distress or retractions. Breath sound, normal breath sounds, no stridor, no wheezing. Wait, is this before? Hold on a second, because why does I keep thinking that this isn't the one from before, is it? No, this is that night. This has to be that night. What? I'm trying to look at the time. I want to make sure because when I started reading the other one, I thought it was for that day, but then I realized. So I want to make sure as we're reading it. Where's the time at on this? It's confusing because he went to the hospital that night before and it was late, and I know it was 4/1, but it was actually they didn't leave till like 1 a.m. You know what I'm saying? Or it was after midnight, so it could still be 4/2. So I want to see. I'm trying to get a time here. I think this is because they say toxic. So yeah, I think this has to be that day that he dies. So it says no wheezing. General, there's no distension. Abdomen is soft. There's no mass. There's no abdominal tenderness. There's no guarding or rebound. No swelling, deformity, or signs of injury. No disoriented and lethargic. So yeah, this is definitely that day. I wish I could see the rest, but I'm sure it'll come out in the trial. But maybe we'll watch some of those episodes after that. All right, so yeah, we'll go through that a little bit after we watch some of the trial. So I'm going to start with opening statements because, right? How many? First of all, put a 1 if you have watched the trial and 2 if you haven't. I want to know, like, has everybody watched it, or is it like more people haven't watched it? So put a 1 if you've watched it and a 2 if you have not watched it. Okay, Mia. Okay, then maybe he did then. I don't know. I guess we will see. Like I said, I mean, maybe I'll change my mind as I watch it. I've already went back and forth now, I think 4 times because yeah, I went like not back and forth, just like kind of like leaning more like this, that, but now I'm back to yeah. I keep as I learn more stuff, I keep changing my mind. As my I don't want to say it's not as like simple as back and forth. It's more like I'm learning things and I'm kind of like seeing the picture clearer as I'm learning. But I looked up at anoxic and it's the depolarization of neurons during a stroke or brain ischemia. So it's an inadequate supply of blood in the brain. And it said that some of his neurons were like that. I looked it up. Wow. He wasn't getting enough oxygen to his brain. Wow. It could be because of brain injury or man. It's crazy. All right, let me see what you guys put. So 2 if you guys haven't seen it. Because I want to know, you guys want to see opening statements, right? Because if people that haven't seen it, opening statements is really important. So let's do opening statements. They're really short. They're actually not that long. Right? I mean, the ones that, unless if it's just the 2, right? You know how sometimes they'll have more than one lawyer doing it? I watched the one with just 1 of each, unless if I'm missing it, but they weren't long at all. All right, let's do this. I'm going to play it over here. Okay. All right, we're going to do the state first. Okay. All right. I'm gonna have to reshare my screen. Hold on a second. Tell me if you could hear this really quick. Ready?
Micciolo. You like the solar system. You like to play outside.
Can you hear that or no? I just need to know real quick. Yeah, okay, good. All right. I didn't know if it went out because hold on one second though. Let me make sure I don't have anything else playing on this side. All right. Okay. All right. Wow, am I nuts? How am I not subscribed? Well, maybe because they do so much that I've checked their channel enough. All right. I don't know why. There's got to be a reason. Okay, you guys ready? Here we go. Now I can't hear. Oh. Oh my God, you guys, I'm funny.
System. You like to play outside. His mom.
Wait.
Travis Micciolo. He liked the solar system. You like to play outside. His mom describes him as silly and happy. Corey was 6 on April 2nd, 2021, when his father murdered him. His father is this defendant, Christopher Gregor. This case is about Corey and how Corey became the ultimate victim of this defendant's punishment and abuse. During the course of the trial, you're going to hear from a number of witnesses and see a lot of evidence. You'll learn that on May 1st of 2014, Corey was born to Brianna Micciolo when she was just 17 years old. This defendant didn't come into Corey's life, and neither did the Gregors, until Corey was 4 or 5. Back in March of 2021, Corey's parents hadn't been together, but they shared custody. Corey lived with the defendant, and his mom had visitation. On March 20th of 2021, Corey's mom picked him up for a visit. They went to Pennsylvania, and they saw their family. They were supposed to be back at about 3 or 4 o'clock. They were in Pennsylvania, there was traffic, and they were running late. Corey's mom told the defendant that. But Brianna's lateness, you'll hear, was pissing him off. He told Brianna to drop Corey off at the apartment complex's gym and meet him there. So she did. Corey and the defendant went into the gym, and you'll see what happened next. Because that gym had a surveillance system, and you will see what this defendant did to his son inside that gym. After that day, when Corey went back to school during the week, his teacher, his first grade teacher, started to notice some bruises on Corey. She was concerned. She's going to tell you that after March 25th of 2021, Corey was never physically back in person in school ever again. During this time, Corey's mom was also concerned. She had seen bruises as well. She was so concerned that she filed an emergent application with the court to get custody. On April 1st of 2021, Corey's mom picked him up for her only visitation she had had that week, or during the week, which was 3 hours, and she brought him to a pediatrician. Corey spoke to the pediatrician. The pediatrician saw Corey's bruises. She too was concerned. So she sent Corey and his mom to a local hospital nearby. Ultimately, Corey was seen at Jersey Shore University Medical Center. And while at Jersey Shore, doctors looked at Corey's body. They checked his lungs. They checked his bones. They checked his labs. And shortly after 1 o'clock in the morning or around there, Corey was discharged. He was medically cleared for release because there was nothing wrong with Corey's lungs. There was nothing wrong with Corey's bones, and his labs were normal. Corey was fine except for his bruises. Now, Corey's mom tried to bring Corey back to the defendant. Her visitation was over, and while they were at the doctor earlier, she learned that her application for custody had been denied in that regard, but that a child abuse examination had been ordered within 7 days by a specialist. And so, in trying to keep with the visitation schedule, she contacted the defendant and tried to bring Corey back, but he didn't answer. And so, since it's after 1 o'clock in the morning, Corey's mom and Corey go back to her house in Englishtown. And the two of them get home, everyone's asleep, they go in the basement, and they go to bed. That's where her room is. Corey wakes up in the morning, he has his breakfast, his mom dresses him in clean clothes, and he's with his mom the whole time. And she drives him back to the defendant's apartment in Barnegat. Corey and his mom sat in the car in the parking lot, and they said goodbye for what would be the very last time. Corey was walking. Corey was talking. Corey was fine, except for his bruises. By 9:03 a.m., Corey was back inside the defendant's apartment. And you'll hear that the defendant wasn't happy. But he told people, Corey's okay. Corey's all right. Except by 3:48 p.m., this defendant carried Corey's nearly limp body into Southern Ocean Medical Center. He reported that Corey was sleepy and had thrown up. Corey was admitted quickly. He was brought to room 6 in the emergency department. Corey coded. He was intubated. He coded again. He lost his pulse. And by 5:03 p.m., Corey was pronounced dead. This defendant, shortly after, walked out of the hospital, got into his car, and he left. Left the hospital, and he left Corey. You're going to hear from witnesses in this case that will tell you that defendant was found in Tennessee on April 4th. Now, a forensic pathologist that reviewed Corey's autopsy and his medical records is going to testify. He's a doctor. And he will tell you that Corey was a once healthy 6-year-old boy that died from blunt force trauma. He will describe for you the contusions on Corey's body all over, in different stages of healing. He will tell you that the inflammatory response throughout Corey's body was acute. He's going to describe that Corey's heart and liver were both lacerated. Now, what you won't hear is that Corey was struck with a bat, stomped on by the defendant. You're not going to hear that. Because the only people there in that apartment were the defendant and Corey. But what you will hear is that the only people that were in that apartment were the defendant and Corey. And that the serious bodily injury that Corey sustained while with the defendant, and only the defendant, were so catastrophic that they ended his life. Now, there are 2 charges in this case. The first, endangering the welfare of a child, and the second, murder. The state must prove both beyond a reasonable doubt. That means you're firmly convinced, and that's a burden the state embraces. That first count, endangering the welfare of a child, is for what this defendant did to Corey in the gym on May 20th, 2021. And that second count is for what this defendant did to Corey on April 2nd, 2021. That's the murder. In order to prove a murder, the state has to demonstrate that a defendant acted purposely or knowingly. But rarely is there a person that can come into court and tell you what someone was thinking when they engaged in a particular act. So how do we prove that to you? We have to look at all the things the defendant was doing before, during, and after those crimes. Now, an expert in digital forensics will testify, and he'll tell you that he examined the defendant's cell phone. And from the defendant's cell phone, he was able to learn that throughout the day on April 2nd, 2021, the defendant was texting with a female associate, making plans for that night. On that same date, 3 hours before Corey died, he took a selfie with Corey on the couch. He also ordered McDonald's during that afternoon, and he did a search on his phone for loss of consciousness, sleepy, and nauseous. You're going to have information before you, and I'd ask you to consider it, about what this defendant was doing all day, at home, at the hospital, after he left. what he was saying to the people at the hospital, to Corey's mom, and everyone else. His texts, his phone calls, his web searches, his selfie, even his garbage. I'm going to ask that you pay attention to all of that. And when you do that, please pay attention to what's happening to Corey that day, that afternoon. On April 2nd, 2021, when Corey was brought back to his father, he vomited. He defecated in his pants, and his body was slowly shutting down. Consider what the defendant's doing while you consider what's happening to Corey. There were a lot of people in Corey's life, and you'll hear about some of them. Some might be positive, and some might not. But don't let that derail you. You all came here to serve as jurors in this case with everything that you need. And those are your life experiences and your common sense. Use it. Corey was alive and well at 9 a.m. when he was with his mom, and he was gone by 5:03 p.m. after only being with his father, this defendant. The state submits that after you've heard and seen all of the evidence in this case, you will be firmly convinced that this defendant is guilty of abuse and murder. Because healthy 6-year-olds don't just die during the course of a business day, and neither did Corey Micciolo.
Is she saying Micciolo? Are you sure it's not Micciolo? She like some people do say Micciolo. That's why in my head I thought it was that's like that sound. The ch. I don't know. I feel like I have heard it both ways though, but I don't know. Okay, so that was the state. Let's do the defense now. But that's what I'm confused because that was only 12 minutes. You know how sometimes opening statements they'll have 2 lawyers do it? Is there another one? Do you guys know? Because the way I'm doing it is, you know, instead of getting the whole, you know, how the trial you could put the whole day and it's like 7 hours or whatever. I'm just finding clips of the testimonies that I want to watch, and a lot of times they just like kind of like cut into the bulk of it, you know. So hopefully that's okay. Since we're not gonna have time to watch the whole thing anyway, we might as well watch like the important parts, like that they kind of like cut it up. But I just want to make sure there's not another person that does opening, right, for the defense, because I only seen her. I'm going to play the state and then let me know if anybody watched it, that there's another one. I don't think so, because I think she covered everything, really. All right, let me find the state, or not find it. I have it right here. All right, so here we go. So somebody said about the state's defense being mean. It made me think Pryor. He kind of does remind me of Pryor in a way. Chad Daybell's lawyer. Oh my God. In like a certain way. Just like something about him. Yeah. All right, here we go. This is Christopher's lawyer, the defense's.
August of 2017, Christopher Gregor was studying for his master's degree at Johns Hopkins University in Baltimore, Maryland. And he was also employed by Urban Teachers, which was a company that employed people to teach in urban areas. When he found out he was being sued for child support for a child he had never met, nor did he know he fathered. And that's where our story begins. Once again, I'm Mario Gallucci, along with Andrea, and we represent Christopher. And although Ms. Schron just gave you a tidy little box with a little bow around it, that is far from what we believe the evidence is going to show you. As a matter of fact, the judge just told you that nothing Ms. Schron said is evidence. As a matter of fact, nothing I'm telling you right now is evidence. The only evidence you're going to hear is going to come right from that chair. And I'm going to tell you right now that our version of this evidence looks nothing like Ms. Schron's evidence. The evidence is going to show that Christopher was notified by a court document that he had to take a paternity test, and that was in 2017. You will hear that by court and whatever, by 2018, 2019, he learned that he was the father of Corey in order to pay child support. But he decided he wasn't going to just do that. He wasn't going to just pay child support. He was going to be a father. And he, along with his family, decided that they were going to embrace Corey and bring them into his life. At the time that Christopher learned he was Corey's father, the mother, Brianna, was living with her mother and another individual. And you will learn that that individual and Brianna split up. And it was right after that split up that they notified Christopher that he owed them child support. You will hear that Christopher decided to move in with his family in Monroe, New Jersey, right here. His father David, his mother Carolyn, and they took care of this young boy. They brought him a bicycle. They taught him how to ride, taught him how to play soccer, taught him how to play baseball, taught him how to play football. And at that time, they shared custody with the Micciolos. Then, somewhere around March of 2020, because of some challenges that Brianna Micciolo had, she no longer had custody of Corey, and custody went to Mr. Gregor. He was given full parental custody, and Miss Micciolo was not to have any visitation with Corey. And as those challenges continued, your evidence will show that Rebecca Micciolo, Brianna's mother, asked to have visitation, which was granted. And at that time, Brianna was still not able to interact in Corey's life. You will see that through time, Brianna came back into Corey's life, thanks in part to the Gregor family, who assisted her somewhat to get through her challenges, and then agreed slowly to give her visitation of Corey, and they did. Once all of this happened, though, you will see that the Micciolos and the Gregors became like the Hatfields and the McCoys. It's unbelievable what you're going to hear in this case is evidence between the two families going back and forth over this poor child. But you will see, and what I will agree with, is what Ms. Schron just told you about a treadmill video. You're going to see that on March 20th, Christopher takes that young boy into a gym that's part of his residential complex. And in that gym, you see him put Corey on the treadmill, and he begins to work out while he's watching him from across the room. At some point, you're going to see Christopher go over to that treadmill and speed it up. And you're going to see Corey fall. And you're going to see him pick that boy up 6 times. And 6 times put him back on the treadmill. And I'm going to tell you right now, you're not going to like him. And I don't care if you like him. When you see that video, you're going to be horrified. You're going to be mortified. But I'm telling you right now that the evidence you're going to see of Corey's death had absolutely nothing to do with that treadmill. As a matter of fact, the treadmill incident was on March 20th. And between March 20th and April 2nd, Corey spent a significant amount of time with Brianna, spent a significant amount of time with Christopher, and actually tried out for a flag football team here in Ocean County and did so well in the tryout that the coach actually had discussions with Christopher to raise him up a level. You will hear that Brianna became suspicious of some bruises. Bruises to his chest, bruises to his arms. And I submit to you, those bruises did occur from treadmill. They occurred from football. They occurred from boys being boys. You'll hear testimony that on a regular basis, Christopher would take him to a field across the street and play football with him like any other dad, that he practiced with him for this tryout. You hear testimony that Christopher himself was actually an athlete who competed in football. You will hear that when she sees the bruises, Ms. Micciolo, that she makes an emergency application to the court to regain the full custody, by the way, which she never, ever had gotten back from March of 2020. And that application was denied. So she goes to DCP&P. They start an investigation. They tell her, take it to the pediatrician. And she chooses Ivy Pediatrics. She goes to Ivy Pediatrics, and they do an exam. They don't really find too much wrong with him, except he has bruises. They do blood work. They do tests. Healthy. Just like Michelle told you. Healthy. But they recommended to her that she follow up and that they would want to take her to Jersey Shore Medical Center to follow up on a child abuse allegation from the treadmill. You will see that Corey disclosed to the doctor at Ivy that my dad made me run on the treadmill, that I fell on the treadmill, and I also fell playing football. You will hear that she went against the advice of Ivy Pediatrics and left. And she took him to another hospital, community health center, I believe it's called. And at that hospital, they did another evaluation. And during that evaluation, Corey was healthy, had a few bruises, but still suspected child abuse. We recommend to you that we take Corey to Jersey Shore Medical Center. What does Brianna do? She leaves the hospital against medical advice. She leaves. She does at some point now take him by herself to Jersey Shore Medical Center, where he undergoes an evaluation. And you're going to hear that when he was at Jersey Shore Medical Center, they found that he had a possibility of something called sepsis, which you'll understand from a doctor. I'm not a doctor, I'm a lawyer. But doctors are going to testify here. And you're going to understand that sepsis is your body's reaction to an infection. And it's a rapid response to that infection. And that rapid response you're going to hear from doctors will tell you can show a child is loopy, disoriented, nauseous. And Jersey Shore Medical Center told her, Brianna, leave the child here. And she did not. She took Corey home, signed papers against medical advice. She took him home. So she's running from hospital to hospital to hospital, making emergency applications, you're going to hear, making complaints to DCP&P. So what does she do next? She's so concerned. You're going to hear how concerned she is. The evidence is going to show you how concerned she is for her son's safety. You're going to hear evidence that she was so concerned, she brought him to Christopher. Because her visitation was over. Remember, she didn't have full custody. Her visitation was over. And you're going to hear evidence that when Corey came home, he was tired. And Christopher did not find that to be unusual. Because often, by the way, Christopher lived in Barnegat. Brianna lived up in the Englishtown area. You'll hear testimony that actually, at some point, they were together and actually looking at houses together. You can hear evidence of that. But when he arrived, he was tired. And yes, Christopher did not find that unusual because he would often come back from Brianna's house and he was tired. So he looked in bed. And he slept. And he's on the phone with a woman, I believe her name is Marcy Brogna, and they're making plans to go on a date. And he's talking to her about what's going on in the house, that his son is there, that he's tired, that he's sleeping. And then you're going to hear testimony, I believe, from his mother, Christopher's mother, Carolyn. Because at some point, Christopher gets concerned because Corey's now been sleeping for a long time. So he calls his mom. Mom, I'm concerned. Corey has been sleeping quite some time now. And his mother just said to him, it happens every single time he comes back from their house. Let the kid sleep. So let him sleep. And then he ordered Grubhub. He ordered a Happy Meal, assuming that at some point Corey would awaken. And he did. He woke, said he wasn't feeling well. He had some milk, and he went back to bed on the couch. You're going to see that Christopher took a picture of Corey on that couch and sent it to this woman, Marcy Brogna, about how Corey was sound asleep on the couch. You're going to hear testimony that when he did awake, he was complaining of leg pain, serious enough that Christopher was concerned, began to throw up. You're going to hear testimony that he was loopy. You're going to hear testimony that he looked like he was drunk. And you're going to see Christopher drive him to Southern Ocean Medical Center. And you're going to see him pull up to the emergency department. And you're going to see him carry that little boy into a hospital. And you're going to see him standing there holding that child in his arms, which seems like hours, before anybody comes to help him. And they do. And they come and they help him and they take Corey away. And they start to do some testing. And then they decide they need to do a CAT scan. And while during the CAT scan, Corey seizes, goes into cardiac arrest. Life-saving techniques are now used to try to revive him. And he dies. And it sucks. This is a kid. No child should die. No child should die. But it's not murder. And you're going to hear testimony from doctors, experts. You're going to hear testimony from Dr. Larkin, who, by the way, Dr. Larkin has no skin in the game. This is a doctor that comes to the hospital. He's from the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner here in Ocean County. He has no idea what the relationship is between Christopher and Brianna and Christopher and Rebecca. He's got no clue. He just evaluates the child by science and medicine. Dr. Larkin found that Corey's blood results from Southern Ocean showed incredibly high white blood count, high glucose, and high lactic acid. And said that's all indicative of sepsis caused by an infection. The same sepsis that Jersey Shore Medical Center told Brianna Micciolo, do not take this child from the hospital. He possibly has sepsis. We need to evaluate him. Chief Medical Examiner here in Ocean County, his evaluation. You're going to hear evidence. Sepsis, infection, not murder. A CAT scan ordered after Corey's death by Dr. Larkin, evidence will show, showed the possibility of pneumonia. Pneumonia is an infection, and an infection causes sepsis. So the Ocean County Medical Examiner, the first person to evaluate Corey, which, by the way, is 12 days after the treadmill. 12 days. You're going to hear testimony that when he gets to Southern Ocean Medical Center, there's no report of any additional bruising since March 20th. You're going to see there's no signs of, I believe Ms. Schroen said, I hit with a baseball bat, stepped on, I don't know what she said, whatever she said. You're going to hear evidence that doesn't show any proof of any of that. As a matter of fact, their own chief medical examiner, who did the autopsy, was inconclusive and could not come up with the cause or manner of death yet, pending investigation and toxicology reports. And he said, their chief medical examiner said that the injuries sustained to Corey were all due to life-saving techniques. He left the hospital. He was distraught. He was upset. He told the nurse, I need privacy. And he left. You're going to hear testimony that he called his parents immediately. Said Corey passed. They, Dave and Carolyn, you will hear, went immediately to the hospital and called the Stafford Police Department to tell them their grandson had just died in the hospital. You need to do an investigation here. They reported it. What did Brianna and Rebecca do immediately? Talk about him leaving. Rebecca and Brianna immediately turned to social media, where they tortured and crucified that man, posting a picture the same day of him in a prison outfit behind bars, wishing him death. They formed a chat group on Facebook dedicated to Corey, But evidence is going to show it really wasn't dedicated to Corey. It was dedicated into harassing the Gregor family. So much so, you're going to hear testimony that both Brianna and Rebecca were arrested in Monroe, New Jersey, and pled guilty for harassing Dave and Carolyn Gregor by protesting in front of their house, putting up posters on
Objection,
telephone.
Judge.
Yes, please, thank you.
So first, the parties dispute whether or not there was a disposition of any kind of finding against the Micciolos. That has not previously been presented to me. So what I'm going to do is when that's presented, I'm going to make a ruling on whether that's admissible. Typically, municipal court level offenses are not admissible as proof of anything. Only if someone is convicted of a crime and they testify as a witness, and by a crime I mean a superior court level offense, would that evidence come in, and then I would give you an instruction as to how you analyze that conviction based upon the evidence. Here, it's undisputed that there's no such conviction for a crime. So I'm going to ask you to disregard that reference right now that there's been some disposition in municipal court. If and when we come to that point, I'm going to make a ruling about what, if anything, you're allowed to consider in relation to that disposition in municipal court. At that time, if I allow it into evidence, I'll give you a specific instruction, and you're only to consider it for that limited purpose. But at this point, there's clearly no criminal conviction, so you should strike that part from your recollection. Mr. Gallucci is going to move on. I appreciate your time and attention. Mr. Gallucci.
So you're going to hear testimony that it was as a result of threats made to the Gregor family that Christopher stayed away. He was afraid to come back to New Jersey. But when contacted by his family that he was wanted for questioning, you will see GPS that shows him actually heading back to New Jersey to speak with the police. He is stopped, and I believe it's Alcoa, Tennessee. Not because they were looking for him. They were looking for his car. He was free to leave. They took his car because they had a search warrant. And they searched his car. And they found a cell phone, maybe some other things. And then he came back to New Jersey. Didn't stay away. Didn't run away. You're going to hear testimony from two, maybe three experts. You're going to hear testimony from Dr. Andrew, who's a forensic pathologist, I believe, from New Hampshire. I believe they're going to call him as an expert. You're going to hear from our expert, Dr. Michael Bodden, who's here in New York, and they both completely disagree on the result of Corey's death. Dr. Bodden, supported by medical records, is going to testify that Corey died from sepsis as a result of pneumonia, natural causes, that the bruises from March 20th had absolutely nothing to do with his death, had nothing to do with his sepsis, and that any bruising he had now was absolutely directly related to the life-saving techniques at the hospital in Southern Ocean Methodist. Now I get to that point where I want you to remember that you guys were chosen by all of us out of hundreds of people we went through. And we chose you because we all believed you would be fair, you would be impartial, you would listen to their evidence. I don't have to give you any evidence. I'm going to give it to you, but I don't have to. And I know you will listen. And this is important, as Judge Ryan explains to you all the time. This is one of the most important things you could do as a citizen. He uses the example that our men and women are fighting in foreign countries and dying. So you can sit here right now. This is an unbelievable, not only civic responsibility, but a human responsibility. You, as a human, are going to judge another human. And that is an awesome responsibility. And I know you all take it very seriously. Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, before we go any further, it's my function to give you some instruction on the multiple charges you're going to consider. This is a relatively brief instruction. It's not like my opening instruction, so it's only a page and a half.
I'm just gonna cut off. Okay. Do you guys, real quick, do you guys like just like it cutting right in? Like, for instance, some of the testimony, it kind of cuts into the testimony. Just for this, so we can get through much. Hopefully that doesn't bother you. It doesn't play the whole thing. I'm doing like the Court TV ones where it'll just kind of like take a big chunk out of like the testimony that's important, just so we could watch more. My nose is itching. Ugh. So what do you guys think so far? So there's a couple of things I want to know about that whole thing where he talks about the sepsis. Did a doctor say that? And I heard that they bring like their own expert doctor on to like give their expert testimony of the autopsy and stuff or whatever. But I want to hear the freaking doctor at the emergency room that they're claiming that they said he had sepsis that day, the day before he died. I want to see that doctor. Like, I want to see the results where you're saying that she went against the order and took him out, because that's important. And if you're saying that happened, they would have that. So, I mean, they would bring him as a witness, because that would be huge. So if I don't see like that doctor being a witness, I call it false. Like, I call it a lie. I want to see it. And if it is, you would have them. You would subpoena them, because that would be a huge thing against the mother and for the father. And you're the lawyer. So we'll see. Because if not, I don't believe it. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. If not, if they don't have that doctor or whoever the information of them saying that he has sepsis and that she took him out against the hospital's orders, how can he say that? I mean, I guess they're allowed to say whatever, right? But it sucks because he said that, and now it was in my head, and now it's in the jury's head. Hopefully they're thinking, you better prove that. You better show us where you're getting that information, because if not, it doesn't exist. Because you know what I'm saying? If it exists, they would freaking be getting that person, somebody at the hospital or the paperwork or something to show it. I want to see it. So I guess we'll see, because I don't know. I'm doubting that they're going to be able to prove that. And it wouldn't be hard to prove. There'd be documented. It would be easy. Anyway, and I know that they're going to have their expert that's going to say that he died. One of the things was from sepsis, but that's not enough, because I want to know that he had it prior and she knew it and she took him out and didn't go. She went against doctor's order. You know what I'm saying? It's not enough just to say that like their doctor is going to show that that was one of the causes. That's not enough for me. Like, I guess, who am I? But you know what I'm saying? Oh, wait, I wanted to say, hold on. Oh, baby grandma, that's sad. I just got out of the hospital Tuesday after spending 6 days of nasty kidney infection that turned to sepsis. Sepsis is nothing to play around with. I know, I've heard like horror stories with sepsis. I mean, it could kill you. It's very dangerous. You have to get it treated. Agent, do we know how the chest laceration happened? No, I don't know. I mean, maybe we'll find out. Like, we're going to watch some of the doctor's things. So I'm not sure if it comes out in the trial. Plus the trial's not over yet. So next week, maybe guys, I could catch it actually. So that it's not going to be Monday, Tuesday. Maybe if I don't have anything going on, maybe I'll catch it live and stream it live Tuesday in the morning when it's on. What do you guys think? All right. So, hey, Soul. All right. So the next one I'm going to do, I don't know. I was debating if I'm going to do the mom right now, because that's like, what, 2 hours? That's going to be like the whole, I don't know. I was going to play some of the doctor stuff today because I haven't got to watch that. The mother's like a really long one, so I don't know. We'll see. I mean, we could eventually watch it, but I'm gonna play some other things first, if that's okay. All right, so I'm gonna play maybe one more testimony, and then we'll watch the treadmill thing. Let's just watch one more real quick of from the trials. Okay, so we did the opening statements. So I have okay, which one? I don't know the order. I just kind of like, let's do one of the doctors. So let's do oh, you want to do the phone call where they play the phone call? I haven't listened to it yet. Where Christopher calls CPS on the mother. Let's listen to that real quick. Do that.
That is the person I'm calling about. Her name is Brianna, Breanna, same last name.
Same last name as Corey?
Correct.
Okay, and where does she live at?
I am unsure.
Do you have a phone number for her or anything like that?
I don't have it readily available, but you guys have been involved numerous times with us, so I'm sure that it's in the documentation somewhere.
Okay, all right, and what were the concerns today for the child?
So essentially, his mother has put in an emergent application after filing
For custody as well?
yeah, so she essentially filed with the abuse allegations. There's a worker that's actively involved. The worker came out to the house unannounced for the first visit, had discussed with my son privately what happened to the collision that he had. My son had described that it was from football. Now, fast forward to yesterday, actually, it was this past weekend, my son's mother had it. She had the entire weekend, and she had called me on Friday. She called again on Sunday, which kind of made no sense in my mind, considering she had him that entire time. Nonetheless, now fast forward to yesterday. Yesterday, the DCTP worker that we have been working with informed me that my son needed to go get an evaluation done within 7 business days, or 7 days, excuse me. His son's mother then decided that to take it upon herself during the 3-hour visit yesterday to take my son to the doctor, to the hospital, and she just went video silent essentially from 7:30 until 1 o'clock in the morning. And I had no idea what was going on. She would not leave my son's side, and I was not able to be there for my son. And then furthermore, my son came back this morning, and he was saying to me that his mom said that he had to tell the doctor that I had hit him and things of that nature, and coaching him. I tried to call our case worker, but of course he's not answering. She said that the case worker told her to disregard the visitation and to go to the hospital. So, which I imagine is not the case, considering we had up to 7 days to do so, that it didn't have to be done the same day and against a court order.
So I mean, I can tell you that even not knowing this case at all, it's not something that DCTP would, restrict any sort of contact without any sort of documentation or court order involvement, kind of stating that. So that does not appear accurate. But I mean, and I can obviously note what you're telling me. I know that the worker didn't answer. The worker is probably, well, the offices are closed today. So this information will get, passed on to a worker. That way they can see this information as part of the case. But no, there's nobody available at this point in order for you to speak to.
No, and I figured as much, but I wanted to document that my son had came home today after he was supposed to come home at 7:30 last evening. His mother refused to leave his side, so I was not able to be there for my son. And he said it was at the direction of DCP&P. And furthermore, the big issue for me is, she put in an abuse allegation, which she's done over a dozen times. And every single time he has said that it is not the case. He has said it to the worker twice, once on Friday, once on Sunday, when the worker came back out. Now, after she had me for an extended period of time yesterday and had met the hospital and was coaching him to say that I hit him, he said it. So my big concern is just, that her coaching is going to be disregarded and it's only going to be regarded in his statement.
And I'll definitely make note of what you're saying, and the worker has to take all things into account. And I obviously can't speak for how the case itself is going to be managed, but I mean, I will note everything that we're talking about and make sure that the worker gets a copy of it.
Yeah, because realistically, the worker has spoken to my son at my residence, and my son's very comfortable here, so there's no issues with that. And my son, I need to know the worker was coming. So even if I wanted to do something like she did and coach my son to say a particular thing, I had zero time to do so. So, I just wanted documented that he came home and one of the first things first two things he said to me is, I don't want to go with my mom anymore. She's going to try to keep me away from you. And then he also said that, mom told me to lie, I had to lie. And that was a huge concern of mine.
Yes, I'll definitely make notice. I do have some mandated questions to ask you about your household, as well as mom's household. And if you don't know the answers, you can just tell me that you're aware.
Sure.
All right, what's the race and language of everybody involved?
White and English.
Any domestic violence, criminal history, or current substance abuse issues for anybody that you're aware of?
Not my household, their household, yes. The mother has significant substance abuse issues with methamphetamines, amphetamines, and heroin. And I actually am highly concerned that she's relapsing at this time.
What do you say that she's relapsing at this time?
She's acting very erratic and it's extremely out of character for her. And there's no rationale behind it.
Any special needs, disabilities, or diagnosed mental health issues?
Well, also I wanted to see that the mother's sister, so my son's aunt, who by court order is not supposed to be around my son, is around my son, and she just got out of jail for drug charges. And then there's also the maternal grandmother.
Any indication that the aunt is using around the child, and what's her name actually?
Her name is Nicole, Micciolo, and last name. No indication that she's using around him, at least that I'm aware of.
And what were you going to say about the grandparents?
Maternal grandmother's boyfriend, who also lives at the household, is a two-time convicted felony assault. And he's by court order not supposed to be there as well, but he is every time my son is there.
All right, and related to mom's drug issues, I know you said that you believe she relapsed. Any indications, aside from acting erratic and irrational, like did anybody say they saw her under influence or any specific evidence of her using drugs?
Not specific evidence in that regard. Also, she started hanging around her ex-boyfriend who she was using with. She's been around my son as well, which is also against court order.
Any safety concerns in either home for a worker? Any vicious animals, weapons?
No, not I'm aware of.
Any child prostitution, pornography, or forced labor regarding anybody?
Not here, and not that I'm aware of over there.
Any international travel for anybody within the last 14 days?
No.
Anybody either having COVID-19 or suspected to have COVID-19?
No.
And anybody having any series of respiratory infections, coughs, sore throat, anything like that?
No, but going back, I remember you asked a question about like mental disorders and things like that. The mother has PTSD from being bullied in middle school, and My son is diagnosed as emotionally disturbed, with the classification had when he lived with his mother based on the past aggressive behavior he showed, which does not exhibit anymore.
And I know that he's with you now. When is the next time he's due to see mom?
I believe it is next Tuesday.
What time do we know?
4:30 to 7:30, but knowing her, it's going to go over, she'll find an excuse to justify bringing the court order again.
And that contact that she has with him, when it happened, is it unsupervised?
Yes, correct.
All right, so this will go into our Ocean South office. That way they have this information, as documentation. Is there anything else I can do for you?
No, that's really it. I'm just, worried that she coached him to say something. He came home and told me it, but, maybe it's going to be considered, and it's just a huge concern of mine. On top of everything else.
Well, if everything does work out, I'll definitely make this notification.
All right, thank you. I appreciate it.
You're welcome. Have a good night. Bye. Who is the mother to the child?
Man, that was kind of hard to hear though. So these are just kind of clips that I got from like Law and Crime. So that just clipped out the phone call. So that was the day that Corey died because he was talking about like her taking him to the hospital and stuff the night before. So it's unbelievable. He's trying to be like slick and call ahead of time. Okay, so that's that. Now, are you guys ready to watch the treadmill part real quick before we get into something else? How many have seen the treadmill video? Let's watch that real quick, in case if, just so you guys are aware of, why it's called the treadmill. It's called the treadmill abuse trial or something like that. But it was 12 days before he died. So it's not the cause of his death. It's just a part of it's showing just like, I think the whole point is just to show a part of the abuse. And it's the only part that they actually have on camera to show, to kind of show that there was abuse going on, and it'll show how he got some of those bruises. 12 days. Yeah, he'd probably still have some of those 12 days after, right? Wouldn't he have some of the bruises still? How long do bruises last? I used to know all that when we did the what's that case? They talk about the bruises. Darley. Routier. Okay, so let's watch that real quick. Hold on, let me unstar that. So let's do that, and then we'll watch one of the doctors after that. All right, here we go. So trigger warning, because it's maybe triggering to some, especially knowing that, he ends up dying 12 days later. So who knows what, think about this. This is in a public place where he obviously knows there's a camera. He's probably not thinking about it. Anybody's going to look at the camera, but it's in a public place. So can you imagine behind closed doors? I do think he was so rough to him. And I feel like in Christopher's head, he was thinking, well, I'm toughing him up, my son, but it was abuse. It was like abuse. And I think he was thinking like, probably, I bet you he grew up with his dad being like that. Maybe, I don't know. I'm thinking it's just a theory. And so he thought, I'm going to toughen him up. So like in his head, he probably didn't think, I don't know if he would think it's abuse, but he probably made excuses like, I'm toughing him up. He's such a baby, like he grew, because he didn't come into his life until 5 years old. I think he found out about him when he was 4 and then got custody when he was 5, right? Full custody, or I think something like that. But it was around 5 where he first met him. So yeah, and probably in his head, he's probably thinking, oh, I'm toughing him up. And he bit his gosh darn head. Let me show you. Hold on. Did I share the audio? Dang it. I got to OCD it. I got to redo it because it's like OCD. Check it. Okay, here we go. So trigger warning. Like I said, it could be triggering for some to see this. All right, let's do this. So we'll watch it straight through. I like clipped out the part where from the testimony, so you'll see they cut to her like one time throughout it. But so I did once, and then I zoomed in just to. Okay, let's watch it. So watch the time though. So it's 16:17. So they're really only in there a little more than 10 minutes, but here we go. There's no sound though. This sound is just the background of the court. Oh wait, hold on. Hold on. I'll go full screen. All right.
Sorry. Let's start at the beginning.
Yeah, it's true. RL, yep. I think he wants to make his dad proud, and he's probably scared of him, obviously, but he's like also wanting to make him proud and have, and it's so sad though that, ugh. Because it was, I mean, I wish so bad there was sound so we could hear what he's saying to him, because he's talking to him when he goes over that. It's just like, what is I want to know what the heck he's saying. But you see his dad is up here. I can't point with this because it's not going to show. Or will it show up? Yeah, it will. So his dad's up here on his phone while his son's over here running. Lazy butt. He doesn't even do that much of a workout either. Watch. It's not really that much. And his son's running the whole time. Oh, hey, Killian. Killian. Wait, what are you confused about? 1111, that message. Make a wish. Like, what was he saying? Like, he holds up that. He's probably like telling him like what he has to do. I don't know. He's probably a jerk about it. What do you guys think he said to him? Al Gaiman and Sleuthing, how are you? They're gonna play more. That when the part that's concerning, they'll play in 1 minute.
I'll move to the next video, which would be S18C for purposes of the record.
Very good.
Yeah, right, Frank. I know. It's crazy. Like a 6-year-old just hopping on the treadmill knows exactly what to do. He does it really good, though. I mean, he's running better than I do on it. But yeah. Then we got Jerk Boy up here. Trying to be Hulk Hogan. He's, I don't know. He's got those red socks and high waters. He looks like a dork. His pants are all like dorky looking, and then you can see like his red socks. Sorry, I like making fun of these freaking jerks because normally I wouldn't make fun of people like for that, but for people like that, look, now he's just on his phone. Oh no, he's pulling up. Never mind. Yeah, like the more that I watch this and get and learn about this case, the more that I'm seeing what a jerk he is. Okay, so look at a dork ball. Okay, so he's coming over here. Making sure he knows he's watching him, so the kid Corey probably knows, like, I can't stop. I got to keep going. So I wonder if he probably did overwork him. I want to look up heart contusions. Hold on. Or laceration. Wait, what did they call the heart contusions or lacerations when we read that? What was it, guys? Because they said the one doctor said he never seen those before. But wonder if it is for overworking somebody, like cardio, on the cardio stuff. Did they say lacerations or no? But AGM, when they said heart contusion. Hey, Kez Oh, okay. That's why I have them both in my head. Thank you. So laceration and contusion. What the heck? Oh yeah, contusion's a bruise. Yes, I knew that. But so the heart, the one that they said heart. But wait, they wouldn't have said heart contusion, would they have? That would have been chest contusion. I don't know. Let me look it up real quick. Because a heart contusion, like when I first heard they said like liver or wasn't it liver or kidney lacerations and heart lacerations, I'm thinking, dude, he wasn't stabbed. Like I'm thinking a laceration, but obviously I'm not thinking of whatever it can do to your organs. Is not like, I want to learn what it is because I don't know what it is for your heart. Oh, it sounds really bad. I don't know. Like, how do you get that? I'm looking it up. Laceration, okay. A tear in the wall of the heart often causes fatal bleeding before people can be taken to the hospital. However, bleeding from a small tear is sometimes contained by the membrane around the heart, long enough for people to receive treatment. And then a contusion. What is a cardiac wound? A myocardial contusion, so it was a contusion too, or cardiac contusion is a bruise on your heart muscle. What the heck? This is making my heart hurt reading this. For like in both ways. Common causes include car crashes and falls. Treatment depends on the complications that may happen after this blunt cardiac injury. So he got hit really hard on his heart. Do they have a treadmill? I want to know if he has a treadmill in his house. Because I could see how he was falling on this could get a chest contusion because he would fall down real hard. But can that be, okay, so 12 days before, could he have had that and then the symptoms didn't appear for 12 days? Or did it happen? But if it happened again at this gym, there would be a tape of it. That's what I don't understand. And if there's not a tape, Look, he's going back and checking on him. If there's not a tape, then a video, then does he have a treadmill at his house, or was it? Because I could see that causing some of this. Okay, so now he's talking to him. You see, he's turning it up, turned up the speed. Look how fast. That's too fast for a little 6-year-old. Poor guy. You know how hard that is? It's like, it's kind of scary when you have it real fast and you have to keep going. And you know, if you don't keep up, you're going to fall. Imagine a 6-year-old. Like, I'm scared of that crap. Like, that's scary. You turn it up even more. Look, more. Oh, my heart's hurting watching this. Look, there's somebody outside the window. You could see if they only knew what just walked past. Wow, look how fast. Like, it almost looks like he's going to go back there to catch him if he falls, but then he doesn't even catch him. Look. Lets him just fall right off. It's like, why are you acting like you're going back there to help him? You don't help him. You let him fall right off. He could have freaking caught him. He lets him fall. Now watch how he picks him up. Watch it. Now watch. Now look. Watch him bite his head now. And then... I guess I could see that doing the contusion because he's falling on his chest. But I want to know, 12 days, wouldn't some sign show up? Because I just want to know if it could possibly be from this. I just think he could have done it again, but isn't there a surveillance then? Oh, I don't know. That seems like that could definitely be. Because now that I know what a laceration and contusion is, that definitely could be how he fell. Let's see. Hold on. Let me look at the time frame. But then how did they not catch that at the hospital the day before? And look, right there, it looks like he's mad at him. Did you see how he just went like that all mad? Let me show you real quick. Hold on. Look. Watch him. It's like he's mad at him. Like he did something wrong. Watch. Watch him like pound it. He points to put his foot over there to go on the side. I noticed that. He's showing him to go on the side, but watch. Watch this. He gets mad, jerk. Look. Ready? He's like, and then he's like, watch him pound. Like he's mad. Ready? He's like saying something. It's like he's yelling at him, almost pounds it. Look at his body language. And then he looks at him like glares. Did you see how he looked at him? He's like, and just like glared. He's mad. Now watch him. You could tell he's like all scared or whatever. Look at him walking. And plus he's sore. Look. And he's like looking over at him. You could tell he's like kind of scared. His dad is mad at him. What did he do? He didn't hold. Why? Because he couldn't keep up on the treadmill? That body language, he is mad. And he didn't even do anything. It's bull crap. Okay, so now I want to zoom in because I want to. Are you guys all right? I just want to show you like the bite and see what you guys think. So I have this one zoomed in. And then so you could kind of see his body language more. Yeah, the more I watch this, the more I'm seeing with his dad. And it's just, yeah, he's a jerk. Look at his freaking dorky red socks with your freaking high waters. All right. Now watch. He's yelling at the poor kid. It's like he's probably like, you're too slow. You're fat. Come on. Can't keep up. I'm guessing all this. He's saying stuff like that. I know it. Yeah, I am. At first, I wasn't sure if he was biting him, and the more I watched, he is, because Corey starts, when he picks up, he starts to like get it going, and then when he bites his head, he loses. He's like, because it's probably hurting him. You'll see, like he was about to get it, and then he gets bit in the head, and he like his legs like drop, like he buckles under because he's freaking getting bit in the head. Just watch. If anybody doubts that he's biting him, he is, because you could see Corey's reaction to it. So I think he's, that he's biting him hard. I want to punch his dad. Like, who does he think? I mean, who is this jerk? You're not some freaking body, but look at you. You're out of shape. You look like crap. Okay, watch. Watch him like he... Why you pull him up so rough? So he's starting to get it. Now he bites him. So then he loses his grip. Like, look, he's like, like he's losing it because he's biting him. Like, what was that for? Like, I don't even... Like, nobody tries to get on the treadmill when it's moving that fast. Like, how is he expecting his son to get on there when he's moving? Like, it's moving. And I couldn't even do that. Are you kidding me? It's bull crap. So he just points, though, to go on the side. And then, now watch. It's like he's yelling at him. Right here, he gets mad. Watch the body language here. You know what? It almost looked like, if he wasn't in the gym, it looked like he wanted to just hit him in the head. Do you see? He's just like, I guarantee if he was at home, he would have just went bam, as he walked away, but he realized he was in the gym and he's in a public place. Did he not look like he was about to just hit him in the head? I guarantee, and behind closed doors, he would have done that. Watch. As he walks away, it's like he would have, I don't know. I just watched. Right there. He would have freaking just hit him. I guarantee he would have. So he's probably hitting him like crazy at home. Jerk. What? Look. Yeah, he's definitely yelling at him. Yeah, he wanted to hit him. And look how scared. Look at him. He's just like... But I know this is... I want to show just one more time the biting. I just don't understand the biting. I don't get it. Well, I don't get any of it, but what the heck? Because at first I was like, is he not? I don't know if he's like biting him, but yeah, now there's not even a doubt in my mind because of the reaction that he's doing. Oh my God. Like, obviously his mouth's open and it's on his head. I knew that, but I wasn't convinced that he was like biting down, but I am now because, like I said, he actually was starting to run fine. And then as soon as he bit him, he just like started buckling. I can't even imagine being bit in the freaking head. I can't. Let's see, I put it in slow motion because if anybody's doubting it like I did before about the biting, I just want you to realize he is definitely biting him hard. And I just want to make sure you guys see, because look, he's running fine, bites, and he starts buckling because he's hurting. He's definitely biting down. That's so messed up. What the heck? How the heck are you going to do that? I don't even understand. I did too, Van. I thought, you know what I thought? I knew he was using his mouth, Van, but I thought he was just kind of trying to hold him down with his mouth kind of open like this, and not, that's just kind of how he was doing it. And I didn't think he was biting him because it just didn't make sense. Like, why is he going to bite him in the head? But I'm glad I kept watching it. And like I said, there's not a doubt in my mind that he's biting down hard because of the boy's reaction. Like, he's freaking, like how yeah, how he's like, he's running fine. His feet are up. And then as soon as he does that, he freaking just like, oh, and he like loses his footing. He's like in pain. He's trying to like drop down because he's getting bitten. He's hurting. I hate him. Wait a minute. Dude, look at that. I just caught that. That elevation is going up. I'm glad I put it in slow motion. He's putting it on an incline. Do you see that raising? I just caught that. This is raising up the incline. So not only is he speeding it up, he's doing the incline up. Watch that. See, that's why I like watching this over and over. I know it's not for like it's because I'm catching things. Like, I'm catching like 100%. He bit him, and I'm glad I realized that. And I just caught, look, the incline. Do you see that? So not only did he freaking turn it up, he inclined it. You've got to be kidding me. Look how low it is, and then, right? Isn't that what that's doing? Look at it raising up. It's going up quick, too. Gotta be kidding me. That's hard, dude. Oh, I just can't. This guy needs to, I hope he does go. I hope he gets charged. I don't know if he will. I hope he does. Yeah, I have this in slow motions. So yeah, picks up. Corey gets his footing pretty good. He's starting to do good, and then bite, and then he just loses it. Oh. Because he's hurting. Like, he's hurt. Anyway, that's the treadmill video. It's just crazy. He better, but I feel like there's a chance, maybe not. Do you think there's a chance he might not? He'll definitely get the child endangerment charge, right? But I don't know. I don't know if it's 100% he'll get the murder charge. I don't know. I hope he does, because, well, I want to watch the rest of the trial and see. But right now, it's like, yeah, this guy. And then that I saw the pictures of all the bruises. Like, yeah. This poor kid is probably like, just like his dad, is so scared, trying to make his dad proud, plus scared that if he doesn't keep trying, he's probably in pain, scared to death. I can't even. I wish there was audio on this, because I guarantee he's being a jerk, and it would help to show what a jerk he is. Like, you know what I'm saying? I bet he's yelling at him. He's degrading him. He's probably just calling him like so many names, I bet. Yeah. Yeah, right, Melody. I know. I know he is, Sarah. It's horrible. I don't know. I still don't know. And I don't know if it comes out in the trial. Wait, who said that? Where is it at? Stephanie. I don't know. I'm hoping they explain that. Because she had it until he was like 5. And then when she introduced him, finally he found out he had a kid. They were sharing custody, and then somehow he got full custody. I don't know how. I don't know. I know she's a drug addict, recovering drug addict. I'm sure that played a part in him. He probably somehow got it by like playing his slimy game, saying, oh, she's on drugs, or I don't know. I mean, Look at him. He's like, look at him. He's scared. He's hurting. He's probably like, what the heck just happened? Look at him kind of limping. And look how he's like looking at him. Look, and he's even yelling at him right there. Hold on a second. I had that. Hold on. I want to show you something because it's like he's still kind of yelling at him. Oh, wait, where'd that go? Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Wait, that was not the right one. I think it's right here. Yeah, this one. All right, hold on one second. Right there, I think, is where. Like, look. Attitude. You can read that body language. He is not happy with him. He's being a jerk. It's like disappointed. The guy did more freaking exercise than you. He was running the whole time. You did what? You guys were there like a little, like what?
To publish a video.
12 minutes? Or wait, they got there at 8:17 after. They left at what time? Hold on. Like what? Is that right? Yeah, 13 minutes they were there. Okay. He ran the whole time. And what the heck did you do? You freaking was on your phone, moping around a little bit here. Let's do a couple pull-ups. Let's do a couple of these. And you're going to like try to say, get on him for what he did? No. All right. So let's watch. We'll watch a couple of the doctor's stuff now. I just hate him the more I'm doing it. Hannah, there's an article online that shows pictures his mom took. Yeah, we actually went through Daily Mail and Crime Online, the pictures. If you rewind to the beginning, we looked at those. I know, it's crazy. Yes, and the bite mark on his arm. I said, dude, that looks like a bite mark. Yes, we went through those. And she even said, like that he would come home with bite marks, and yeah, it's not. You're right, but it's like on the head. So it's like when I didn't know about like that he did that until after I watched the treadmill video and like got convinced, it was a bite. And then just tonight, actually, when I was going through getting stuff together for the live, I saw those pictures, and then I saw her talking about it, saying about how the bruises and bite marks. So then I realized, he does it often. It's crazy. It's like, I wonder how many times he bit the kid on the head. I can't even believe it, on the freaking head. And the kid didn't, it was like, almost like this is how the kid is, I feel like, was so used to this abuse that he didn't really have a reaction. Like, you could tell that was definitely not the first time or the second. Like, that's happened multiple times, the abuse, because there wasn't a big reaction from the kid. You see what I'm saying? Like, if it was like the first time or it didn't happen that much, it was like, there would be more of a reaction. There really wasn't, because the kid was used to it. It's ridiculous. The kid, I'm sorry, Corey. I should call him Corey. I don't know. I keep saying the kid, but yeah, it's just, he's definitely, that reaction by Corey is because he was used to it. There was no reaction, and it's sad. Yeah. All right, so let's watch. I have all the doctors at least the doctors I found. So I have one from the pediatrician. Let's do the pediatrician real quick. Yeah, because then we'll do the emergency nurse. So it'll kind of go in the order because the pediatrician was first. So, can somebody do me a favor? So I have a part of like where Law and Crime like clipped out, some of the things, and one of the things they clipped out, it was like where he cried or whatever, but that was during the autopsy results. So, but they just clipped out like 9 minutes of it. I want the whole part. I want the whole testimony for that. So, I mean, I could probably find it, but if anybody knows what day that's at, because when I watched it, I would like to watch that whole thing where they talk about the autopsy. If anybody knows offhand and can help me, so I don't have to bother, and I could work on getting some other stuff together. All right, so we're going to do the pediatrician. Okay, I have a question. Do you guys, I have this done when they kind of talk a little bit, or should I just find it in the trial? What do you guys think? I just like these ones because they kind of take out like all the downtime is not in there, but I'm going to press play and then let me know if you guys are annoyed at it this way. But why is this spinning? Hold on. I'm going to have to wait anyway. Hold on 1 second. It's a spinner. Oh, no, it worked. Okay, here.
Switching gears now to go to New Jersey for the Treadmill abuse murder trial. Defendant Christopher Gregor is accused of forcing his 6-year-old son Corey to run on a treadmill at really impossibly high speeds for a kid that young because he believed the boy was too fat. Now, Gregor is charged with endangering the welfare of a child and first-degree murder in the death of Corey. The state presented video evidence of Gregor forcing Corey on a treadmill in his apartment gym, showing Corey repeatedly falling down as he tried to stand. It was really tough to watch. Now, the pediatrician who examined Corey the day before he died took the stand today, so we're going to get you inside the courtroom for that testimony.
Where did you see him?
That's where I saw him, in the exam room.
Did you stay in the room for the duration of Corey's exam?
I did.
And was Corey's mom in the room for the duration of the exam as well?
Yes.
When it came time for you to perform your portion of the exam, other than the weighing and measuring, was anybody else in the room other than the people you described?
No.
And could you tell me what, if any, initial observations of Corey did you make?
So when I entered the room, Corey was sitting on the exam table. That's where he had been brought to get his blood pressure taken and his pulse and his breathing and his pulse ox. He was sitting there, and the nurse had asked him to take his shirt off. So he had his pants on and shirt off, and he was sitting quietly on the exam table. And his mother was seated in the exam room next to the exam table.
And did you make any initial observations when you walked in of how Corey looked?
Yeah, so as a pediatrician, we rely not just on what patients say, but how they're acting, because they don't, kids don't just tell you something hurts. A lot of times they don't, or they don't. So you're always looking from the very start. How are they sitting? How are they looking? Do they look alert? Are they looking bright? Before we set an eye, before we touch a patient, we're looking for all the evidence, everything we can get. And he was sitting quietly. He was breathing easily. He didn't look in any distress. And he just looked very serious. And I'd say, kind of contained, like stoic, kind of. Just very sitting.
Did you observe Corey's mom?
And so she was sitting, and she looked just very worried and concerned.
Okay. Did you observe any interaction between Corey and his mom?
Well, he would look at her, and they would just look at each other as I was asking first the mother. Now I'm going to find out from them what is the history, like what's happened, or what are you worried about? So what we call, and she was listed as the independent historian. She was the one to give the history, as parents do, first.
Did you tell Corey anything about his visit with you that day, or the purpose of his visit?
So based on, I do give children a chance to say what hurts or what's the problem, or what happened, if it's an injury, how did you get hurt? So I did that. And he at first didn't want to say anything. Shake his head. No, I don't know. And so I explained to him that in order to help him, I had to know how he got hurt and what happened. And still he hesitated. So I said, Corey, we can't help you if we don't know what happened. And please, and don't worry, because you know, I need to know so I can help you be safe.
And did Corey give you any response?
And so he looked at his mom, and she said,
You can't tell me what anybody else
okay.
said. But did Corey give you a response?
He did. He said that he got the chest and arm and hip bruises and the forehead scrape when he was playing football outside on the turf. And he said that his dad was teaching him how to catch a football. And when I pressed him further, you know, that's a lot from playing football. He said he got more bruises when he fell from a treadmill.
And what was his demeanor while you were speaking with him and he was speaking with you?
Well, as he was explaining this, his mother teared up and started to cry, and then he got tearful as well.
Did you end up conducting an examination of Corey?
I did.
And could you tell me what that examination at first consisted of?
So I reviewed his what the nurses had found out, and he had a normal blood pressure. He had what we call a pulse ox test that tests on the finger his oxygen level. It was 98%. His pulse rate was 90, and his respiratory rate was 24. His temperature was 98.6, so it was normal, no fever. And I considered those vital signs normal for his age.
Did you go on to conduct an examination, like a general one, or ear, nose, and throat, or anything like that?
Yes, and I'm noticing here when I said my first thing is generally just look at them, and he had normal activity and normal interaction. I forgot he said, tell me that, I don't know, I have something in my notes that you might.
Why don't you show it without speaking until you show it to Ms. Strong, I'll have counsel decide for it.
All right, so that little issue leads to a sidebar about exactly what she could tell this jury about what Corey told her about what his dad told him, which of course creates a situation of double hearsay. So that created a problem. We'll take a break right now. When we come back, we'll have more testimony from Dr. Nair.
Well, I'm eating, but I'm going to skip through until. Nice caps locked. Okay, hold on 1 second. All right.
Get your impression of this case. This jury has already seen a it's just an awful video of how this defendant treated his son. But there are some issues, I think, here with causation as to whether, that abuse and the abuse that we're learning about can be attributed to the actual.
What happened? Hold on. That was weird. Okay. Sorry, I don't know what the heck happened. That was weird. Okay, let me try this again. How is it on mute now? Okay.
some neurological issues and so forth. But the video is so bad, you know, and I mean, just watching it right now and him trying to bite his son. I mean, just it's so bad. I don't think the defense is going to be able to do anything with this. And to argue that something else caused poor Corey's death, it's really an uphill battle. I'm surprised that this defendant didn't take the 30-year offer. I wouldn't be surprised that when he's convicted, he gets sentenced to life, because someone treating their own child like this, it's really beyond the pale. So very tough case to defend. Maybe they're going to try to get a lesser included, like manslaughter. But when you have a special duty like this to your child, it's very hard to win a case like this.
Yeah, I agree. And what Nima's talking about is the state offered a deal to this defendant. They said if he pled guilty, he would just get 30 years and he wouldn't be eligible for parole for those 30 years. But he chose not to. He wanted to take this to trial. And again, with this type of evidence, I don't know. I agree with you, Nima. The other thing is, because of this video, it really lets the jury and our viewers who are watching believe that this guy's really capable of anything. So when you hear this little boy tell this doctor that he had all these bruises which seem to match up with where some of these injuries were, a bruise on his side, he had a lacerated liver, he's playing football, there was a bruise or some kind of area, discoloration in his chest, he had a lacerated heart. I could just envision how this guy would have wanted to teach his son how to play football on turf and causing all those bruises. It is a very, very short leap to think of the type of things that he was doing to that poor little boy under the guise of trying to teach him how to play football that resulted in these deadly injuries.
No, I agree, Michael. I mean, the poor Corey suffered from so many injuries, and the defense is really not going to have any other plausible or reasonable explanation, especially when this video is so graphic and so violent. Talking about a young boy, 6 years old, and the way he was treated. And frankly, I mean, I don't think anyone's going to understand why anyone would think that this child is overweight and needs to run on a treadmill. It just doesn't make any sense. This is a sick and twisted father, and I think we're going to get a pretty quick conviction here, Michael.
Yeah, I would have to agree. I think what he was functioning from was a place of anger, and I think he was taking out whatever anger he had at the world, at the mom, at whoever else was involved. He was taking it out on this poor little 6-year-old boy. It's just a real crying shame. All right, Nima, stand by. We're going to get back to court now, where the judge and the attorneys are actually discussing an issue outside the presence of the jury. And this involves, again, as I mentioned earlier, double hearsay, words that were said to Corey by his father that he tells the doctor. Can she tell the jury those things? Let's get back into court.
Judge, with regard to the exception to the hearsay rule with regard to Corey's then existing state of mind under 803C3.
All right. Thank you. Mr. Micciolo, this round.
Your Honor, I don't know what that actually says about his state of mind. I don't know what that statement means. There's no clarity, and as a result, I think it's irrelevant for the purposes of medical treatment, but also the state of mind. It doesn't add anything. And it calls the jury and whoever hears it to speculate as to what that might mean. For those reasons, it should not come in. And I would also ask to strike the portion of the doctor's testimony during her direct examination that did not come out during the prior 104 hearing, where she made a reference to consistent prodding of Corey to get additional information out of him. That was not made clear, or did not come out during the 104 hearing, because we could have addressed it then. And as a result, I think it should be stricken.
Thank you. All right, so first let me deal with the new statement that I'll ask the state about the additional request. Evidence Rule 803C3 provides that following type of statement could be admissible. A statement made in good faith of the declarant's then existing state of mind, emotion, sensation, or physical condition, such as intent, plan, motive, design, mental feeling, pain, or bodily health. So this typically means that someone who is presently saying, I'm in pain, my leg hurts, my arm hurts, whether made to a physician or someone else. Those statements are generally considered inherently reliable. People don't typically complain about something like that at a particular moment. And every exception to the hearsay rule is based upon an indicia of reliability. So here, I previously found that child statements about the cause, as well as what parts of his body may have been in pain, were appropriate. This is more of a question or request made by the child to the physician. Promise not to tell anyone what I said. That's not a statement about his emotion, sensation, or physical condition. In terms of his state of mind, arguably, I guess it relates to his state of mind, but it's really more of a concern about sharing with someone. I don't know if it's particularly probative. The child was injured in football. Perhaps he thought, I won't be able to play football anymore. I know the state wants to be that I don't want my father to know I told him I fell on the treadmill, but it's ambiguous. It's certainly beyond the scope of seeking medical treatment, beyond the scope of an existing complaint or statement of current pain. So I find that this additional statement, promise not to tell anyone what he said, should not be admitted to the jury. Again, I'm constrained by the evidence rules. Ms. Ferranti then brought up the second issue about the doctor's testimony at the earlier 104 hearing was somewhat more basic, that she saw bruises and that Corey said they were caused by football injuries, and then further he said they were caused by falling on a treadmill. Contrary, or at least inconsistent with that, before the jury, she indicated Corey initially refused to explain what happened, that she was prodding him, that she said to him that she explained that she had to know what happened in order to be able to help him so he could be safe. Corey then said that the bruises, which the doctor saw on chest, arms, head, were from football. The doctor expressed here that she had some disbelief. I'm a little unsure if she said to Corey she disbelieved them or if she's just telling us she disbelieved them. And then when pressed further, he said he fell on a treadmill. So I just wonder, like, why didn't she tell us that at the 104 hearing? It's the whole purpose of doing that. So now I'm concerned that it was a result of prodding. It was a result of saying, we need you to be safe, which suggests he's in danger.
All right, we're going to take a break. We'll have more of the judge's ruling when we come back. Thanks to Nemo.
Okay, let me skip through that. Amanda, are you still here? I responded. Where are you? I just saw your text. Wait, is that even a break? Oh, yeah. Wait a minute. Hold on. Oh, gosh, darn it. Yeah, I hate that. That's why I was trying to skip through that.
It's a lot.
What the heck? Well, when does it start? Aw.
Fell from it.
Music. I don't know. Like I said, I don't want to. That's just her talking. It's just what I think they're playing this as the commercial, right?
And then he got tear.
Yeah, why do they have that music? Because, like I said, I've gotten copywritten from their music before. So, okay. Dang it, that was so loud.
I'm Michael Ayala. Defendant Christopher Gregor is accused of first-degree murder in the death of his 6-year-old son, Corey Micciolo. Now, yesterday, the jury saw multiple videos of the defendant and his son in the building's gym. 6-year-old Corey is on the treadmill, and Gregor can be seen increasing the speed on the treadmill, really until the child repeatedly falls while running and trying to get back on the machine while it's running. Though prosecutors aren't saying the treadmill actually caused Corey's death, they do say the child was the victim of chronic abuse. Today, one of Corey's teachers testified that she saw several bruises on him. Attorneys on both sides have been discussing the issue with the judge, and this involves the doctor who looked at him and examined him right before he was sent to the hospital. And The problem is she said something to the effect that I had to press him or prod him for information. The defense is arguing that that's prejudicial. They want a corrective instruction. Against the state is obviously arguing against that. So let's get back into court as the judge continues to discuss the issues with the attorneys.
Her testimony changed or became more detailed in just a matter of minutes. So now what do I do about that? Do I just tell the jury to disregard the whole thing? Or is there some other remedy? Or do I allow Mr. Gallucci to then cross-examine her about, isn't it true you just testified at a hearing outside the presence of the jury and you didn't say that? Because if we did this last week, for instance, he would have ordered a transcript from that and would have dealt with that. And the real question is, why? Why did she do that? Why did she not volunteer that to us in the first place?
Judge, I cannot answer why she didn't do it in the first place. I don't know if it's how my questions came across her. I don't know if it's in the context of asking about demeanor.
I honestly thought that your questions were longer than necessary at the 104 hearing, that you didn't want, that's not a criticism, but I meant you could have just gone to, doctor, we'll get to your qualifications later. Did you see Corey on April 1st? And what did it say? But instead, you developed a record.
I was
and that's why I'm somewhat
to.
troubled that her answers were different before the jury than they were outside the presence of the
I was
jury.
trying to, so that way anything that needed to be on the record could be on the record.
And
And
that's
as far as,
commendable, let me say, I appreciate you for that. My comments are not critical of the prosecution at this point.
as far as what she said to Corey, I was trying to bring that out in a chronological way. And what she said to Corey wouldn't, be part of the 104 hearing about his statements. And I think when she told me things, it was a little jumbled. And I don't know if she appreciated the significance of that, possibly, instead of it occurring at separate portions like I was trying to do at the 104 hearing. And I also asked about his demeanor. I think I followed up with that question, which may have caused her to say it the way she did. I can't speak for her, but that is why I did try to conduct the 104 hearing the way that I did, so all of it could be fleshed out.
I don't think your questions were remarkably different between the 104 hearing and her testimony before the jury. I don't think anything you did as a prosecutor was trying to limit or avoid something coming out of the 104 hearing. I think her testimony was different and that was her own doing. So what's the defense suggest I do?
Judge, I believe in order to be fair, if the court is willing to strike that portion of the testimony, or as the alternative that the court suggested, allowing us to cross-examine the differences in the 104 hearing. And just to clarify, if the court would strike all of the testimony from this doctor or allow us to impeach her through the 104 hearing testimony, if we can make reference to it, I think either of those would be acceptable.
All right, so anyone else, Mr. Gucci?
I personally would rather strike it than allow me to cross-examine her on it. That would be my first preference.
All right, so evidentiary rulings are designed for the trial judge to exercise discretion based upon the particular facts and circumstances of the case. So as a general proposition, I find that what the doctor described is virtually common knowledge. You come to a doctor, the doctor elicits a history from you, or an assistant does. For a child, it's very common that a history is elicited from a parent. It's common that physicians ask patients complaints of pain, and that they also elicit the cause or origin of that pain. So all those things are appropriate. I also think that it's common knowledge that children are sometimes reluctant to say things. In the interest of this trial, I think the jury is smart enough to be able to make its own credibility determinations. The jury's seen the treadmill video. It's very, very likely the child has some bruise or abrasion from it. So that's not particularly shocking to the jury that the doctor observed these things. So I find it will be inappropriate for me to strike the doctor's testimony, and I declined to do so. In terms of whether or not Mr. Gallucci then cross-examines the witness on the fact that her testimony was different at the 104 hearing than it was in front of the jury, that's somewhat problematic. There's no transcript from it because it just occurred. You could perhaps try to handle it, but what I was thinking was similar to the limiting instruction on statements of defendant, I would give a limiting instruction to the jury at the conclusion of this doctor's testimony that there is, for their consideration in this case, oral statements allegedly made by Corey to the physician. Normally, hearsay statements are not permitted into evidence. However, statements made in good faith, and I try to track the evidence rule, statements made in good faith of a person's then existing sensation or physical condition, including complaints of pain, as well as statements made in good faith for the purposes of medical diagnosis, describing medical history, past, present symptoms or sensation, their general inception, or their inception or general cause are admissible. And then to give that same instruction in considering whether or not Corey actually made these oral statements, you should consider and weigh this evidence with caution. You should take into consideration all the facts and circumstances, including whether the doctor prodded him to make any statements. If after consideration you determine these statements were not actually made or they're not credible, then you must disregard them. If you find the statement was made and all or portion is credible, you give what weight you think to that portion of the statement you find to be truthful and credible.
In addition to me being able to cross-examine her.
Yeah, I think I need to give that limiting instruction, period.
Yes.
The question about the cross-examination, though, is what are you going to do when she says, no, I said that I was the same both times. Are you going to ask for a readback or I don't know how to handle that? All right, well, we should give the court reporter some time to look that up rather than just.
I understand that.
Madam Reporter, is that something you could do?
Sure, I think you just have to, when we go off the record, you can guide me a little bit.
All right, so that's the end of the arguments there. Obviously, that was taking place outside the presence of the jury. They'll be bringing the jury back in so the doctor can continue her testimony. The judge really had three choices here. The doctor testified on a proffer of evidence. This was outside the presence of the jury. She didn't mention that she had to pick and prod to get that information out. So the defense said, look, we want to strike all of her testimony at this point. The judge said, no, I'm not going to go that far. He could allow them to cross her on it. Her previous testimony that was outside the presence of the jury that differed. But, he decided, you know what, I'm going to give a curative instruction. He's going to tell them when they look at this testimony, they have to take different things into account. So that was the choice he made. He also did say, though, if she denies that she didn't make that statement previously, then they will be allowed to cross-examine her. And although they don't have any kind of affidavit on it or any kind of record of it, they will go back and they will have the court reporter go back and read back what she testified to. So judge came up with a nice compromise there. All right, looks like they're set to go. Jury back in. Let's go back in for more of the doctor's testimony.
Left off, I was asking you about the examination of Corey that you conducted. Could you please describe the examination that you performed on Corey?
Yes, so as I say, he had normal activity and alertness, was sitting up without favoring anything. His eyes, when I say eyes, were clear. I looked at the external, everything looked normal. The whites of his eyes looked normal. I looked inside his eyes with a ophthalmoscope and then into the back of his eyes, that was normal. I examined his ears, canal, and his tympanic membranes. The canals were clear. His throat was clear. He didn't have any redness of his throat. He had no signs of any viral. When I say viral stigmata, I mean he had no runny nose, no mucus. His neck, he could move it all directions. It was supple. He wasn't favoring it. And he had no what we call cervical adenopathy, meaning he had no enlarged lymph nodes anywhere on his neck. And the other thing that I look for when there's infection is if there's tenderness over the cheekbones, to look at the sinuses, and I checked them and they were not tender, and the other sinuses I palpated and there was no tenderness. I listened to his heart and it was a regular rate and rhythm. He didn't have any murmurs. He had normal heart sounds, and his breathing, I had already observed that he wasn't breathing fast or heavy. He wasn't sucking what we call labored, sucking his ribs in, making any effort. He was just breathing normally, quietly. And when I listened to him with a stethoscope, his lungs were clear. And he had what we call good air movement, meaning he had a full breath in and out. And I was particularly interested because some of I was interested in any rib injuries. In fact, I palpated all his, I had him lay down, I checked his abdomen, it wasn't distended. When I say HSMM, he had no enlargement that I could feel of his liver, his spleen, or any masses that I could feel. He didn't guard, because sometimes children don't tell you that things hurt. So I push hard, and there was no tightening of his muscles. There was nothing, and I listened to his bowel sounds, and meaning I listened with the stethoscope, and they were normal. So everything was good with his bowels. As far as neurologic, he was alert. When I say oriented times 3, he knew where he was, he knew who he was and who he's with. Checked pupils, their reactivity, and his eye movements, all his cranial nerves. There was no drooping. Everything, when he moved his mouth, there wasn't any drooping. And then I went on to look at his muscular skeletal system. I also I noted all of the findings on his skin. I can talk about them now, or I can complete the rest of the exam and then talk about that.
Could you tell me about the rest of the exam first?
Yeah. So I wanted to make sure he didn't have any injuries to his muscles or bones. So I had him raise his arms up over his head, and he could do that. He could move them every way I wanted. He could, I had him get off the table and walk for me and jump up and down. Without any difficulty, without favoring anything. He had a normal gait. And I checked all his muscles, which for me is he has to hold him out. I got to push him down. He's got to push me away, laying down.
All right. So then at about 5:18 in the afternoon on April 1st, Corey, the 6-year-old boy, the victim in this case, presented relatively normal, other than a few bruises. Less than 24 hours later, he would be dead, and that's the issue in this case. All right, we're going to take a break here. When we come back, we'll continue with more of the doctor's testimony. Keep it here on Court TV, your front row seat to justice.
Got it late. Gosh darn it. Trying to catch that dang freaking music. All right, so... Okay.
LA County, Philip Dubé. Philip, great to see you. Thank you so much for joining us on the program tonight here in our special hour here on Court TV Live. Let me ask you this. First, I want to get your thoughts on this case, but really what I want to ask you is, this doctor's testimony, do you think it presents any problem for the prosecution? And here's why I say that. Because she's talking about a kid who's presenting very, very normal. We'll find out later that there were some very serious injuries found that the defense's claim was caused other ways after his appearance in front of this doctor. Do you think it presents any problems that he's not showing any pain? He presents relatively normal other than some bruises.
Absolutely. Usually most child abusers, especially ones who receive kids later on in their care, as opposed to right from birth, would show symptoms of abuse pretty early on. This kid is presenting rather healthy. It goes to show that there seems to be a healthy relationship in the home. What it really sounds like, and if I've read New Jersey law correctly, is they have to show that he allowed an injury to occur that raised a substantial risk of death that was not an accident. So because the kid presented so healthy to the pediatrician, it suggests that what happened to this kid really was the result of an accident. I mean, Michael, kids do more these days than just, play on monkey bars and, dog paddle and play hopscotch. They play much more robust games. So I don't think that this is hardly unusual, frankly.
Yeah, fair enough. All right, Philip, stand by. I want to get folks back into court now for more testimony from Dr. Nancy Deacon. Again, she saw him on April 1st, and the appointment was at 5:18 a.m. It was an emergency appointment by the mom because she was afraid of some of the bruises she was seeing on him. Let's get back into the courtroom.
Good resistance of all his muscles. And so absolutely nothing that I was worried about with his muscles or his bones. He had no swelling. I had him stand on each foot, and he could bear weight because sometimes you've even, so I made sure he had no problems with that. He had no swelling or warmth, anything that would suggest an infection of his of his skin, or any no swelling. And when I say no pain with palpation of his chest, I push on all the ribs and all the bones to make sure that there wasn't any sign of rib or bone tenderness anywhere.
And doctor, were you making a pushing motion with your hands when you did that?
Yeah, so I'm making.
Is that in your rib area that you're
Yeah, all
doing
the
that?
ribs. I push every bone I can.
And up until that point, what you testified to so far, did you make any findings or discover any problems?
No, and then I did check his genitalia, and there was nothing, no problems or masses or abnormalities there as well. The abnormalities that I saw were on his skin.
Okay. And did you document that anywhere?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Where did you document?
I have a body, I used a body chart because to be able to show and be able to remember where I saw any lesions on his skin.
Judge, may I approach the witness?
Sir.
Dr. Deacon, I'm showing you what's been marked as S43 for identification. Could you take a look at it for me, please?
Yes,
Okay. Do you recognize that?
I do.
What is that?
And this is my my body chart that showed that, and I have written down the lesions that I noticed on his body. It says it was done. I labeled it as 4/1/21 Corey Micciolo.
And when you say his, you mean Corey's body?
Corey's body, yes.
Okay. And does S43 accurately depict the observations that you made of Corey's body when he was at the visit at your office on April 1st, 2021?
It does.
Okay. Could you take me through the observations that were on Corey's body that you documented, please?
Okay, so I'm going to start the head and work my way down front side of his body first. Present on his left forehead was what I described as pink granulation tissue with a tiny scab. What that means is that there was dry pink tissue with a little scab.
Doctor, could you
I'm
just tell me
pointing
when you
to-
point to a body part where you're pointing on
Yeah,
your
so I'm
body?
pointing to my left forehead. There was a blue-gray bruise over his left cheek, and I'm pointing to the bone right here on his left side of his face. Number 3 was a large yellow-green bruise, and that was located overlying his shoulder, his trapezius, and I'm pointing to my left shoulder right here. Four was another large yellow-green bruise, and when we have the standing pose, the arms are like this, so it was on the left inner arm.
When you say standing like this, are
I
you
was standing with
your
my
arms
palms facing forward.
Okay.
The fifth thing that I noticed or that I wrote down was a blue bruise present over the elbow, and I'm pointing to the inner aspect of the elbow overlying the bone. On 6, was on the right side of his chest, and it was 2 areas of what I called hyperpigmented skin, which was the skin was white compared to the skin of it around him. So for me, that means that was a healing area that of healing skin where it's healed, but the pigment hasn't come back yet. 7 was my impression. The 7th was a linear scar. When I say linear, I mean like a line, and it was present on the right lower abdomen. Pink, and I called it a scar, pink scar. 8. These were superficial fresh scratches. They were located below the belly button, above the pubic bone in the center of his body. By superficial, I mean they looked, I called them fresh because you could see that they hadn't formed a scab. There was like a little bit of moistness to them that looked like a scratch that just happened or could have happened. 9 were blue bruises, and I made 3 circles, and they were located on the left lower leg.
Bye. Good night, Jules. Oh, why that? I cannot wait to get my new stuff. I gotta order it. Like, why does it echo? Sometimes I hate that. But anyway, good night, Jules, and whoever else is going to bed. I saw you say it, so I'm like, oh, let's say good night. Yeah, this is crazy, dude. This case, he is so freaking cute. Corey was so cute.
Front part of it overlying the shin. So the area where the bone, you can feel the bone on the lower leg. And then 11 and 10 and 11 were what I described as tiny scratches on the lower front of his ankles, between the foot and the lower part of his leg.
All right, he's an active 6-year-old boy. There can be some bruises. That's a lot of bruises for one boy. And if he got a lot of them playing football with his dad, something's wrong there. Shouldn't have to have those kind of bruises. Teaching your son how to play football.
I knew it. I was like, maybe it's not going to go to a commercial. Every time it cuts, I just should do it because I know it's going to be a commercial. That music gets so loud. And no, RL froze. RL froze. Not him, not Christopher. Did I say the wrong name? I said Corey, right? Because I could see that big conspiracy. Zavgirl has a crush on Corey, the son. Not him. He just looks evil and like. Did you see that picture with his? Well, they're showing it on that with his looks like a mushroom. I don't know. Well, I'm just making fun of his physical attributes, which normally, like I said, I wouldn't. But like with cases, I like to do that with the freaking jerks that are murdering these kids. Yeah, he's no. Okay. Let me fast forward this. Hold on. Oh.
12 was a large yellow-green bruise, and that was located on the back of his left upper arm, overlying this kind of fatty muscle tissue.
I don't know who that is.
And 14
Who is that?
was another large yellow-green bruise, and it was located at the waist. Now I'm talking about this left side right here, kind of over this upper part of the glute muscle. It's over the soft tissue.
Doctor, are you turning around when you show
I'm
us
turning
that?
around and I'm showing you my back left side.
Is that everything that you have on your chart, doctor?
That's everything.
And were those 14
was
areas of the
14.
body that you described?
Yeah, that last one was 14. Oh, and 13, did I just describe 13? Was another bruise located on the elbow. On the back side of the, over that bony process of that.
Christopher's?
Was that everything you did that was part of your examination then?
Yeah, just double check. That was all that was the extent of my exam.
Did you make a plan for Corey before he left your office?
I did. So, assessment is what we do after the physical exam. What is my assessment of Corey? And my assessment was normal bruises, numerous bruises with different stages of healing and healed abrasions with a history of falling on a treadmill and getting hit with a football. Mostly over bony prominences, but some were over soft tissue areas.
What was the plan that you made for Corey?
So for me, there were bruises that you could explain, by the ones over bony processes with falling, with the play that children do. There's common areas where we have bruises, and then there's areas over soft tissue that it takes more of a blow, more usually, to have that size of a bruise and that kind of injury. That's why I was trying so hard to make sure there wasn't any underlying bone or just because they were so big. And so through my mind is, well, when you have those kinds of bruises, it takes either a bigger, harder force, or he might have a reason why he bruises easily. So I had said, I want to rule out any bleeding or clotting abnormality because those children can have extensive bruising as well.
Did you make recommendations for Corey before he left your office?
Yeah, so I told Mom that we needed to bring him right. He needed to go right to the hospital. That we had to be sure that he wasn't at risk for even worse bleeding, and with blood work. And honestly, from what I learned and what he said and my whole impression of this visit, that he needed further, even if the DCP&P hadn't been involved, I would have called them. But I thought I'll send him to the hospital for a further evaluation because he needed more careful evaluation and expert interviewing. That's not my role as a general pediatrician. He needed more care before I would consider him safe to go home.
When you finished with your examination of Corey and making recommendations, did you contact anybody about Corey and your recommendations?
I did. So I called, this is now six o'clock, it's getting late. And so I call when I have a concern, I have a careful record, but I wanted to also let them know what I was worried about. And so I called the emergency department physician. I had wanted him to go to Jersey Shore, but with time constraints from the mother, she did agree to take him right across the street from my office, not 5 minutes away, with community hospital. So I sent him there. I called the doctor that was going to see him there. And I called Mark, the caseworker from DCP&P, who had asked to be called after my visit to discuss my findings and concerns.
And was that your last personal involvement with Corey Micciolo?
Yes.
I have no additional questions, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Gucci.
All right, so there you heard the doctor say there was enough there for her that if the Child Protective Services had not already been involved, she would have called them. The mother had already gotten them involved, and she wanted the mom to take him to the hospital for further checking up. All right, cross-examination is next.
How are you, Doc?
I'm okay.
Good? You have some pedigree. Would you agree with that?
I think I have a good education and
You had a BS in nursing, right? Where'd you get that from?
Wilkes University.
Okay. Then you have a DO, right? Where's that from?
That's from the University of Medicine and Dentistry of New Jersey, School of Osteopathic Medicine. At least that's what it was called then when I graduated.
And then you got a pediatric internship, right, from JFK Hospital?
Yeah, that DO, we have an internship as part of to get your official DO. So I did that. Yep.
Now, what's the difference between a DO and an MD?
Doctors of osteopathy get additional training in the soft tissue. We're in education about the connection of the mind and the muscles and how everything's connected and influence each other, and how you can treat the whole body and person.
Then you have a pediatric residency, right?
Yes.
And where was that?
That was at Monmouth Medical Center, now the Unterberg Children's Hospital at Monmouth Medical Center.
And then you even taught, right?
And as part of that, I'm a teaching attending there. And I didn't also tell you I was a teaching attending at one time at Jersey Shore as well.
So how long did you teach for?
Well, I continue to teach residents.
What kind of residents were they?
They're pediatric residents.
And how long did you teach for?
I'm continuing my entire career as a pediatrician.
So how many years was that?
So I finished my residency in 95, and I'm still teaching, attending. I'm a clinical assistant professor at Rutgers Robert Wood Johnson Medical Center. Through my work particularly with residents at Monmouth Medical Center.
Now, you're teaching them how to be pediatricians, right? You're teaching them how to do what you just told this jury that you do, right?
Yes.
And as a matter of fact, you had Ms. Schron give you the chart, right?
Yes.
So you could review the chart.
Yes.
Right? Because the chart is important, right?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm sure when you teach your students, you tell them how important it is to put information into that chart, right? right?
Yes.
Can you show me in your chart where you talk about what Corey told you, that you needed to encourage him to say that he was reluctant to say that to you, that you needed to prompt him, that you needed to show him he was safe? Can you show me anywhere in that chart when you wrote it, that you wrote those things, that, by the way, I would believe are important in an evaluation by a doctor who is asking about child abuse? Where is it in that chart, in that assessment?
So I did not document exactly what I said to Corey.
And as a matter of fact, 10 minutes before this jury walked into this room, did you testify at a hearing in this courtroom?
Yes.
Okay? And when you testified at the hearing in this courtroom, Ms. Schroen asked you a number of questions about that report. Did she not?
She did.
And did you at any time during that questioning, before the jury was in this room, say anything about that you had to prompt Corey, you had to encourage him, he was reluctant to answer the questions? Did you say that one time?
I thought I said that he was reluctant. When I asked him, he hesitated. I believe that's what I said. He hesitated. I didn't say in the record that he hesitated. I said just what he said.
All right, so this is all about that issue we saw the judge talking about earlier. The idea that during the proffer for evidence, she didn't mention that she had to pick and prod at him to get that information out. It's kind of important information. Let's quickly bring in Deputy Public Defender for LA County, Philip Dubé. Philip, this was dealt with by the judge earlier, this idea that when in the record, as well as when she testified earlier when there was an offer of proof, she didn't mention she had to pick and prod. And ultimately, I think the defense is right for making an issue of this, because it can really sort of help this jury understand that if he's given the information freely, that's one thing. If he has to be prompted, that suggests something else, not helpful to the defense.
Yeah, obviously you don't want suggestibility during a medical examination of any patient, let alone a child, because it gives the impression to the jury that you're just making stuff up as you go along. Now, I got to tell you, I think really what's going on here is more of a discovery violation. If there were parts of her proffer that are not in the records, but she intended it to offer them through testimony, then I think it's grounds for a continuance or perhaps a mistrial. Because if counsel did not have this added information, how are they supposed to prepare? You know, it's one thing when you voir dire a doctor or an expert outside the presence of the jury and you learn new things during that process, but it's another to have time to prepare between the time you do your voir dire and the time you bring the jury back in. It's just not enough time to prepare.
Yeah, and there really wasn't, because the proffer took place that day, just a couple of minutes before this particular testimony. All right, stand by, Philip. I want to take folks back into court there, back underway.
Today, outside your presence, on the position of defense counsel that the doctor's earlier testimony was inconsistent with her testimony before you. Whether or not it's inconsistent is for you to decide, and what weight to put on is for you to decide. Had that testimony been some time ago, we would probably have a transcript of that. It was just today. We don't have that, so we're going to use this procedure where the reporter reads it back. Thank you.
This is a question by Ms. Schroen during this hearing. Question, Dr. Deacon, I'm approaching you with what's been marked for identification as S42. Could you do me a favor and take a look at S42 for a moment and tell me if you recognize it? Answer, I do. Question, what is S42? Answer, S42 is Corey Micciolo's chart. Question, okay, and after taking some time to review Corey's chart, could you tell me if it helps refresh your recollection with regard to exactly what Corey said to you? Answer, yes, I can. Question, okay, so do you want me to tell you what his mother said as well, or just what Corey said? Question, just what Corey said, please. Answer, Corey says that he got the chest, arm, and hip bruises and forehead abrasion when he was playing football outside on the turf. He said that his dad was teaching him how to catch a football. When I pressed him further, he said that he got more bruises when he fell from a treadmill.
Give the reporter a minute to get back to where it's on the record. You ready? You're wonderful for doing that so quickly. Mr. Galucci.
You want to move on? You evaluated, right?
I did.
And you found a number of bruises. And you made a bruise chart, right?
Yes.
And the young man told you that he was involved in 3 different activities. He told you that he received some bruises from playing football, right?
Yes.
He received some bruises from when his father was teaching him how to catch a football.
Well, that's the only thing that I said in my note, that he was teaching his father. I didn't have any other. I had 2 activities, actually, that he told me.
So, doctor, please keep your voice up, okay? Remember, the jurors in the back of the room have to hear you, okay?
I said that I described 2 activities that he told me about.
Well, it says here, this is your report. Corey says he got his chest, arm, hip bruises, and forehead bruising was he playing football outside on turf, number 1. He said that his dad was teaching him how to catch a football, number 2. When I pressed him further, he said he had more bruises when he fed from the treadmill. To me, that's 3.
Well, my impression, what he was talking about was playing football with his dad. It wasn't described that way, but that was my impression.
Okay.
I know of no other time he was playing football.
So, you know he fell off the treadmill.
Yes.
Okay. As you sit here now, you know he fell off the treadmill.
Yes.
And do you know the date that was?
I don't know when he fell from the treadmill.
Okay. If I told you that he fell off the treadmill on March 20th and you're evaluating him on April 1st, would you agree with me that that's about 10 days later?
Yes.
If you said, did he tell you when he was playing football with his dad?
No.
Okay. Do you know when he was playing football
No.
with his dad? Okay. So let's go through the bruise chart. By the way, you're seeing him on April 1st. You didn't evaluate him on March 20th, March 21st, March 22nd.
That's correct.
Right? You didn't see any activity he did on March 21st, right?
Correct.
You don't know if he played football in the park with his father, am I correct? You don't know if he was in the custody of his mother, Brianna, during any of that time, do you?
I don't know where he got those bruises.
Okay. So when you made your little chart here, and you identify, number 1, pink granulation tissue with tiny scab. Can you tell this jury if you can attribute that to a treadmill, a fall when he was with his mother, learning how to catch a football with his father, or a football tryout for flag football?
I can just estimate when he might have, by the healing process, when it might have happened. That's
So-
what I meant by varying stages.
So a pink granulation tissue with a tiny scab. I'm not a doctor, but I would assume a scab means that it's...
It's been probably over a week to 10 days, yeah, that
Okay.
it's healing.
So on your chart, you have a number of different things, right?
Right.
And you can't tell anybody here when they occurred or how they occurred.
No, I can just say that there's yellow-green, which is later, anyone's had a bruise, it goes through stages of healing, and that would be a later stage of healing. It's hard to know exactly how long. And blue-gray are more recent. Again, several days, you can't really, I just describe what I saw.
And you have actually 15 circles on your chart. Look in the middle of his chest above his left nipple. You don't have a number 15 documented on.
Oh, yeah,
your site.
on down here, it says hypopigmented skin. Again, that's an area. And I can't say, did he have hypopigmented? I can't, I'm just telling you that it's.
All right, that's going to wrap up our coverage of the Treadmill abuse murder trial for tonight.
True, Sarah. I was just going to comment on that. That's so true. Because, you know what I'm saying? If the jury looks at him like a jerk, it's not going to win over. Like they want to be likable to a degree where the jury doesn't find him like to be not likable. You know, it does. It makes an impression. This guy's a jerk. Oh, Zeke, do you guys hear that? Listen, he scratched. Did you hear the little scratch? Watch. I hear it. I'm telling you. Hold on, Bubba. I could hear that scratch. And I have my earphones in their noise cancellation, but I could hear his scratch. You ready? I love him so much. Hi, buddy. Good morning. Good morning, Bubba's. You come to see your teeth. Okay, Bubby. Hold on. Let me pick you up. Okay, I got you. I got you. Everybody wants to see you. You're a popular boy. Popular little guy. Okay. I know my boy's scratch. He just has to do it one time and I hear it. It's like, you know, like a mother. Like, I don't care. I mean, these noise cancellation, my mom could be calling me. I don't hear. But I could hear his little scratch on the door. That sounds mean. Oh, my mom. But you know what I'm saying? I'm just proving a point. Like, these cancel out noise are really good, but not my Bubbas. Not my Bubs. I love him. I hope he stays up here with me. Maybe I should turn off some of these lights so it's not as bright for him. Anyway, I love him. Okay, so what do you want to watch next? You gonna stay in the bed with me, Bubby? You could see me. You could just sit right back and everybody could see how cute this little guy is. We could watch, as much as like I hope the doctors, like, you guys aren't bored with it. I think it's a really important part of this case, the doctor's testimony, because I need to know. But what do you guys want to watch next? I have the autopsy. So I think he's probably the medical examiner. I don't know, but there goes the autopsy stuff. Or it could be a coroner. I just know he's got dark hair. The person I'm thinking of, he's like a, anyway, so we can go over him. There's the doctor in the ER from, ooh, spit. That night before, the day before. And then, or there's the emergency room doctor that day. Let's do in order how it would happen. So let's do the doctor before, that night before, because I want to see what he says. I didn't get to watch it. I think he's the night before. From what I just watched a little bit of it, and I think it sounded like he was the doctor from the night before, when she took him to the hospital. Let's watch that real quick. Hi, Bubby. Oh, wait, there probably is, Melania. Well, see, that's the thing with these clips. They only take out chunks of it. I guess I should just watch it, the whole trial part, where they could watch the whole testimony. So maybe I will for the rest of them. I'm sorry. Yeah, Nicole, I said thank you. Thank you for that. I got it. Thank you. Yes. Thank you so much. Okay, Bubby. Oh my God, I love him. You got, oh no, Bubba. Hold on. Oh, there you go, Bubby. Watch him do his little scratch. God, he's gonna jump. You go back up there, buddy. I want you to go back up there. Hold on, let me start this and then I'll get to. I wanted, if he scratches, it's good news because he's gonna sit down. If he goes, but I thought he was about to, but instead he jumped down. Hold on, Bubba. I'm gonna come talk to you. All right, so let's watch. I could go lay with him and watch it. Hold on, Bubba. I forgot. And I could still see you guys. Okay, we're gonna do hold on, Bubba. Here, this doctor. Oh, I had the. Hold on a second. Dang it. Hold on, Bubba. Oh, no, that is the same one. Never mind. All right, we'll do emergency nurse. Oh, no, we're going to do the doctor. Yeah, I don't have all of these. They're just like things that Court TV made into clips. But since we were not going to have time to watch the whole trial together anyway, you know, some of them I'll watch the whole one, but the ones I already have that I just have like the clips kind of where it looks like, it seems like they cut into it and then cut some of it out. But so the ones I already have ready, we'll just watch those. And then the future ones, I'll try to get the whole one. But since we're definitely just not going to have time to watch it all. So I'd you know, we'll just watch it like this for some of them. Okay, so here's the doctor.
At approximately 8:34 p.m. on April 1st of 2021.
Yes.
And did Corey enter or was admitted into the emergency room at about 9:55?
Objection escalating.
What time was Corey admitted into the emergency room for observation?
About 9 p.m.
Okay. And when Corey arrived at the emergency room, who brought Corey to the emergency room?
His mother.
And what was the chief complaint when Corey arrived?
Patient has some bruises all over the body. They want to find out where those bruises come from.
Okay. And when Corey was admitted into the emergency room, did you obtain the patient's history from his mother?
Yes.
Did you observe Corey?
Yes, I did.
And can you tell the jury what Corey's demeanor was when you observed him?
He was very scary, little bit scary boy, and he afraid to answer my questions.
Objection. The phrasing,
What, the question?
it's not descriptive, he's assuming what Corey felt.
It's overruled. The doctor answered the question. Go ahead, Ms. Lipton.
Thank you, Judge. Was there also a resident who was working that evening with you at the hospital?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jurors what a resident is?
Resident is they are under the training to be a physician, full-fledged physician, so they have to go through with 3 years training. She is the general pediatric resident, so she usually come to emergency room, see the case, present the case, we discuss the case, and then we evaluate her, how good she is, whether she's going to pass the ER rotation or not. That is our job is.
And on April 1st, what was the resident's name who was assisting you?
Her name is Jennifer Seville.
And did you conduct a physical examination of Corey while at the emergency room at Jersey Shore?
Yes, I did.
And can you explain to the jurors what you did to examine Corey?
Okay, after the resident presented the case to me, I went to ask that question again. I went to ask both patient and mother, do the examinations, and I discussed the mother what will be our plan for next 2 to 3 hours. And then I told the mother I will come and talk to you once all the lab results and imaging reports are in.
And how did you conduct the examination, meaning what did you do physically regarding the examination?
I did from head to toe examination, and then we marked down all the bruises, scratches in the diagram. I put everything in my chart.
Now, how were Corey's vital signs?
His vital signs are stable, and I'm not concerned when he arrived because of the vital signs are stable.
And can you tell the jurors about Corey's general constitution when you observed and treated him at Jersey Shore?
He's a small little boy. When I ask a question, he's scared. And
Doctor, I'm going to stop you there because you can only testify basically to what you did rather than what persons are saying. So can you just describe to us his constitution, meaning physically what you saw?
okay, physically, and we usually do head to toe examination, we go with system by system. So head to toe examination, we saw some bruises on the head, some bruises on the body, and some bruises on the back and legs. And neurologically, we do the cranial nerve examination, basically neurologically intact. He has no neurological deficit. He is active, alert, and not in distress. And any signs of failure and chest examination within the normal limit, I did not hear any respiratory distress, wheezing, murmurs, hypoxia. He has nothing. And bar abdominal examination, abdomen is soft, no signs of acute abdomen. That means no tenderness, no pain, and no heart inconsistency by palpations. And physical genital examination within the normal limit. All 4 limbs examinations, motor is intact, sensory is intact, saw only bruises, scratches. Other than that, we did not see anything.
So, doctor, all of your findings during this physical examination were normal?
Yes.
Okay.
Except some bruises and scratches.
And what about Corey's lungs?
His lungs is clear, and as I mentioned before, no wheezing, no respiratory distress, no fast breathing, no hypoxia, and lungs is moving equally.
And you said that you had observed bruising.
Right.
And did the resident who you were working with document the bruising that she observed?
Yes.
And was this placed in the medical records?
Okay, let me take a look at it. We marked down all over the body, and we saw like some bruises, abrasion. The most significant one is on the chest bone area, like about 5 by 5 centimeter bruise. And rest of them are small minor scratch and bruises on the head, anterior chest wall, and legs.
So did you observe any scratches on Corey's body?
Yes, I saw some cracks.
And did you observe any abrasions on Corey's body?
Yes, I saw some abrasion.
Now, calling your attention to the abrasion, specifically marked as 2, can you tell the jurors where this abrasion was located on Corey's body?
Abrasion is on the left temple area, 1 abrasion, and another one on the right knee area.
And specifically in regard to bruise number 3, can you tell the jurors where that bruise was located?
Yes, as I mentioned before, this is in this mid-sternum area, size is like about 5 by 5 centimeter, circular.
And can you tell the jurors about bruise number 4, which was located?
Bruise number 4 is on the left side of the abdominal area. We call it flanks area.
And what about bruise number 5?
Bruise number 5 is at the left arm area.
And what about bruise number 6?
Bruise number 6 on the left elbow area.
And what about number 7? Can you describe that for the jurors?
Bruise number 7 is on the left, the extensor aspect of the left hand area around the wrist.
And what about bruise number 8? Can you tell the jurors where that was located?
Bruise number 8 is on the right side of the posterior aspect of the arm area.
And what about abrasion number 9? Can you tell the jurors where that was located?
Abrasion number 9 is on the right knee area.
And what about bruise number 10? Where was that located?
On the right legs below the knee joint area.
And what about scratch number 11? Where was that located?
Yes.
Observe any abrasions on Corey's body.
Yes, I saw some abrasion.
Now, calling your attention to the abrasion, specifically marked as 2, can you tell the jurors where this abrasion was located on Corey's body?
Abrasion is on the left temple area, one abrasion, and another one on the right knee area.
And specifically in regard to bruise number 3, can you tell the jurors where that bruise was located?
Yes, as I mentioned before, this is in the mid-sternum area. Size is like about 5 by 5 centimeter, circular.
And can you tell the jurors about bruise number 4, which was located?
Bruise number 4 is on the left side of the abdominal area. We call it flanks area.
And what about bruise number 5?
Bruise number 5 is at the left arm area.
And what about bruise number 6?
Bruise number 6 on the left elbow area.
And what about number 7? Can you describe that for the jurors?
Bruise number 7 is on the left, the extensor aspect of the left hand area around the wrist.
And what about bruise number 8? Can you tell the jurors where that was located?
Bruise number 8 is on the right side of the posterior aspect of the arm area.
And what about abrasion number 9? Can you tell the jurors where that was located?
Abrasion number 9 is on the right knee area.
And what about bruise number 10? Where was that located?
On the right legs below the knee joint area.
And what about scratch number 11? Where was that located?
It's on the left legs below the knee joint area.
And what about bruise number 12? Where was that located?
Bruise number 12 is on the right temple area.
Now, doctor, can you tell the jurors what your impression was regarding the bruising that you observed to Corey's body on April 1st when you had observed him in the emergency room?
Right. I saw like a multiple ecchymosis.
Let me just stop you there. What's ecchymosis mean?
Ecchymosis means there is some bleeding underneath of the skin for like a few hours to a few days.
And what other impressions did you have regarding the bruising?
Those bruises are in various stages, as I mentioned before. Some of them are maybe hours, some of them are maybe days. I cannot tell you exactly more than that.
Doctor, when Corey was at Jersey Shore, did you order blood work?
Yes, I did.
And was Corey's blood collected on April 1st, 2021 at approximately 10:49 that evening?
That exactly.
For a yes or no. He's just like, exactly. What's going on? I was gonna put the mom's thing on because I could tell he
Yes.
like smelled his butt. Usually, yes.
And
Yeah, she was waiting for a yes.
There a blood panel for an INR.
INR is the one we're looking
That's what I
for
get.
bleeding.
INR.
Bleeding. Once there's a bleeding, we're looking for, is there a lot of bleeding based on the enzyme level? That is the one we assess because the concern about bruises on the chest with different stages on the upper part of the body. So we are looking for, is there any bleeding underneath of the skin?
And what about a prothrombin time? Was there
That's
blood drawn for that?
Yes,
those are all things you got to.
the assessment for the bleeding.
And can you tell the jurors why this diagnostic procedure was done regarding the blood work?
Because as I mentioned before, we're looking for the bleeding, we're looking for infections, we're looking for the basic screening tests. Is there any problem with liver? Is there any problem with kidney? Is there any problem with infections? Those are the things we do this.
Regarding the blood work, did you run a panel for a CBC with a differential?
Yes, I did.
And what is a panel with a CBC with a differential?
Differential, basically, this is within the normal limit. I did not see any significant changes from the normal reference value.
So can you tell the jurors then what were the results of the CBC panel for the blood work which was drawn at the hospital?
Okay, basically we look at a white cell count. White cell count is 7.5. That means his result is within the normal limit for the white cell count. And we're looking for the red blood cell count, also within the normal limits of the 4.42. We look at the hemoglobin hematocrit value, 12.5 over 37.3. Those are within the normal limits. And platelet counts is 329. This is also within the normal limit. If there is a lot of bleeding, platelet counts will be changed. And some other neutrophil, lymphocyte, monocyte, we look at it. Is there any problem, changes, abnormal problems or not?
Doctor, what are neutrophils?
Neutrophil is a one type of the white blood cell fighting for infections.
And what was the neutrophil count when the blood was taken on April 1st, 2021? Well, Corey was at Jersey Shore.
Okay, neutrophil count percentage is 36.1. That is within normal limit, and absolute neutrophil count. That is what basically we're looking for infection if he has body resistant to fight the infection back. This his absolute neutrophil count is 2.7. That is also within normal limit.
Okay. Did you also run a metabolic blood panel?
Yes, I did.
And what is a metabolic blood panel?
Metabolic blood panel is we're looking for the electrolytes, sodium, potassium, and as I mentioned before, basic renal function, basic liver functions, and
Doctor, I'm sorry, could you just talk up a little bit? I'm sorry, I'm having trouble hearing you back here.
Okay, basic panel is we're looking for the electrolytes, sodium, potassium, and we're looking for liver function, we're looking for kidney function. They all are basic tests. Also looking for is the patient is dehydration or some other problems. Is there any abnormal electrolytes? Call it imbalance. Patient do not have significantly changes on his basic panel.
So what were the results of the metabolic blood panel then?
I look at all of those. My impression is he's slightly dehydrated. That is matched with the history. Patient was at home, I believe, spoke with the Child Protection Agency at somewhere around 11 o'clock in the morning. He didn't eat anything. He didn't drink anything. Come to emergency room about 9 o'clock. So like at least more than 7 to 8 hours, kid is not eating, not drinking. So that basic panel matched with the mild dehydration condition.
Oh. Now, doctor, how many times was Corey physically examined while he was at the emergency room?
3 times.
And why would he be examined 3 times?
This is our normal routine procedure. When the patient come in, residency the first time, I see the patient second time, third time before patient discharge. I have to go back and do the examination again, review the lab result, review the vital sign, discuss with the mother, and let her know about the plan, what will be the next. That's why we have to do 3 times.
Doctor, at approximately 11:01 p.m. on April 1st, was there a skeletal bone survey conducted at Jersey Shore?
Yes, I did.
And can you explain to the jurors what a bone survey is?
Bone survey is we try to look for the skeletal and upper part of the body from head to toe. We do like a 19 radiographic examination, X-ray, scar X-ray, chest X-ray, abdominal X-ray, all the 4 limbs X-ray, looking for, is there any rib fracture? Is there any other?
Okay, I'm going to put it on the moms because he needs to go and I'm going to be gone for a minute. I keep waiting for her to answer. Like, I think he's going to say everything's normal, right?
They want to make sure patient is not skeletal injury if the skeletal survey.
So when a survey is done, about how many regarding Corey's bone survey?
Yeah, his bones normal and soft tissues are normal. His lungs, ear, and other part of the examination within the normal limit, and no evidence of acute fracture.
Okay, so everything's normal, they're saying, right? They could have missed it. I mean, doctors miss things sometimes, so it's not an absolute thing when it comes to doctors. It really isn't. Doctors mess up so much. Okay, so I'm gonna put on the mom. I'm gonna start the mom's testimony while I go take Zeke out. I think he's got to go poo-poo. I just have a feeling. Okay. Wait, what is this? All right, hold on 1 second. Interview. All right, here we go. So this is the mom. We're going to watch her testimony, but she actually, hers continues to the next day too. All right, here we go. So probably not going to be able to watch it all tonight, but I'm going to take him out. We'll watch some of it. Are you guys bored with this? Are you watching, or are you just like mainly in chat? Or are you actually paying attention? I mean, that was interesting. I'm glad to hear all that. Everything's normal. Like I said, they could have missed something. I want to see where the heck that defense attorney is talking about where he had sepsis. Where are we going to see that? That's really bothering me. That because if he said that out and there's no truth to it, like I am so confused about that. They better bring that up. They better show that somewhere because you can't just put that in opening statements. Get it in the freaking jury's head and then not show it because it's in my head. I want to see what the heck. All right, here we go. You ready? Okay, good. No, I hope I didn't mean that in a mean way because either way, if you're having fun in chat, either way, I'm happy. But I was just curious if people were watching it. I'm paying attention. Even when I was laying over there, that's what I was watching my phone. It's definitely, I want to learn about this because I don't know. I don't know. It's very interesting. All right, here we go, guys. I'm going to take Zeke out. I'm going to press play. And this is the mom, Brianna.
Micciolo, Breanna, Micciolo.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Linda.
Brianna, just before we start, I just want to remind you that you're going to have to keep your voice up, okay? 'Cause the jury's going to have to hear you. So, Brianna, how old are you?
I'm 27,
And what is your birth date?
November 7th, 1996.
And where do you live?
East Brunswick,
And whom do you live with?
my boyfriend and daughter.
And do you work?
Yes,
And what is your occupation?
data entry,
Who is Corey Micciolo?
my son,
And when did you give birth to Corey?
May 1st, 2014.
And how old were you when you gave birth to Corey?
17,
What grade were you in when you gave birth to Corey?
11th grade.
And who is Corey's biological father?
The defendant.
Man, take this microphone and just slide it right in front of you, okay?
Okay.
There, here, right in the middle there, as far as it goes.
That's as far as it goes.
Let me turn it over to you. I want you to pretend that you're basically speaking all the way to the end of the jury box, all right? All the jurors need to hear you and see you. If they can't hear you down there, it's like you're not testifying, okay? So I know it may be difficult, but please try and keep your voice up.
So who is Corey's biological father?
The defendant,
And what's his name?
Christopher Gregor,
And how old were you when you first met Christopher Gregor?
16.
And do you know what the defendant's birth date is?
It's May 1992.
Now, you're familiar with Christopher Gregor, correct?
Yes,
And you've known him for many years, right?
yes,
And you see him located in the courtroom today?
I do.
And can you please point to him and tell us where he's seated and what he's wearing?
He's sitting over there wearing a suit.
Identifying Mr. Gregor, Your Honor. So noted, thank you.
Now, is your son Corey no longer with us?
No. Well, yes.
And can you tell the jury the day he passed?
April 2nd, 2021.
And how old was Corey when he passed?
He was 6.
And what types of things did your son Corey like to do as a 6-year-old?
He liked reading, coloring, painting, playing outside.
And what type of demeanor did Corey have as a 6-year-old?
He was happy, silly, loving.
Permission to approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes, certainly.
Okay, I'm now showing you what's been marked S1 for identification purposes, and do you recognize that?
Yes,
Okay, and is that a picture?
yes.
And can you tell the jurors what that's a picture of?
Oh, that's a picture of Corey.
And did you take that picture?
Yes,
So you're familiar with
Yes.
your son Corey, who's depicted in the picture?
yes.
Your Honor, permission to publish S1?
Any objections? None. Are you ready to get the evidence first?
We can move it into evidence, yes. Move into evidence and publish.
No objection to the evidence?
No, Your Honor.
S1 evidence.
Now, Brianna, can you tell the jurors who's depicted in that picture?
My son Corey,
And how old was he in that picture?
6.
And who took that picture?
I did.
And can you tell the jurors what you were doing when you took that picture of Corey?
We were at the park playing in the snow.
Okay. Now, Brianna, how old was Corey when the defendant entered his life?
He was 5.
And was there a paternity test?
Yes,
And how old was Corey when it was determined that the defendant was his biological father?
around 4.
And calling your attention to October 28th of 2020, were you and the defendant granted joint custody of Corey?
Yes.
And when that happened, who became the resident parent of Corey?
Christopher.
And when I say resident parent, can you tell us what that means?
He resided with him.
And did you have visitation?
Yes.
And was this ordered by the family court in Middlesex County?
Yes.
Your Honor, permission to approach the witness, counsel?
Yes, of course.
The order? Yeah, sure. Thank you. Your Honor, permission to approach?
Yes, please.
Thank you. Mariana, I'm now going to show you what's been marked S2 for identification purposes. And can you tell the jury what that is?
It's a court order.
Okay, and where is it a court order from? Is it from the
Family court.
Okay, and on top of this order, is there a date present on S2 where it says filed?
Yes, it's October 28th, 2020.
Okay, and can you tell the jurors what the judge's name is on this order?
Judge Silva.
Okay. And going down into this order where it says it is on this 28th day of October 2020 ordered as follows, can you please read for the jurors what it says in number 1?
Yes. It says the party shall attend court-sponsored mediation on the issues of parenting time and defendant Christopher Gregor's name change application. Said mediation will take place at a date and time to be set by the court's mediator.
Okay, and continuing on, can you please read?
The party shall share joint legal custody of the minor child Corey, date of birth May 1st, 2014, pendente-like basis. Defendant Christopher Gregor shall continue to be the parent of primary residence, and defendant Brianna shall have unsupervised parenting time as follows.
Could you please continue?
Alternating weekends beginning November 6, 2020, from Friday at 5:30 until Sunday at 6 p.m. Brianna shall pick up and drop off Corey at Christopher's home.
Okay, can you continue on, Brianna?
Wednesday evenings from 4:30 p.m. to 7:30 p.m. Brianna shall pick up and drop off Corey at Christopher's home. No one except Brianna and Rebecca shall be present in the home during Brianna's parenting time. And whoever has the child during a scheduled extracurricular activity shall transport him to the activity, however the other parent may attend.
Okay, and then going to number 3, does it talk about the parties unblocking each other from the other cell phone?
Yes.
And then going to number 4, does it talk about the parties shall engage in co-parenting counseling?
Yes.
And then going to number 6, it talks about the parties being barred from making disparaging remarks, correct?
Correct.
And then it go on to give a holiday schedule for Thanksgiving and Christmas.
Correct.
And what does number 8 say, please?
Brianna Micciolo shall have Skype calls or FaceTime calls with Corey on Tuesdays and Thursdays and Saturdays and Sundays during the weekends when Corey is with Christopher. Similarly, on the weekends that Corey is with Brianna, Christopher shall have Skype or FaceTime with Corey on Saturdays and Sundays. Neither party shall record these calls.
Okay. And the caption of this order is, who is the plaintiff in the matter?
My mom.
Okay, and who is listed as the defendants in the order?
Myself and Christopher.
Now, Brianna, have you struggled with substance abuse?
Yes.
And have you specifically struggled with drugs?
Yes.
And can you please tell the jurors about this?
Yes. In my early 20s, I struggled with drug abuse. When I was younger, I went through a lot, and I feel like I used the drugs to like suppress my emotions. I didn't really have the coping skills that I do now, and yeah, like I said, I was just going through a lot. But I've been clean currently for a long time.
And have you ever used drugs in front of your son, Corey?
No.
And can you tell us why you were granted custody of Corey in October of 2020?
I went through a drug program, and I provided clean urines, and I just fought really hard because I hated living without my son.
Now, calling your attention to September of 2020, where was Corey living?
In Barnegat.
Okay, and who was Corey living with?
The defendant.
And where did the defendant reside?
In Barnegat.
Okay.
Atlantic Heights.
Okay, when you say the Atlantic Heights, can you tell the jurors what that is?
It's an apartment complex.
And did the defendant move from his parents' home in Monroe Township to the apartment in Barnegat?
Yes.
And who else lived in the apartment in Barnegat with Corey and the defendant?
Just them.
Now, Rihanna, in October of 2020, can you tell the jurors where you were living?
In Englishtown.
And what type of home did you live in Englishtown?
A townhome.
And who lived in the townhome in Englishtown?
Myself, my mother's boyfriend, and my sister.
And can you describe for the jurors what the townhome looked like in Englishtown?
It was 2 stories with a finished basement.
And where was your room located in the house?
In the basement.
And can you tell the jurors how come you were living in your mother's home in October of 2020?
I wasn't working at the time, so I couldn't afford it.
And about how far away is Englishtown, New Jersey from Barnegat, New Jersey?
About an hour.
Now, in October of 2020, what grade was Corey in?
He was in 1st grade.
And what school did Corey attend?
Cecil S. Collins.
And the Cecil S. Collins Elementary School, what town is that located in?
Barnegat.
Now, calling your attention to March 19th of 2021, did you have visitation of Corey that weekend?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors, when did your visitation start with Corey that weekend?
March 19th.
Okay, and that would have been a Friday night?
Friday.
And where did you go to have your visitation with Corey on Friday the 19th?
The defendant's home.
And why did you go to the defendant's apartment on the 19th to visit Corey?
The court order made it hard to go back to my house, and I just didn't want to fight with him. It was just easier than actually fighting with him.
Okay, and when you're talking about the court order, are you referring to the court order from October 28th of 2020?
Yes.
And are you specifically referring to subsection C, that no one except Brianna and Rebecca shall be present in the home during Brianna's parenting time?
Yes.
So during that time frame, Brianna, was it common for you to go see Corey at the defendant's apartment?
Yes.
And calling your attention specifically to the 19th, did you sleep at the defendant's apartment that night?
Yes.
And why did you stay at the defendant's apartment that night?
The next day I had something to do with Corey early.
And during that time period, was it common for you to stay over the defendant's home during your visitations with Corey?
Yes.
And was the defendant always there when you would stay at the apartment to visit Corey?
Yes.
He was always there?
Yes.
Okay. And what if the defendant had plans?
He would leave, and it would just be me and Corey.
Now, calling your attention to Saturday, March 20th at 2021, did you take Corey for the day?
Yes.
And did you previously discuss your plans with the defendant?
I did.
And can you tell the jurors where you and Corey went?
I took Corey to Pennsylvania to visit my dad for his birthday.
And what part of Pennsylvania did you go to?
Abington.
And what did you and Corey and your dad do in Abington, Pennsylvania?
We went mini golfing and we got ice cream.
And about how far of a drive would it be from Barnegat, New Jersey to Abington, Pennsylvania?
About an hour and a half.
And what time that day were you supposed to bring Corey back home from the visitation?
Between 2 and 3.
And when you were driving back to Barnegat, what were the traffic conditions that day?
There was a lot of traffic.
And what happened due to the traffic?
I was late.
And besides the traffic conditions, why were you also running late?
Corey was enjoying himself, so I didn't want to just rip him away from that.
And who did you tell that you were going to be late that day in bringing him back?
The defendant.
And did the defendant send you a text message on March 20th at approximately 3:04 p.m. about you being late?
Yes.
Your Honor, permission to approach.
Yes.
Brianna, I'm now showing you what's been marked S5 for identification purposes. And do you recognize those?
I do.
And can you tell the jurors what those are?
There are text messages between me and the defendant.
And you're familiar with those text messages?
Yes.
And are those text messages that were located in your cell phone?
Yes.
Okay, now during the course of this investigation, did you provide your cellular phone to the Ocean County Prosecutor's Office?
Yes.
And when did you provide your cell phone to the Ocean County Prosecutor's Office?
The day Corey passed.
And you provided your cell phone to Detective Mitchell?
Correct.
And by doing this, you voluntarily agreed that the prosecutor's office would search your phone?
Yes.
So calling your attention now to S5 in particular, at approximately 3:04, what did the defendant text you in regard to you dropping off Corey on March 20th, 21 at approximately 3:04?
He texted me, "When you get here, please just drop him off."
And what was your response?
I said, "Okay."
And then what did he say next?
He said, "You almost 2 hours late, what the fuck?"
And what did the defendant say next?
He said, "This Friday, however long late you are, is how long after 4:30 you can come."
Can you continue, please? What did he say next?
FYI, this is beyond pissing me off now. My entire plans for today are ruined.
What did you respond?
I'm driving as fast as I can. There was traffic. I'm sorry. And he said, I don't care. Whenever you get here, we will take the difference in time from 2 o'clock until then. And that is how long we will add on to 4:30 for when you come on Friday now.
And then, can you tell us?
Yes. He said, I'm at the clubhouse gym. Just drop him off here. I said, okay. And then again, I said, he can't get in. And then I said, I apologize for being so late. And I mean it. I'm not saying this because I want you to change your mind about Friday. I will come at 6:45, no problem. It's understandable, but I did want to tell you that there was no ill intentions there. I didn't mean to be so late.
Okay, so the text message that you're referring to regarding the clubhouse gym, can you tell for the jurors what time that text message is from regarding Corey not being able to get in?
At 4:14 p.m.
Thank you, Brandon. So Brianna, on March 20th of 2021, at approximately 4:15, did you drop off Corey to his father at the clubhouse gym at the Atlantic Heights apartment complex?
Yes.
And had you ever been inside the gym located at the clubhouse gym?
I have.
And can you just briefly describe what the clubhouse gym looks like?
There's weights and treadmills.
And where did you park when you dropped Corey off that day?
By the entrance of the clubhouse.
And did Corey have issues getting inside of the gym?
Yes.
And can you please explain what happened regarding Corey being able to enter the clubhouse gym on March 20th of 2021?
The door was locked. So I texted the defendant that he couldn't get in.
And then what happened after that?
He came and unlocked the door.
And what was the defendant's demeanor when he let Corey into the gym and then at that point in time?
He was very angry.
And at any point during this, did he come to your car?
Yes.
After you dropped Corey off on March 20th, 2021, when is the next time that you saw Corey?
I believe it was Tuesday.
Would that have been March 23rd,
Yes.
2021? And on that particular day, did you drive to Barnegat?
Yes.
And did you drive there to visit Corey?
Yes.
And where did you visit with Corey that day?
The defendant's home.
And about what time do you think did you arrive at the defendant's apartment to visit with Corey?
Maybe 4:30.
And that would have been your weekday visitation with Corey?
Yes.
So it would have been like after the school day?
Oh, yes. I'm sorry.
And where was the defendant when you visited Corey?
He was home.
And did you stay over the apartment that night?
No.
And what time did you leave the apartment?
I would say around 9:30.
And while you were with Corey, did you see any bruises on him?
I did. Yes.
And can you describe for the jurors the bruises that you saw?
He had a bruise on his forehead and it was very odd shaped and it kind of looked like an imprint of something.
And besides that bruise, did you see another bruise?
He had one on his chest. It looked like a scrape.
And where were you when you saw these bruises on Corey?
Corey and I went on a walk in the neighborhood.
And did you speak to Corey about the bruises that you saw?
Yes.
And where were you and Corey when you spoke?
We were on the walk.
And what was Corey's demeanor when you spoke to him about the bruises that you saw?
He just seemed upset and scared.
Now, calling your attention to March 26th of 2021, did you make a referral to DCP&P?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors who DCP&P is?
They are the Department of Children's Protection and Permanency.
Or people know them as DIFUS?
Yeah.
And how did you contact DCPMP?
Through the hotline.
And why did you make a referral to DCPMP at this time?
I felt like Corey's abuse was getting really bad, and I felt like they needed to do something about it.
Now, drawing your attention to Saturday, March 27th at 2021, did you see Corey that day?
I'm sorry, what day was it?
Saturday, March 27th of 2021. Did you see Corey that day?
Yes.
And where did you see Corey?
In Stafford or Barnegat.
And why were you at Stafford or Barnegat to see Corey?
He was having flag football tryouts.
And where did you go to see the flag football tryouts?
I think it was South Jersey, like Stafford or Barnegat.
Okay. And did you see the flag football tryouts?
Yes,
And who brought Corey to the tryout?
the defendant.
And how did you arrive to the fields for the flag football tryouts?
I drove myself.
And why did you meet the defendant there that day?
He didn't want to drive with me because he didn't want to be seen with me. I'm too trashy.
And what type of contact was allowed for first grade flag football?
It's no contact.
What, if any, injuries did Corey sustain at the flag football tryout?
None.
After the flag football tryout, did you take Corey back to your house in Manalapan for visitation?
I did.
And where did you take Corey to?
My house.
And did you have a conversation with the defendant at the tryout about bringing Corey back to your home for visitation?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors what the defendant said in regard to you bringing Corey back to your home?
He told me just to take him for the weekend.
And were you expecting that you were going to be able to take Corey home from tryouts?
No.
And that occurred during the tryout?
Yes.
Now, in regard to the court-ordered visitation schedule, did you and the defendant always follow what was specifically said in the court order?
No.
And can you tell the jurors why not?
I'm not sure.
Or what about, would there be circumstances which would?
Oh, yes. Christopher would let me take him to my house knowing the people that he didn't want to be there were there a few times.
Okay. When did you bring Corey back to the house in Barnegat after you brought him to your home after flag football?
On Sunday.
And can you tell the jurors what time did you return Corey to his father the next day?
Around 6.
And while Corey was at your home after the flag football tryouts, what, if any, bruising did you see to his body?
He had a large bruise on his chest. He had, it looked like fingerprint bruises all over his arms and legs. And he had it was very large on his hip on his side.
Now, besides the bruises, can you tell the jurors about Corey's physical condition?
He was normal.
Now, during your visitation with Corey at your home in Manalapan, was Corey exposed to anyone with COVID?
No.
And had anyone in your family attended a funeral?
No.
Had anyone in your family attended a mass gathering?
No.
At that time, what did you learn about Corey being out of school?
The defendant took him out of school for an apparent or exposed to COVID.
Did you confront the defendant about this?
Yes.
And what did the defendant do in response?
He blocked me.
On March 30th of 2021, did you contact the pediatrician about getting Corey an appointment?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors why you contacted the pediatrician?
Well, because I suspected that Corey was being abused, and I went on the advice of a DCPMP worker.
Objection.
So sustained. You should strike that. That's hearsay. If someone else told her something, so you should strike that, not consider it. If the state calls that person, then we'll deal with it at that time. Thank you.
Did you get an appointment with the pediatrician?
Yes,
And what day was the appointment scheduled for?
April 1st.
And April 1st was a Thursday? And what time was the appointment scheduled for, Brianna?
Around 5,
And why did you make the appointment at 5?
because that's when my parenting time was.
And who was the appointment made with? What pediatrician?
IV Pediatrics.
And did you have a conversation with the DCPMP caseworker?
Yes.
Without telling us the conversation, what was the caseworker's name?
Name,
Yes.
Mark Waltonowski.
Calling your attention to March 31st of 2021, did you file an emergent application for full custody of Corey with the family court?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors why you did this?
I was in fear for Corey's life.
And was DCPMP involved in this process?
Yes.
Now, on April 1st of 2021, what time did you pick up Corey that day for visitation?
Around 4:30.
And after you picked up Corey, where did you take him?
To the pediatrician.
And what was the name of the pediatrician or the practice?
IV Pediatrics.
And what town was the pediatrician located in?
Tom's River.
And when you picked up Corey that day, what was Corey's demeanor?
He was fine.
And when you picked up Corey that day, what was his physical condition?
He still had some bruises, but other than that, he was normal.
And when you got to the pediatrician's office, did Corey speak to the doctor?
Yes.
And was Corey examined by the doctor?
Yes,
And did you speak to the doctor?
I did.
Now, based upon this conversation, where did you take Corey next?
The community medical center.
And where is Community Medical Center located?
I believe in Tom's River.
And why did you take Corey to Community Medical Center in Toms River?
To be examined further, and he needed to get x-rays and blood work.
Okay. And while you were either at the pediatrician or on your way to Community Medical Center, did you receive the family court order regarding your emergent application?
Yes.
Your Honor, permission to approach?
Yes, of course.
Brianna, I'm now showing you what's been marked S17 for identification purposes. And can you please read the caption at the top of just saying that who
Okay.
the court order is from?
Honorable Patrick Bradshaw, JSC, Superior Court of New Jersey, Chancery Division, Family Part.
Okay. Now, calling your attention to this order, can you tell us who opened this court order?
I did.
Okay. And the court, can you read on the first paragraph, starting with, and the court having considered, what the court considered?
Objection.
What's the basic position?
How would she know what the court considered?
It's in a document,
Well, I
Judge.
think the question is that the order recites what the court considered. Do you have an objection to that? Nope. All right, thank you.
That's the question. Can you read off the order,
Right
please?
here.
Yeah, you could start with.
Okay, and the court having considered the paper submitted, and the court having reviewed a letter of investigatory findings submitted by the Department of Child Protection and Permanency, and good cause having been shown, It is on this first day of April 2021, ordered as follows.
Okay. And as the court order continues, you were denied your request for emergent custody, correct?
Correct.
And then continuing with this order, specifically in subsection 2, can you read for the jury what the court order says?
It says, upon recommendation by DCPMP, this court orders that the party's minor child, Corey, undergo a CPC evaluation as a part of its ongoing investigation. The party.
Okay, and I could just stop you there. And a CPC evaluation, that would in essence be an examination for what was going on with Corey and the bruising, correct? It doesn't matter, Judge. I can withdraw the question.
Well, it's
That's fine.
leading, so
Okay.
it's a state.
We'll go to subsection 3, if you could read for what the order says.
The court also orders the parties to confer with one another to agree upon a date and time in which Corey shall be made available for an examination by his pediatrician regarding Corey's bruising within 7 days of this order.
Okay. Now, after Corey was at the pediatrician, where did you take him next?
To the hospital.
And what hospital again did you take him to?
Community Medical Center.
And how did you drive Corey to Community Medical Center?
In my car.
And what was Corey's physical condition while in the car?
He was okay.
And can you tell the jurors what Corey's demeanor was when he was in the car?
Same as always, he was normal.
And about what time did you arrive at Community Medical Center?
Probably like between 6 and 7.
And was Corey examined at Community Medical Center?
Yes.
And what department was this in?
The emergency room.
And did Corey speak to the doctor?
Yes.
And did you speak to the doctor?
Yes.
And based upon your conversation, where did you take Corey next?
Jersey Shore Medical Center.
Now, while you were at Community Medical Center, before you got to Jersey Shore, did the defendant send you a text message as to where you were?
Yes.
Your Honor, permission to approach.
Yes.
7. Maria. Let's see. Okay, I'm now showing you what has been marked as 7 for identification purposes. And do you recognize these?
Yes.
And are these what?
Text messages between me and the defendant.
Okay. And calling your attention on S7 in particular to the first text message contained in the document, can you please tell the jury what the defendant texted you?
Judge, I'm going to object since it's a document, not an evidence. I don't know how she could read from it.
Your Honor, we already had a 104 hearing
Where
where
do you want to move it down?
I can move them into evidence. I was going to do it at the end, but
Okay, I'll agree to that.
okay. So I have the other ones too. I can move into evidence. So the state will move it into evidence as well.
So, ladies and gentlemen, you're going to hear about these text messages, the statements of the defendant. You can consider as statements. I'm going to give you an instruction later about statements of defendant electronically, or if there's any oral ones. So I'll ask you to consider them at the end of the case in connection with that instruction. In addition, in terms of the statements of Ms. Micciolo, they're actually hearsay, but she's here testifying about it. So I'll allow them in for that reason. I concluded it wouldn't make much sense for me just to give you the defendant's statements or responses if you couldn't see the other half of the conversation. So in order to be able to give you a full picture, I'm allowing both Ms. Micciolo's messages and the defendant's alleged responses into evidence in order to give you that context to be able to analyze them. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so turning your attention then to S7 in particular at the top of the page at approximately 4:01 at, can you read the time for the jurors?
7:26.
Okay, and what did the defendant text you?
He said, "Where are you?"
And what did he text you next?
He said, "It'll be past 7:30 and I will take over and be with my son."
And what did he say after that?
"I have no idea where you are and you will not tell me on the phone. Why is that? You were past your time by the court order and I want to be there for my son."
Oh, and what was your response to that?
I said, "I am driving to Jersey Shore Medical Center. I'm doing what a caseworker for DCPMP told me to do."
Now, Brianna, while you were at Community Medical Center, did you sign Corey out of the hospital?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors why you did this?
Because I wanted to drive him myself to Jersey Shore Medical Center.
And why did you want to drive him yourself to Jersey Shore Medical Center?
Because I was already late and I didn't want to spend another 30 minutes waiting.
And what had the hospital offered at the time?
To transport Corey.
Now, while Corey was at Community Medical Center, was he physically examined?
Yes.
And what was Corey's condition at Community Medical Center?
He was fine.
Now, did Jersey Shore Medical Center have a pediatric abuse specialist on staff?
Yes.
And while all this was happening, did you speak to Bart, the DCPMP worker?
Yes.
Now, after you and Corey left Community Medical Center, where did you immediately go?
Jersey Shore Medical Center.
And what was Corey's physical condition while you were with Corey in the car?
Fine. He was just watching videos on my phone.
And what was Corey's demeanor?
Normal. Happy.
Now, approximately what time did you arrive at Jersey Shore Medical Center with Corey?
Around 8.
And did you speak to the doctor at Jersey Shore Medical Center?
Yes.
And did Corey speak to the doctor at Jersey Shore Medical Center?
Yes.
And what was Corey's demeanor while at Jersey Shore Medical Center?
He was okay. He was just a little tired because it was getting late.
And was Corey examined by a doctor at Jersey Shore Medical Center?
He was.
And what tests were performed on Corey at Jersey Shore Medical Center?
He had an X-ray and blood work.
And while Corey was at Jersey Shore Medical Center, was he seen by the pediatric abuse specialist?
I believe so.
Or is he seen by an emergency room doctor?
I think it was an emergency room doctor.
Now, while you were at Jersey Shore Medical Center on April 1st of 2021, did you have a telephone conversation with the defendant?
Yes.
And about what time did that conversation occur?
Around 8:30.
And can you tell us about the conversation you had with the defendant?
He called me and he asked me to leave the hospital with Corey, and I said I wouldn't. I want him to be checked out, and then he started just verbally attacking me and fighting with me.
And did the defendant know that you were at Jersey Shore Hospital with Corey?
Yes.
And can you tell us what happened at the hospital regarding your cell phone?
My phone died.
Now, at 11:43 p.m., did the defendant send you a text message asking you where you were?
Yes.
Your Honor, permission to approach? No, you're S8. So, Brianna, at approximately 11:43 p.m., while you were at Jersey Shore Medical Center, did the defendant send you a text message asking where you were?
Yes.
Your Honor, permission to approach the witness?
Yes, absolutely.
You want to see it? Good. Okay, Brianna, I'm now showing you what's been marked S8 for identification purposes. And do you recognize that?
Yes.
And those are text messages from your phone?
Yes.
And you're familiar with those text messages?
I am.
Your Honor, permission to enter into evidence and publish?
Certainly. So that's S8.
S8.
Any objection? None. S8 in evidence.
Okay, now calling your attention to the first message. Can you tell the jurors what the defendant said to you and what time that this occurred?
At 11:43, the defendant said, "Why are you now ignoring me?"
And can you tell the jurors what your response was?
I said, "My phone died and I just got a charger. I'm at the hospital because DCPMP spoke to doctors and they told me to come here. You could have came here from the beginning. You said no, drop him off. We could have taken turns the whole time. I'm not doing anything wrong. Stay up and I'll drop him off as soon as we're done."
Can you please turn the page? Now calling your attention, can you please continue to read the first two messages with the dates and the time as well to the jury?
On 4/1/21 at 11:52, I said, "You're not going to stay awake." And then on 4/2/21, at 12:48, I said, "How are you going to go to court and say anything about me keeping him? You won't even stay up for me to drop him off, and I'm offering now."
Okay. Thank you. Now, after those text messages, when is the next time you heard from the defendant?
The next morning, or that morning.
Now, was Corey released from Jersey Shore Medical Center?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors about his blood work?
It was all normal.
And what about in regard to any x-rays or scans?
That was normal as well.
And was that text message at approximately 11:43, was that the last time that you had contact with the defendant that evening?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors why would you try to bring Corey back to his father's house from Jersey Shore Medical Center?
So I didn't break the court order.
Now, after you left Jersey Shore with Corey, can you tell the jurors where you went?
I went to my house in Englishtown.
And how long of a ride was it?
About 45 minutes.
And what was Corey's demeanor in the car ride?
He was tired. It was 1 a.m. and he fell asleep in the car.
And about what time did you then arrive at your home?
I want to say like around 1:30.
Okay. And when you got to your house, can you tell us who was awake?
No one.
And when you got to your house, where did you and Corey immediately go?
We went to my bedroom.
And where was your bedroom located in the house?
In the basement.
And where did you and Corey sleep that night?
We slept in my bed.
Good night, guys. I'll keep it on if you guys want me to keep it on. But if I fall asleep, I go out quick. So, do you want me to? What do you think? You want me to keep it on? We have another almost hour. No, 2 hours. So 2 hours before to go out. I should just keep it on, right? What do you guys think? Hopefully I'll be able to wake up and then turn it off. What do you think? All right, I'll keep it on. I feel like I'm going to go out quick. All right, here we go.
And while you slept in bed with Corey, what was his physical condition?
He was okay.
And can you tell the jurors what Corey's demeanor was while you slept in bed with him?
Normal.
And can you tell the jurors why you slept in bed with Corey that night?
It was just easier because it was really late and I just didn't want to get him ready in his room.
What time did you and Corey wake up the next morning?
Around 7:30.
And when Corey woke up, did you dress him?
Yes,
And where did you dress Corey?
in my room.
And what did you dress Corey in?
I put him in a sweatshirt, jeans, and sneakers.
And what about his underwear?
They were blue underwear.
And what was the condition of the clothes that you dressed Corey in?
They were clean.
And after you dressed Corey, where did the two of you then go?
We ate breakfast in the kitchen.
And when you went upstairs to eat breakfast in the kitchen, who was there?
My mom and her boyfriend, Richie.
And did Corey have breakfast?
Yes,
And did he eat?
he did.
And do you remember what he ate?
He ate a bagel and a Gregor.
And were you with Corey the entire time that he was eating breakfast?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors what was Corey's physical condition in the morning when he was eating breakfast?
He was okay.
And what about his demeanor?
Normal. He was fine.
Now, that morning of the 2nd at approximately 6:48 a.m., did you receive a text message from the defendant?
Yes.
Your Honor, permission to approach the witness?
Yes.
It's the other, the rest of them. You saw them already? Okay. Fran, I'm now showing you what's been marked S8, which has already been admitted to evidence. Turning your attention to the text message conversation. Can you please tell the jurors what the defendant said, starting with that particular message? And can you let the jurors know the time and the date as well?
Okay. On 4/2/21 at 6:46 a.m., he said, "I'm going to court because you decided to go when you had 7 days last night, and by your text, you were still there at 12:50 at night. You are a detriment to Corey's health, and I will be going to court today about it."
And can you read the next message from the defendant as well?
Yes, 6:46. He said, "By the way, school starts at 8:30, so have him back before 8:30.
Brianna, after Corey had breakfast, where did you drive to?
To the defendant's house.
And when you were driving to the defendant's house in Barnegat, where was Corey seated in the car?
He was in the back seat.
And how long of it was a drive to Barnegat?
About an hour.
And what was Corey doing while you were driving to Barnegat with him in the car?
He was watching YouTube on my phone.
And what was Corey's demeanor in the car?
He was okay.
Now, while you were driving Corey to Barnegat, did you receive a text message from the defendant?
I did.
Your Honor, permission to approach?
Yes.
Grant, I'm now showing you what has been marked S9 for identification purposes. Do you recognize this?
Yes,
And you're familiar with that?
I am.
And is that a text message that you received from the defendant, which was located on your phone?
Yes,
And can you please tell the jurors what the defendant texted you, including the date and the time of the text message?
yes. On 4/2/21 at 8:37 a.m., he said, I mean, considering you did kidnap my son for an entire day and night, the minimum that is happening is an entire day and night is going to be removed from your next visit maximum. Hopefully the courts will agree with my application this morning and you will lose all rights.
Now, when you got to the defendant's apartment complex to drop off Corey, where did you park?
In front of the defendant's home.
And about what time did you get to the apartment complex to drop off Corey that morning?
Around 9 a.m.
And when you got there, where was the defendant's car?
I'm not sure. It wasn't there.
And did you text the defendant asking where he was?
Yes.
And what did the defendant say to you in regard to where he was?
He said he was home.
And before Corey had left the car, did you provide Corey with a piece of paper?
I did.
And what did you give Corey?
It was a paper from the hospital that had information so the defendant could look at his records.
And why did you do that?
I was just being nice.
And did you speak to Corey in the car before you sent him into the defendant's home?
I did.
And was that the last time that you spoke to Corey?
It was.
Did Corey exit your car?
He did.
And can you tell the jurors where Corey walked?
He walked inside defendant's home.
And how was Corey walking when he went to the defendant's apartment?
Fine.
And did Corey open the apartment door of
Yeah.
the defendant's apartment?
Yes.
Now, continuing on, in the morning of April 2nd of 2021, were you and the defendant arguing?
Yes.
I have permission to approach S11. And I'm now showing you what's been marked S11 for identification purposes. And again, are those text messages that were contained in your phone? And you're familiar with those messages?
I am.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move to publish and into evidence of S11.
No objection. S11 evidence.
So Brianna, starting with the top message, can you please tell the jury about your conversation with the defendant?
Yes, at 9:48 a.m., I said, stop being so cocky. If I were you, I definitely wouldn't be.
And then what did the defendant respond?
He said, yes, I am a ludicrous charge by you that when you went to court yesterday was completely thrown out and disregarded.
And can you continue with his next message?
He said, shows how much evidence there is, doesn't it? You're going to be in for a rude awakening today.
So, Brianna, what is the next time that you heard from the defendant on April 2nd of 2021?
Around 3:30.
And did you speak to the defendant on the telephone?
Yes.
And at 3:30 on April 2nd, what did the defendant tell you about Corey?
He said he was lethargic. His legs were hurting. He was sleeping all day. And he was throwing up and just didn't feel good. And then he told me to send Corey's insurance card to him.
And did you send the defendant Corey's insurance card?
I did.
And did the defendant say anything about taking Corey to the hospital?
Yes.
And did the defendant tell you what hospital he was taking Corey to?
No.
Was that the last time that you had spoken to the defendant on that day?
Yes.
And did you learn what hospital Corey was taken to?
Yes.
After the phone conversation, did you know at that time what hospital Corey was taken to?
No.
And at that time, what did you do?
I started calling the hospitals to see if Corey was there. I also called my local police department to kind of report Corey as like, I don't know where he is, and he's not feeling good, he's sick.
And about 6 o'clock that day on the 2nd, did the police come to your home?
Yes.
And did you learn at that time that Corey had passed?
I did.
Now, on that same day that Corey passed away, did you go to the police station and provide a statement?
I did.
And whom did you speak to?
Detective Dennis Mitchell.
And what did you give to Detective Mitchell at the police station?
My cell phone.
And did you voluntarily provide that to the detective?
Yes.
And did you also allow officers to photograph your home in Englishtown?
Yes.
The photos. Your Honor, permission to
Please.
approach. Your Honor, I'm now showing you what's been marked S21, S20, S23, S19, S35, S32, S33, and S24, and S34, and also S24. Now calling your attention to S22, are you familiar with the area
Yes.
depicted there? And can you tell the jurors what that is?
It's a TV stand in my bedroom.
And in your hand, you're holding a what?
Photograph.
And you're familiar with that because it's in your bedroom?
Correct.
I'm now showing you what's been marked S23 for identification purposes. And can you tell the jurors what that is?
This is my bedroom.
And what you're holding is what, a photograph?
Yes.
And you're familiar with the area depicted in that photograph?
Yes.
Okay, I'm now showing you what's been marked S20. Is this another photograph?
Yes.
Okay, and are you familiar with the area depicted in that photograph?
Yes.
And what is that?
the entrance to my house.
Okay, I'm now showing you what's been marked S21. Are you familiar with that photograph?
Yes,
And what is that a picture of?
it's a hallway to my bedroom.
Okay, so you're familiar what's depicted in that photograph. I'm now going to show you what has been marked S19. Are you familiar with the area depicted in that photograph?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors what that is a photograph of?
It's a photo of the defendant's home.
And you've been to that location before?
Yes.
I'm now showing you what has been marked S24. And are you familiar as to what's depicted in that photograph?
Yes.
And what's depicted in that photograph?
It's the paper I gave Corey to go inside with.
Okay, so you're familiar with that paper because it was under your control and then you gave it to Corey.
Yes.
I'm now showing you what's been marked S34 for identification purposes. And do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what is that a photograph of?
Corey's underwear.
And is that the underwear that you put on Corey when you drove him to the defendant's house on April 2nd of 2021?
Yes.
And in regard to that photograph, is what's depicted in that photo the condition of the underwear that you sent Corey with that day in going to the home?
No.
And I'm now showing you what's been marked S33, and are you familiar with that?
Yes.
And what is that a photograph of?
Corey's underwear.
And again, is the underwear in the same condition as to when you sent Corey in that underwear to the defendant's home?
No.
I'm now showing you what's been marked S32 for identification purposes. And again, is that the underwear that you sent Corey in, a photo of that on April 2nd of 2021?
No.
That's not the underwear?
Oh, yes, I'm sorry.
Okay. And is the condition the same?
No.
Okay. And I'm now showing you what's marked S35 for identification purposes. And can you tell the jurors what that is?
That's Corey's underwear.
And again, you're familiar with that? And that's the underwear that you sent him in?
Yes.
And was that the condition it was when you sent him in the
No.
underwear? Your Honor, the state would ask for permission to publish and move into evidence the photos.
Your Honor, can I just see S22 and 23?
Sure. Ms. Lento, I'd like you to just put them in order so we can go through them in numerical order
Sure.
and we enter into evidence. And you can show 22 and 23, Mr. Bridge.
I'm giving it to you. She's giving it to you. 22? 23? Yes, 22.
I'm fine.
No objection? Okay. All right, so if I kept those numbers correct, it would be, let me know if I'm right, Ms. Lento, S19 through S24 and S32 through S35, is that right?
Yes, Judge.
All right, so
That is
S19 through and including S24 in evidence, S32 through and including S35 in evidence.
Yes.
Thank you.
Your Honor, at this point, we would ask for permission to publish the photos to the jury.
Grant.
Thank you. Okay, Brianna, so you're familiar with that location.
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors what that location is?
That's the defendant's home.
And the day that you dropped Corey off back to his father on April 2nd, can you show the jurors where you parked that day using the photograph of S19, which is now before the jury?
Yeah, it was all the way to the right, the second spot to the left.
We could go to the next picture. Okay, I'm now showing you S20, which has been published to the jury. And can you tell the jurors what that is a picture of?
That's the entrance of my home.
So when you came home with Corey around 1 something on April 2nd, is that where you and Corey entered the home?
Yes.
And what area in your home does that depict?
The entrance and the living rooms to the left, and my bedroom doors to the right after the hallway.
We can move to S21, please. Okay, now you can see S21, which has been published to the jury. And can you tell the jurors what is depicted in that photograph?
That's the stairs and the hallway to my bedroom.
S22, please. And can you tell the jurors what that is?
That's a TV stand in my bedroom.
Okay, and why is that TV stand there in your bedroom?
To hold the TV.
And is that where you would generally sleep downstairs?
Yes.
Okay. If we could then go to S23. And can you tell the jurors what that is a picture of?
My bedroom.
Okay. Now, the night that you brought Corey back to your home in Englishtown on April 2nd at 1 something in the morning, can you show the jury where you and Corey slept?
Yes, it was the bed on the left.
Next picture, please. I'm now showing you what's been marked S24, which has been published to the jury. And can you tell the jurors what that is a photograph of?
That's the paper the hospital gave me that I gave Corey to give to the defendant.
And I'm now showing you, if we could move to the next photo, S32. And can you tell the jurors what S32, the photograph, shows?
They're Corey's underwear.
Now, is that the underwear that you sent Corey in to his defendant's home on April 2nd of 2021?
Yes.
And if we can move to the next picture, please. I'm now showing you what's been marked S33. Is that the underwear that you sent Corey in to the defendant's home on April 2nd?
Yes.
Now, when you sent Corey in this underwear, was that the condition of the underwear?
No.
And what was the condition of the underwear when you sent Corey to the home?
They were clean.
And can we now go to S34? And again, is this a photo of the underwear that you dressed Corey in when you brought him to the defendant's home on April 2nd?
Yes.
And is that the condition of the underwear?
No.
S35. And again, the underwear on S35 as the photograph, was that the condition of the underwear that you sent Corey in when you brought him to the defendant's home?
No.
And what was the condition of the underwear that you sent?
They were clean.
S36? Oh, no S36, Judge.
All right, we didn't get that yet.
Yep.
This one is recording.
This one is the gym. Okay. The voice recording. I'm now going to show you what's been marked S15A for identification purposes. And do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what is that?
It's a flash drive.
And are you familiar as to what's contained on that flash drive?
Yes.
And have you previously viewed what has been contained upon that flash drive?
Yes.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors what is contained in S15A?
It's a conversation between me and my son.
And when did this conversation occur?
On April 2nd.
And are you speaking to Corey in this conversation?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would ask to move S15A into evidence and publish to the jury.
S15A in evidence.
Oh, and also too, the transcript. Yeah. If I may approach the transcript.
Because you went to the doctor, and I just want to make sure he sees that, okay? I'm not sure where he is. Yeah, he's inside. I don't know why the car's not here. That's strange.
Okay, Brianna. So in regard to the video recording that you just saw and listened to, is that your voice depicted on the recording?
Yes,
And who is the other voice depicted on the recording?
my son Corey.
And obviously you're familiar with Corey's voice.
Yes.
And the conversation that you had with Corey on April 2nd of 2021, a little past 9 a.m. that morning, does that accurately depict the conversation that you had with him, what was shown in this video?
Yes.
Now, did you know that you were recording this conversation at the time?
No.
And how did it come to be that this conversation that you had with Corey was recorded?
Detective Dennis Mitchell from the prosecutor's office called me and asked me about it.
Okay. And Detective Mitchell had your cellular phone?
Yes.
Okay. And was this video recorded on your cellular phone?
Yes.
And did you purposely record this on your cellular phone?
No.
And how did it come to be that the recording existed from your cellular phone?
I must have accidentally took the video.
Your Honor, permission to approach the witness?
Yes.
Yes, ABC. Yes. Flash drive, video. Okay, I'm now showing you what has been marked S18 for identification purposes. And can you tell the jurors what S18 is?
It's a flash drive.
And are you familiar as to the contents which are contained on this flash drive?
Yes.
And did you review the contents of this flash drive before you came to court today?
Yes.
Now, contained within this flash drive is SA.
Mhm.
And is SA a surveillance video from the Atlantic Heights apartment complex in Barnegat from March 20th of 2021?
Yes.
And you are familiar with that location as to what is contained on S18A.
Yes.
And you've been to that location before.
Yes.
And you're also familiar with who is depicted on that video, correct?
Yes.
And in regard to the A video, you are actually present on the video, correct?
Yes.
And you are familiar with the other parties as well.
Yes.
I'm now going to draw your attention to S18, what would be B, C, and D. And those are also surveillance videos from the Atlantic Heights apartment complex gym, correct?
Yes.
And you have reviewed those videos before you came to court today, correct?
Yes.
And you are familiar with the location which is depicted on B, C, and D.
Yes.
And you're also familiar with the parties who are located on those surveillance videos.
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move into evidence. S18, A, B, C, and D of S 18.
No objection.
It's 18, A, B, C, and D.
Thank you. And permission to publish, Your Honor, starting with A.
Yes.
Okay, Brianna. In regard to video A, there is a car located on that surveillance video.
Yes,
And whose car was that?
that's my car.
And there was also an adult male located on the surveillance video. And can you tell the jury who that was?
The defendant.
And there was also a child located on the surveillance video. Can you tell the jury who that is?
My son Corey.
Does that video accurately depict when you dropped Corey off to his father's apartment complex gym on March 20th, 2021 at approximately 4:15 p.m.?
Yes,
Now, there was a timestamp located on the video, correct?
correct.
And is that accurate within an approximate reasonable time?
Yes,
Permission to publish videos B, C, and D, Your Honor.
Granted.
Thank you.
Sorry, let's start at the beginning.
we're just gonna move to the next video, which would be S18C for purposes of the record.
Very good.
Your Honor, permission to publish video D, please. Now, Brianna, who is the child located in that video?
That's Corey.
And how old was Corey in that video?
He was 6.
And who was the adult male located in that video?
The defendant.
And again, you're familiar with that area?
Yes.
Now, when was the first time that you ever saw that video?
A few weeks ago.
And have you ever had possession of that video?
No.
Your Honor, there's no further questions for the witness at this time.
Thank you. Mr. Russo.
How are you, Ms. Micciolo?
I'm okay. How are you?
You need a second?
I'm okay.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
So, when was Corey born?
May 1st, 2014.
And where did he live when he was born?
With me, Monroe Township.
And who lived in the house with you?
My family, my parents, my sister.
And how long did he live in Monroe Township?
A few months.
And did there come a time when you guys moved from Monroe Township
Yes, we moved to Florida.
to Florida? And how long were you in Florida?
A few years.
And who lived with you in Florida?
My parents and my sister.
So it was just the 4 of you and Corey.
I think my brother lived with us at the time too.
And then there came a time you moved back to Jersey, or did you move to Pennsylvania?
I was in New Jersey.
So you moved from New Jersey to Florida, from Florida back to New Jersey.
I did.
And when did you move back to New Jersey?
Maybe 2017.
And how old was Corey in 2017?
3 years old.
Then it comes a time when I believe it was either you or your mother make an application for child support from Christopher, am I right?
Around there.
Around the time you moved back from Florida to New Jersey?
Yes.
And was it you or your mother that made that application?
It was my mother.
And prior to that, how were you supporting Corey?
Through my parents.
And there came a time where they didn't want to support him anymore?
Objection. Hearsay.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you.
So there came a time where your mother decided that she wanted to seek paternity of who this child is to get child support.
No.
So how did it come about?
I applied to get food stamps and health insurance and, assistance from the government, and they made us name the defendant as the father, and they ordered him to get a DNA test.
And then you got a DNA test, right?
Correct.
And then you moved at some point back to New Jersey.
I guess so.
So, did he come to Jersey?
He did. Yeah.
Okay, so it's not a guess, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Right.
So he moved to New Jersey.
He did.
When he moved to New Jersey, he not only paid child support, but he had custody along with you and your mother, am I right?
He had visitation in the beginning, yeah.
And the visitation would be at your house and at his parents' house, I guess, in Monroe?
Yeah. Yeah, Corey would go to his parents after school.
And things were fine, right?
I wouldn't say fine.
Okay.
No.
Tell me what.
I think it was maybe the first or second visit, Corey came home with a busted lip. Yes,
And you made a complaint about that,
I
didn't you?
did.
And it was investigated, am I
It
right?
was, yeah.
Okay. And when it was investigated, it was found out that Mr. Gregor,
Objection, Judge, it's hearsay.
was it investigated?
It was.
Okay, you found it?
Objection, Judge.
Right, can we, I see Council Circle.
In March, I guess, of 220 or January of 220, we were having an issue with drugs.
Yes.
You testified to that.
Yes.
And at that point, you lose custody of Corey.
Yes.
Am I right?
Mhm.
And what was the drug you used?
Methamphetamine.
Methamphetamine?
Yes.
And what is a methamphetamine? I don't know.
It's a methamphetamine. I don't know how to, it's a drug.
Okay. And you lost custody of Corey in, I guess it was January of 2020 as a result of that addiction?
It's around there.
And did you go to rehab at that point?
I went to a drug program. Yes.
Okay. And where was the drug program?
Stress care in Matawan.
And how long was that program?
About 8 weeks.
8 weeks?
Yeah.
And then in March, I believe it's your mother makes an application to start to get visitation of court, right?
I believe so.
Okay.
I don't recall.
But you still don't have custody or visitation rights at that point, am I right?
Correct.
And why was that?
Because of the drug test.
So did you fail a drug test after the rehab stint?
No.
So what was about the drug test that made you not able to take care of your child?
I just didn't apply for it yet, and to get custody back yet. I was still working on myself.
You're working on your sobriety?
Yes.
And when did you become sober?
Around the summer of that year.
The summer of 2020?
Yes.
So in the summer of 2020, you become sober, and up until the moment you're sitting here, you've been sober.
No, I have relapsed.
Okay. And when did you relapse?
Probably around December 2020.
December of what year?
2020.
I can't hear.
2020.
2020.
Yes.
So in December of 2020, you relapsed again. Was
Yes.
it the same drug, the methamphetamine?
It was.
And how do you take that? Is that like something called a bump? I've heard that term.
Yeah, you snort it.
Okay,
Yeah.
you snort.
Mhm.
So when you say the word bump, that means you're snorting a methamphetamine.
I guess.
I don't know.
Yeah,
Is that how you ingest it?
yes.
So in January of 2020, you have a drug issue, you lose custody of Corey. In March of 2020, you still don't have custody of Corey. I believe it's in October, though, of 2020 that you're now allowed visitation.
I am, yes.
Okay. And in October of 2020, you then relapse in December of 2020.
Yes.
Does Christopher know that you relapsed in December of 2020? Did you tell him?
I don't believe I did.
And did you go back to rehab?
I did not.
Were you able to get over the addiction at that point?
No.
So you relapsed again?
Yes.
When did you relapse again?
I don't know. I have to think. Maybe February. I can't
February of-
recall. It was on and off, like once or twice throughout.
February of 2021?
Yes.
And was that the last relapse?
Yes. Yes.
So from February of 2021 until you sit here today, you've been sober.
No.
So you relapsed again.
Okay. Yes, I did one time. Yes.
Okay. When was that?
Probably around the same time.
February of 2021.
Mm-hmm.
So sometime between February of 2021 and as you sit here today, you're sober.
Yes.
So, do you know a person named Dustin Wondren?
I do.
Okay. And can you tell me who Dustin Wondren is?
He is my ex-boyfriend.
Your ex-boyfriend. Now, were you dating Dustin Wondren in April 2021?
Yes.
Okay. And by the way, do you have something called Facebook?
Yes.
And on Facebook, I believe there's something called Messenger. Am I right?
Okay, yes.
And did you and Justin Bordrin ever use Facebook Messenger to communicate with each other?
Yes.
And the day Corey died was what?
April 2nd.
Do you remember having a conversation with Justin Bordrin on April 2nd?
Objection, Judge, it's hearsay.
Well, her statements would not be hearsay. So the existence of a
Right.
conversation doesn't convey any content yet, so that objection's overruled.
Thank you.
Do you remember having a conversation with Justin Bordrin on April 2nd of 2021, beginning at 2:54 p.m.?
I don't remember it, but
Can I call?
Please. Just identify the exhibit, please.
It's a Facebook,
No, just by number.
D4.
Thank you.
you want me to read it?
Well, why don't you tell me if you recognize the conversation? Is that you and Dustin?
Yeah,
So you recognize that conversation?
yes.
Back for a second. Now, on 4/2/21, what time has you dropped Corey off at Christopher's house?
On April 2nd, you said? Around 9 a.m.
9 a.m.?
Yes.
Okay. And then you went right home?
I believe so.
And at what time did Christopher ask you to send him the insurance claim information?
Around 3:30.
Do you remember in this Facebook chat, at about 3:49 p.m., asking a person named Justin Boydranda to bring me a bump?
Yes. I see it.
You remember that, right?
Yes,
So that's the day Corey died,
it was.
okay? That's the day that you don't know what's going on, right? You don't have any idea what's going on yet, right?
Correct.
All right? And you're asking Justin to bring you a methamphetamine.
Yes,
So, and you said that you relapsed in February.
yes.
Is that true?
I actually, that day I didn't do it.
Okay,
Yeah.
but you wanted him to do it.
I mean, yeah, I was very upset about my son being abused.
So you wanted a what is it?
Methamphetamine.
Methamphetamine. Do you recall on the same time, a little later in the afternoon, where you are saying, can I come over and buy one?
What time was this? 4:03. I do, yeah. This is the same text message then, yeah.
And do you recall then going on and saying, I mean, I could get it by myself,
Yes,
I just don't want that much?
yes.
Now, what does that mean, I don't want that much?
I wasn't like in active addiction, so I didn't need much, so that's what that means.
Explain to me what that means. I don't.
Objection, Judge,
I
she
don't-
just answered the question.
Can you rephrase?
When you said I don't need that much to Justin Bordrin, are you discussing with him the amount of methamphetamine that you wanted?
Yes,
So when you said I don't want that much, it's less than you normally take?
yeah,
Okay,
I was-
what did you normally take?
more than that, I guess.
Well, what was that?
A bump?
A bump? One bump? Well, how big is a bump?
I don't know. Depends.
What does it depend on?
Whoever puts it out. I don't know what you're asking me, really.
I'm asking you what you were asking for
Methamphetamine,
and how much.
a bump. I don't know how to explain it anybody else.
So on the day that you are complaining that your son was allegedly abused by Christopher, you're asking your boyfriend to bring you methamphetamine.
I did.
So now let's go to the events.
Yes.
When you dropped Corey off at the gym, Christopher had given you permission to take him to the party.
Yes,
Because it was an unscheduled
visitation.
visitation.
Correct.
So it's not, it was my scheduled visitation. You requested of him on a day that's not yours,
Mm-hmm.
if
Yes.
you could take your son to a party in Pennsylvania. Am I right?
Yes,
And he agreed to that.
he did.
You said, sure, take him to the party.
Yeah.
And then did you agree on a time you were supposed to bring him home?
Yes.
Okay. And did you take him home that time?
No.
You took him home late.
I was late.
You were late.
Yes.
And he was upset.
Yes.
So then you guys had an argument, right?
Yeah, over text. Yeah.
Over text. And we saw some of those texts. We'll get into some of those texts in a little while.
Yeah.
So now there comes a time where after April 20th, that you have visitation again.
April 20th or March 20th?
March 20th.
Yeah. Yes,
You have visitation again.
I did.
Right.
Hmm.
And your visitation was usually when, on a Thursday?
I think so.
Well, I wasn't there, so was it?
I think it was Wednesdays, honestly.
Okay.
Yeah.
So how often would you get him during the week?
It depended on his mood,
On whose mood?
the defendant's.
So the court didn't tell you what days you had? If
Well, yes,
Christopher
so
made the
there was a
determination?
court order, yes.
Okay,
That said,
so-
so it was Wednesday and then every other weekend.
So then it wasn't up to his mood, it was up to a court order, am I right?
You're right.
All right, I'm right.
Yes.
So when you just said it was up to the defendant,
For any extra days, it would be up to him.
well, did the court say that?
No.
Oh, so he would give you extra days if you asked him,
Yes.
and he gave it
If
to
he
you,
was in the mood to give me them, yes.
and he gave it to you.
Sometimes.
Okay, but the court order said Wednesday,
Yes.
and he gave it to you every Wednesday,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
And sometimes when you ask, like on Halloween, right? Didn't he ask you once on Halloween? You asked if you could have Corey for Halloween, so he could go trick or treating,
Oh, yes. I remember that.
and you said yes.
Yes.
But every Wednesday was court order, right?
I believe that's the day. I think so. Not 100%.
But you had him, how many days a week were you allowed to visit?
On Wednesdays and then every other weekend.
So every Wednesday you would see him, and then every other weekend you would
Yes.
see him. So the weekend that you took him on the 20th to the party that wasn't your weekend?
No.
The following weekend was though,
Yes,
and you took him that weekend.
I did.
So between April 20th, and I guess it would be the 27th,
Right, what you say,
March, I'm
March.
sorry, thank you, Judge. March 27th would be, the 25th would probably be the beginning of that weekend, right?
I think it was the 28th, 27th was that Saturday, yes.
And wasn't that Saturday the day he had to do the flag football?
Yes,
Now, didn't he stay at Christopher's house that night?
Friday night, yes.
Friday night?
Yes.
Was your weekend though, right?
Yes,
Where did you stay that night?
at my house,
You stayed at your house?
yes.
Do you recall that Christopher asked you if he could have Corey?
Objection, hearsay.
Why did you leave Corey there Friday night?
Chris wouldn't let me pick him up.
Okay. Did he get to the practice on time? Oh, by
Yes.
the way, did you agree to that? It was your weekend.
No, he wouldn't let Corey go with me
To home?
to my house. He wouldn't let me pick him up.
Did you do anything about that?
We met at the police station. He wouldn't let Corey out of the car.
And the police department said that was okay?
Yes,
Yes?
they did.
Hearsay with the police department.
Well,
Okay. But the police are like, you would meet at the police station to exchange Corey?
only when he was in a bad mood,
When Corey was in a bad mood?
Christopher.
So you would meet on Wednesdays at the police station if Christopher was in a bad mood?
And yes,
But if he wasn't in a bad mood, you would meet at his house?
yes,
And if he was a really good mood, you would actually sleep over his house?
yes.
And how often did you do that?
It depended. Sometimes a few times a week, sometimes once. Sometimes just the weekend, sometimes the weekdays.
And how long did that go?
About 4 months, maybe 3 months.
And was that in 2021?
Yes,
So if March 20th was the treadmill,
March 20th.
so we saying from like January to the beginning of March, he was sleeping over his house during this time?
Maybe early December.
Did you guys discuss actually getting a house together?
We did.
Did you actually look at houses together?
We did not.
So up until this point in March of 2021, you still only had visitation rights,
Yes.
no custody.
I had half legal custody and every other weekend. Yeah.
Okay, so half legal custody meaning you had them on Wednesdays and every other week,
Yes.
but you didn't have full parental custody.
No,
And why was that?
because I was working towards getting more custody.
Okay. And how did you do that?
What do you mean?
How did you do that? What was the work you did? Tell me the work you did.
I got clean and I was trying to go back to court and ask the judge for more time with Corey.
And that's just around the time that you had made an emergent order.
Yes.
You requested an emergent order
Correct.
to get custody of Corey and have it taken away from Christmas.
Temporarily.
Temporarily.
Yes.
Right? Because you saw bruises on Corey
Yes.
and you immediately made an emergent application. By the way, weren't you active football practice?
I was. Yes.
So now you see the bruises on Corey, you make an emergent application, and that's denied.
It is.
And as a result of it being denied, you then get an order from the court that tells you and Christopher that together you should make an appointment with the pediatrician through DCP&P.
Correct.
You didn't do that, though.
Yes, I did.
No.
I took him to the pediatrician.
You did.
Yes.
You didn't do it together with him as the court order had stated.
No.
Okay?
He
You
did-
decided on your own. Did you decide on your own?
Yes.
You were gonna take it.
Yes.
You violated court order.
I mean, I don't think it said he had to be present during that. It just said that he needed to go to a pediatrician. So
I know you got that all day. So now, you take him to the pediatrician.
I did.
Take him to Ivy Pediatrician,
Yes.
and at Ivy, they tell you that, these are some bumps and bruises, suspicious of
Yeah.
child abuse.
Yeah.
Am I correct?
Yes.
And at this point, you don't know anything about the treadmill that we just saw.
No.
And they recommend to you that you take him to Jersey Shore Medical Center at that point.
Yes. Well, community medical center first.
Like they said Jersey Shore Medical.
Objection, Judge, it's hearsay.
Did they?
They said, like,
Right, so it's hearsay, but in terms of how she reacts to that, I'm gonna allow it, not for the truth of the matter, but for where you took the child.
okay, thank you, Judge.
So you took the child to,
Community medical
and when
center.
you got to Community Medical Center, they also did an evaluation,
They did.
and they said, and you then, as a result of that, took him to Jersey Shore Medical Center.
Because there is a child abuse pediatrician there.
So there was no child abuse pediatrician at the other two hospitals?
Not that worked with DCP&P.
So when you got to Jersey Shore Medical Center, that's when they told you, you should leave him here overnight?
No.
No, they never told you that? You never signed a piece of paper saying that you were leaving against their medical advice?
At community medical center, I did because they wanted to transport him in an ambulance, and I said I was going to drive him. They didn't tell me why, but yes, I signed that.
Okay, so you signed it out.
Yes.
So now you take them to one hospital, one doctor,
Yes.
take them to one community hospital center, and then you take them to a hospital. And you're doing this all because you think he's being abused, right? And then.
And it was under the advice of a DCP&P worker.
Okay, and then you take him, you try to bring him back to his house that night, right?
Yes.
And you're unable to do that,
Correct.
right? Instead, you take him home,
Yes.
you go to sleep with him,
Yes.
you wake up the next morning, and you bring him back to the person that you say is abusing.
Correct.
Did you contact DCP&P at that point?
No. Not that morning.
No. That morning, you actually decided to sit down with Dustin Bondren and try to get methamphetamine.
Objection, Judge, it's not accurate.
I think the time frame is wrong, Mr. Galucci.
I know, it's later in the afternoon, then you decided that you were gonna get,
Yes,
what is it called?
methamphetamine.
Methamphetamines. So you believe your child was being abused, you take them to 3 different hospitals, you make an application to DCP&P, you don't have custody of your child at this point, because you're not allowed to have custody of your child. And
Objection,
you
Judge.
decide,
That's,
So it's getting argumented.
and
You have to ask questions.
you
Elicit
decide,
answers.
and you decide, I'm gonna try to get methamphetamine.
Yes.
And you actually negotiate with him,
Who?
Justin. whoever.
Dustin?
Dustin,
I did, yes.
negotiate.
I never said I was I was weak-minded when it came to that, yes. And I was going through a stressful time, not the best, yeah.
So Ms. Schron, Ms. Lento, I'm sorry, on her direct examination, gave you a series of text messages between you and Chris that occurred on April 1st of 2021.
Yes.
They are, yes. Is this fine?
I know there's a lot of them, I don't know which one they're referring to. Which one do you want? Which one do you want? S9. There's 6.
These marked as people's S1. It's picture recorded.
Yes, it is.
This was taken in a park in Barnegat, am I right?
I don't believe it was Barnegat.
You
It
don't
was
believe it?
nearby though, yes.
All right.
Yes.
Besides Corey,
hmm
who else was there with you?
That was just Corey and I.
Just the 2 of you?
Yes.
Christopher wasn't there that day?
No, he was not.
It was snowing out that day.
It was. It was December.
I don't know which ones you want. You're here, all of them. You can look through and figure out which ones you want.
Take right in just a second.
Sure.
So it's S5, S7, and probably S8. You remember that Ms. Lento had showed you these exhibits?
I had to look at them. They're just text messages.
Remember you saw those? Now,
Yes.
do you recall if that was the entirety of the text exchange between you and Christopher?
I don't remember. I don't know.
So, am I up to?
You said before or that
Let me show you D5.
No, it's the
You recognize it?
Yes.
That's not just a snippet, am I right? That's the whole entire text exchange.
Judge, we interrupt, can the state see the exhibit? I've never seen the exhibit before, so, and he didn't show it when we walked up, can we see
Judge,
it?
I'm sorry, I assumed that since they had snippets from that exhibit, that they had seen it.
Why?
Well, but there's a lot of exhibits, I'm sure, so there's a courtesy you could show that.
Thank you.
So she knows what you're showing the witness.
Just so we can follow along.
Just so where nobody moved S
I want to see where you're.
5 or 7 into evidence. 8 and 11 were moved into evidence.
Yes, Judge. We're gonna move them, but we just want to see if we could have a minute.
4-1, 10:39 a.m. 2-4-1 at 8:52. Make it 5. 1 at 10.
Here you go. It's okay, you're, no.
Yes.
So once again, D4 is the whole entire conversation between you and Christopher on that day, all right?
Yes.
By the way, on that day, you just testified that if Christopher was in a good mood, you would drop him off at the house. If he was in a bad mood, you had to drop him off at the police station.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
On April 1st, he must have been in a good mood because you dropped him off at the house. You saw the
I
video
don't-
of that.
That was on April 2nd?
Yeah.
Yes, he must have been.
All right, so he was in a good mood because you dropped him off at the house.
I guess so.
Okay. Oh, by the way, how many videos do you accidentally have well, not in police possession, but in your possession where it just randomly takes a video of a conversation you have with Corey?
That was the first time.
That's the first time.
Yes.
So the first time you ever record Corey is after you've taken him to 3 different hospitals, right? Or medical centers,
Yes.
right? You made a emergency order request, right?
Yes.
You drove him back to the guy that you're blaming is having all these issues,
Yes.
right? So let's go to this text exchange. Phone exchange. So this is an exchange between you and Christopher, am I right?
Yes.
That starts on April 1st of 2021 at about 10:39.
Yes.
This is the owner. That would be you.
Yes.
First question, am I picking Corey up from your place if you live there? Right?
Yes.
Then you responded with question marks because I guess you got no response.
Correct.
Okay. Then he says, police station, I don't feel safe you coming near my home. Right?
Yes.
You say, sure, sounds good. Where are you? I'll be past 7:30 and I will take over and be with my son,
That was Christopher.
right?
Yes.
Then Christopher again, I have no idea where you are. You are not telling me on the phone. Why is that? You're past your time by the court order and I want to be there for my son.
Correct.
That's actually in evidence. I'm driving to Jersey Shore Medical Center. I'm doing what a caseworker for DCP told me to do, right?
Correct.
And Chris, where are you? Right?
Correct.
Caseworker said you have up to 7 days to do this, and you choose to do it now and exceed your time, which will be subtracted from your next visit. That's Christopher to you, right?
Correct.
Christopher again to you. Feel free to bring him to the police station or Barnegat whenever you're done, and however long you go over 7:30 is the amount of time that will be subtracted from your next visit.
Correct.
Deadwood, right?
I'm sorry.
That's Deadwood?
Yeah.
Then the doctor sent me to the hospital. Then Mark, I'm assuming Mark is caseworker, called me and said not only to stay there, sent me to DCP doctor at the hospital, right? That's what you said?
Correct.
Then you said, when's my next visit that you will allow? You to Chris, right?
Yes.
Chris, just let me know when you guys will be arriving down here and I will come pick my son up, right?
Correct.
Then I absolutely will.
Correct.
Chris, I will follow the court order. Unlike you, I also won't file an immersion application, is what he said,
Yeah.
for the reason just to spite you. But if Corey doesn't want to go because your mother will be there, that is his choice. You responded, yeah, right?
Correct.
Sorry, he said that it is arguing between your mother and Richie as well as your sister, who was also present during the visit. You responded, sure he did. So was there arguing going on in your house?
No. No.
Then, Chris, to you, just throwing it out there, that we both know that it is against the order, especially when your sister...
Objection, Judge. It's based upon relevance. We're really going outside of the scope of what was proffered. And
Go ahead, I'm sorry to interrupt you.
no, that's it, Judge. We're going outside the scope of what's proffered, and we did not have the opportunity to go through these messages to see what appropriate redactions would have been made or not made. At this point now, we're just using this really as a way to just get all this hearsay into the courtroom.
Judge, they gave me, this is from them.
I understand that, yeah.
So the statements between the parties made out of court are hearsay, but this defendant's here testifying to them. In the interest of completeness, if there's text messages before and after the text message the state has introduced, my understanding is this is on April 1st into April 2nd. In all fairness, I should allow the entirety of those text messages. If I find the need to make any redactions, then I'll advise you that before they're given to you, and you shouldn't, if there are redactions made, you shouldn't speculate as to what the content of the material that was redacted nor the reason for the redactions. But right now, the cross-examination is appropriate in the interest of completeness of the conversation between the parties, generally for the reasons I gave you in my prior instruction, that the addition or subtraction of certain words or statements can change the context of a particular statement when viewed in isolation.
Thank
Okay,
you.
Mr. Belushi.
So back to this.
Yes.
So Chris, to you, it's 4/1, 7:33 p.m. Just throwing it out there that we both know it and it's against the order, especially when your sister just got out of jail for drugs. Your response, Chris's response, they present during his visits, or is he making that up? Your response, I'm not in the mood for this. Right?
Correct.
That happened, right?
Yes.
Oh, but I thought that was the reason why you also wanted to have your visit at my place, because of the toxic environment your family creates. That's first to you, right?
Yes.
I'm not under you now. I'm not under investigation right now. You are. I'll drop him off when he's done. His response, and now you're spreading the toxicity to our son, trying to convince him that football is bad and those bruises are horrible because he has to be me abusing him, and he knows your allegations and knows why the police have come to the house. Chris, again.
We have to ask her to say that. That's the content of the message. Right. Is being read correctly now?
Yes.
Chris, again, keep spreading toxicity, keep letting him know that it's more important for you to spite me than love him. That is a very healthy mother and son relationship. We wouldn't be here if nobody agreed with me. Chris, I'm under investigation from your ludicrous claim that it had any shred of evidence when you applied for your emergent order, it would have been granted. Keep pulling at strings and separating us further. Thank you for providing, not making a fatal mistake of allowing you to live in the same house with us, because you're a horrible person and you will never have that opportunity ever again offered to you. Chris, to you, right?
Yes.
Try to coach, Chris, to you again. Try to coach them up and see what you need to him as much as you can, but also knows the value of honesty and the truth, right?
Correct.
You. That's why they wanted me to take him to the pediatrician. I'm not fighting you. I'm not fighting with you. I'm doing what a caseworker and a supervisor told me to do, right?
Correct.
Okay. They requested me, Chris, they requested me at noon, and I said I would take him next week and not tomorrow at noon because I couldn't get off work. I was informed that we had up to 7 days to go, which they obviously informed you, and you still made the reckless decision to go over your visitation hours and not even inform me. Very immature. Stop texting me unless it is to give me an ETA to the police station for the drop-off, right?
Correct.
You called me and asked me to speak to the doctor here, then the doctor told me to go to the other hospital, right?
Correct.
Chris, what was your excuse for not informing me and having me call you at 7:25, 5 minutes before your visit is supposed to end? Get it together seriously and stop being spiteful. Text me your ETA when you have it. Time past 7:30. We'll be taking off your next visit. You can fight it if you want. That's the way it's going to go. To be, I will not stand for you exceedingly late with zero communication. Right?
Correct.
When we do that, by the way, the court order that you went today and received afterwards says you got 7 days, and it didn't have to be done today. You called DCP to talk to them about it. I'm at the hospital. More to come later.
I said you're more than welcome to come.
That's the complete text exchange,
It looks like it.
not the statement.
No.
So after Corey passed, did you, your mother, and 2 other people have occasion to go to Christopher's parents' home?
Have a what? I'm sorry.
Go to Christopher's parents' home,
We did.
okay? And when you went there, did you, your mother, and others throw several objects at that house?
My mother was not involved. It was me and 2 friends, and yes, we did.
And at that time, you threw eggs,
Yes.
dead goldfish.
I don't think they were goldfish. It was fish from the supermarket.
So let me understand this. You woke up on this day, you decided you were going to drive to his parents' house, but before you did that, you actually put the thought in to go to a supermarket and buy fish.
Yes.
And you drove to his house, and you threw the fish. Were they dead? Or did you get fresh fish?
It was fresh. It wasn't fresh. It was
Well, did
food.
you get it from a market that had one of those tanks?
No, it was no.
What
It was
kind
a
of
dead fish.
What kind of fish?
I don't remember.
Was it expensive fish?
Not really.
So you got cheap fish.
Yeah.
So you got this fish, meat bones. What's a meat bone?
I don't remember that.
And goose eggs. Goose egg stones.
Oh, stones. Okay.
What is a goose egg stone?
I don't know.
Just
It sounds like a stone, but
okay, so you throw rocks. So you threw rocks, dead fish, bones, and eggs at Christopher's parents' house.
yes.
By the way, did you ever set up a GoFundMe page on Cortez?
I didn't do it directly myself. No.
Was a GoFundMe page set up?
Yes.
By who, do you know?
I'm not sure. I can't remember that.
Was it set up on a website or a Facebook group called Justice for Corey?
No,
Do you know what Justice for Corey
I
is?
do.
Okay, and who set that up?
That was me.
You set that up. And in the Justice for Corey site, was it posted that you had a GoFundMe?
It could have been.
Oh, you're the administrator,
I
aren't you?
am. It's been a few years.
Okay,
There's a lot of posts in that group.
okay, well, you're the administrator.
Yes. There's other ones too. Yeah.
Okay. How many administrators are there?
There's 2 others.
2 others.
Yes.
Okay, so I'm assuming the administrator, I'm not a Facebook group guy, but I'm assuming that, and you tell me, maybe I'm wrong, but a Facebook group administrator gets notices when things are posted on the page.
Yes.
So you're the administrator,
I was.
so you got
Yes, I am.
notice? Are you telling me you didn't know that on the Facebook for Corey webpage, there's postings up there for a Justice for Corey Cash App and GoFundMe?
Possibly, but there are a lot of posts that went up. The group was very like popular.
Did you earn any money from the GoFundMe page that was set up?
Did I what?
Earn any money from that GoFundMe page?
I did.
Okay.
Yes.
How much money did you earn from the GoFundMe page that was set up that you say you know nothing about?
I knew it was set up. I'm not the one that set it up, and I don't recall who set it up.
But you profited.
I did. Yes.
All right. So how much was?
I don't recall.
So do you recall how much the GoFundMe was for?
No.
Are you also aware that in addition to the GoFundMe that you made money off of, they also started a Cash App campaign?
I don't remember.
You don't remember?
No.
Just like a minute. Madam Clerk?
Yes.
Ms. Micciolo, let me show you something. This is Defense Exhibit D6.
Yes.
Do you recognize that?
I see it. Yep. I recognize it.
And that is a request for people to donate you money on Cash App so you could attend court hearings.
Correct.
So, and the reason they set up the Cash App, am I right, is because when you set up a GoFundMe page, they take too much of profit.
She said that, yes.
Okay, so you agree with that?
I don't agree with it. That's what she wrote.
But you got money from that.
Objection, Judge.
I did. Yes, I said that.
Somebody else said it's hearsay.
Yeah, I didn't post this, so I don't.
But you got money from it.
I said yes.
Okay, you got money from Cash App and you got money from GoFundMe.
Yes. Can I tell you what that was used for? Or you don't want to know.
Well, we'll talk about it tomorrow.
Okay.
How's that?
All right, thank you. So ladies and gentlemen,
Morning, Ms. Micciolo.
Good morning.
How are you?
I'm okay. How are you?
I'm good, thanks. So, last night after we left, did you have an opportunity to meet with either one of these prosecutors?
I did not.
You didn't talk to anybody about this case after you left here in court?
No.
So yesterday we discussed a video that you had taken the morning you dropped Corey off at Christopher's house.
Yes.
You said that you had taken that video and that it was accidental, that you had no idea you had taken it. Am I right?
You're right.
Now, on direct examination, you said that as you were driving to Christopher's home, your son was on your phone watching YouTube videos.
Yeah, he would give me my phone back when Christopher texted me and when we got to his house.
Okay, so you're saying that he gave you your phone back, you turned off YouTube, and then accidentally hit the camera?
I must have, yes.
And that's the first time you ever did that?
Yes.
Now, yesterday you also testified that you left Community Medical Center against medical advice because you thought it would be quicker for you to get Corey to Jersey Shore Medical Center, correct?
Yes.
Now, look, this is D7. Show you D7. Take a look.
What do you want me to read? You want me to just look at it? Okay. Yes.
Okay. Now, does that refresh your recollection as to why you left Jersey Shore Medical Center?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell us what you did, what you told them at Jersey Shore Medical Center?
It says, given that she needs to bring her husband, or her child to her husband within the next few hours.
So you didn't leave because you wanted to get to Jersey Shore Medical Center. You left, according to that record, you told people at the hospital that you wanted to take your son to his father.
Yes, that's what I said yesterday. I didn't say it was because I was rushing because I was on limited time.
So once again, that hospital, Community Medical Center, advised you to not take your child from the hospital.
It says they offered to transfer the patient, and then it also says he gave me the opportunity to leave at the hospital
What's the whole thing?
against medical advice.
Against medical advice. So they wanted you to leave Corey at the hospital and have him transported to another hospital. And you said no.
I drove him myself.
Have the small eight.
Thank you.
Yeah, I know. AMA.
May I? Judge? Yes. Of course. You show you it's been marked as DA.
Yep.
Is that a release that, it says Corey's signature. Did you sign that for Corey?
Yes.
Okay. And does that refresh your recollection as to what you signed when you left that hospital?
Yes.
Okay, and is that a release
Yes.
saying that they advised you not to take Corey from that hospital and they needed to take him to another hospital?
Yes.
Now, yesterday, I believe we testified. Yeah, keep going. Thank you. That there was some point that you lived in Florida.
Yes.
And how long did you live in Florida?
A few years.
Do you remember what those years were?
2015, 16.
And you had Corey with you, right?
Yes.
And your mother and your father, am I right?
Correct.
And what was your father's name again?
Vito.
Now, while in Florida, did there come a point where you...
Objection, Judge. This is really outside the scope. We didn't go into this area whatsoever.
Counsel, sir?
Yes, thank you. So while you were at Jersey Shore Medical Center, you had a conversation with the defendant.
Yes.
Now, did you offer to bring Corey home back to Barnegat after Jersey Shore Medical Center?
Yes.
And did the defendant ever respond to your request to do this?
No.
And while Corey was at Jersey Shore Medical Center, was he ever diagnosed with sepsis?
No.
And was Corey medically cleared from Jersey Shore Medical Center?
Yes.
And was there a scheduled appointment for April 2nd for Corey to see a CPC pediatric specialist?
Yes.
And did the defendant cancel this appointment?
Yes.
And could you take Corey to see the specialist without the defendant?
No, he wouldn't allow it.
And when you dropped off Corey on April 2nd, what choice did you have in bringing him back to his father's house?
Well, he already called the cops on me for kidnapping, so I didn't really have any other choice, just for keeping him a few hours late at the hospital.
Can I see the defense exhibit? The community center. Let me show them. You want our permission to approach the witness?
Yes, sir.
Now, Brianna, you took Corey to Community Medical Center, correct?
Yes.
And I'm now showing you what's been marked D7 for identification purposes. And can you read this paragraph in terms of the emergency department course and treatment, the entire paragraph?
Starting here, patient seen.
Yes, please.
Patient seen and examined in the emergency department. History and physical obtained. Prior medical records requested and reviewed. Initial assessment and exam completed. I had an extensive discussion with the mother at bedside and discussed with her the plan for the patient. I offered to transfer the patient to Jersey Shore Medical Center, where the CPAP specialist as well as his pediatrician were located for further management, evaluation, as well as blood work. I also gave the mother the opportunity to leave the hospital against medical advice and drive her child to the hospital herself. She states that she would rather leave against medical advice, given that she needs to bring her child to her husband within the next few hours.
Okay, and I'm now showing you what's been marked D8. Now, this was a release form that was given to you at Community Medical Center, right?
Yes.
And that's a standard release form that would be utilized regarding any patient who would sign a child out of a hospital.
Correct.
And your purpose, again, of signing Corey out of the hospital would be so he could get there faster.
Correct.
Now, in regard to Justice for Corey, is that a private Facebook group chat?
Yes.
And if you would like to become a member for Justice for Corey, then it would have to be an accepted friend request.
Yes.
Objection, meeting.
Can you describe the website?
Yeah,
or the
so
Facebook chat?
it's a Facebook group. If you want to join, you have to answer a few questions, and then an admin has to approve you to join the group. And if you want to post, then it gets approved as well.
And do you personally know all the members who are a part of this group chat?
No.
And what was the purpose of setting up Justice for Corey?
To get justice for Corey.
And in particular, there are members who were on this site who had set up donation or fundraising.
Correct.
And can you tell the jurors about that?
The first, so most of it was spent for his funeral, and then the other was spent for a plot for myself in the cemetery with him. So when I pass, I can be buried next to him.
And there was a GoFundMe page set up?
That's what that was.
And what were the expenses for the GoFundMe page for?
That was for the funeral and the plot.
And what about this Cash App? Can you explain to the jurors what that was for?
Yes, so members were asking one of the admins if they could help us with just everyday things. So the admin decided to set it up. Just so people were just saying go get some coffee, go get dinner. They just wanted to help.
And did you set up this Cash App?
No.
And who set up the Cash App?
One of the members.
And that would be for donations?
Yes.
We don't have any further questions, Judge.
Any report?
Did you use any of those donations to buy the fish that you threw at the Gregor?
I did not. No.
Now, you said that you paid for the funeral.
Yes.
Okay, didn't the Gregor family pay for the funeral?
No.
They did?
No, you didn't. No.
So
I'm sorry.
this Justice for Corey, what's a chat group?
It's a group.
Are you one of the administrators?
I'm one of them, yes.
Who set it up?
I did.
You did.
Yes.
And when you set it up, you set yourself up, I don't understand it, but you set yourself up as the administrator, right?
Yes.
And And the administrator is the person that's in charge of the group,
Yes,
right?
yes.
So when you set up a Facebook chat group, you as the administrator set up the rules, right?
Yes,
Okay, and the rules are, like you just told Ms. Lento, are I can let people in if I choose to, or not let people in as I choose to, right?
right.
And initially, that group was open to the public, right?
For like a month, yeah.
Okay, and then,
Very beginning,
okay, and then it was not, became private.
yes.
And who did that?
The admins made a decision.
Okay,
We had a conversation and decided,
so you were the initial administrator, right?
correct,
Okay, and now you said that there are additional admins.
correct.
How many?
There's 2 others.
Okay, and do you know who those people are?
I do,
Okay,
yeah.
so you just said you had a meeting with your admins,
Yes,
okay? And at that meeting, you and your other 2 administrators, I'm assuming that's what you're called, right?
Yes.
Made a decision to make this group private.
yes,
So when you say you don't know who's in the group, are you saying that you set rules up on who could get in the group? You have to answer questions?
yes,
Okay. And if you answer the questions in a way you or the other 2 administrators don't like, then you don't let them in your group.
correct.
But if they answer the questions right,
Mhm.
then you let them in the group.
Right.
No further questions. Thank you.
Nothing further, Judge. Thank you.
Well, guys, I think it's time for bed, huh? How long has it been off? Did it just end? I was on and off, awake, and then. Oh, shoot, you could hear me. Okay, but good night, guys. I'm going to end it. Thanks.